hardcore motherfucker. dopest hardcore motherfucker.
Looks like we might have to do another show.
This young man who's with us is the recipient of the J. Albert Bean Libertarian Young Creative Thinkers Award. Guys, we're very excited to have Nick Fuentes with us in the house. Nick, how you been?
I'm good, yeah, great to be with you.
Excellent. Is the fucking air conditioning on for a reason? Let's actually make it louder. Let's make it louder in post.
We are Ronald McDonald. Our allegiance is to truth and justice.
N-word thinking.
You are now banned from the computer.
From a FEMA fridge full of cursed condiments, the only broadcast still operating under the 1983 Emergency Continuity Act. This is the Sam Hyde Show. Tonight, don't watch in the school computer lab. It's Nick Fuentes.
The Sam Hyde Show.
This episode is brought to you by Hale. Is that the actual brand name? The microphone cradle is by Hale?
Heil.
Heil what?
It's just Heil.
It's never just Heil. We know this. It's never just a simple Heil. Guys, welcome back to the Sam Hyde Show. Very proud to present Nick Fuentes. Fresh off his Candace Owens interview. That was fun.
Oh yeah, I had a lot of fun.
I had to stop listening at about an hour because she was yapping so much.
Yeah, it's really more like an interrogation.
She was gumming after. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what her problem is. It's another narcissistic black woman, pretty typical.
Come on, Candace. What's going on over there, buddy? So what's going on in the world, man? What's new with you?
I mean, we got the war with Iran. We have the Epstein files.
I've heard from some pretty high up sources that this might be million-dimensional chess. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, Trump has not lost cat turd yet, so I think there still might be a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is an epic crash out. I think it's over. This is Zognald Blumpf and the final stand. I'm afraid of what's going to happen next. I think he's going to turn the cannons on us now.
You think Trump's going to go after the alt-right?
I do. I think it's over. I think it's been over.
The entire world is sexually blackmailed by Mossad. Do mainstream people know this?
I think so. The name's Epstein, so it's kind of hard to ignore.
Regular people know about Epstein.
Well, it was absolutely blatant. You know, he goes to jail for sex trafficking, dies mysteriously. The cameras were turned off. Nobody was there. I actually just discovered this last week. Bill Barr was the attorney general when he killed himself. That means he was overseeing the federal prison that Epstein was detained in. Did you know that Bill Barr's father was the principal of the school that Jeffrey Epstein worked at in the 1970s?
Oh my God.
Jeffrey Epstein was hired by Bill Barr's dad at the Dalton School in 1974. And then his son, Bill Barr, oversaw the detention facility that he died at. So it's just beyond parody. And it became a meme. You know, Epstein didn't kill himself. The meme should have been the Jews killed Epstein to keep him shut, you know, because it's like, well, who killed him then? It just does to show you get one side or the other. If you get the left, you get George Soros. If you get the right, you get Jeff Epstein in Israel. So
It's nice how that story came full circle, though. It's a generational thing. We were talking about people in the CIA, some of them wanting to push war with China. Why would people want this? Why is it like a thing that anybody would push for?
You have three real countries in the Middle East. You have Turkey, Egypt, and Iran. Everything else is basically a construct. Everything else is fake. Egypt and Turkey have been pro-Israel for 50 and 80 years each. Iran's the only major country that still opposes them in the region. So the Jews want a war with Iran because that's basically the last opponent. China, for obvious reasons.
That sounds kind of badass.
It is.
I got chills when you said they're the last opponent. Made me think I was watching some badass action movie.
So that's why they want a war with Iran. They want a war with China. Elements in the U.S. want that because they're going to be the next great competitor. They're going to be the next great power competitor. But I don't mind them, actually. I think the Chinese are all right.
I'm just thinking, what would you need? Would you need to go to war with somebody if they're going to be a competitor?
No, not necessarily.
Does it necessitate bombing and going to war? I'm just thinking what many great leaders have thought for thousands of years, Ryan.
When are you not thinking like many great leaders throughout the...
Indeed. Anyway.
It's a shame that it crackles when you're just doing your most comfortable movements.
Well, I have to break it in here. I don't have time to break it in when I'm not on the show.
Is that regular leather?
This is Indian goat leather for real.
Okay.
We're doing an ad read, right? Yes. Let's start this ad read right with a little copyright-free music. What's up, YouTube? Today we're promoting a great product. Thanks for this royalty-free music. All right, let's see what guests we have to appease today. They didn't fire us? Guys, I tell everybody that I'm associated. Did they pay for the premium video package? No? Okay. Run it on the B cam there. I tell everybody I'm associated with, take as much as you can of stiff lip sucks. I mean sucks. When I want to be healthy and protect my heart, I pack my lip with 300 milligrams of caffeine! That's, in my opinion, a normal amount of caffeine that everybody needs for their daily vitamins. It's simple science. Let me show you on the whiteboard. Here at Stiff Lips, do we even have any of their crap? We don't. We ran out of, hold on, let's get good audio here. Now, we've run out of Stiff Lip Sups because they're so effective, so efficacious, scientifically backed, clinically studied and proven that we use them all the time. Oh my God, that's sacrilegious. And they put God in lowercase. This is a slight morale improvement that is trademarked. I'm not even, it's one of those things where there's no way out. There's no way to make it funny or interesting. There's no way to come out on top with this ad. Stiff Lip Sups. Stiff Lip Sups. Was the military hard? Aww. Did your friend die? Oh, no! You better get some energy! When I was over in Iraq, Mosul, I used the SIG 441. That gun, people are saying now that it's got automated discharge. That's because of improper handling techniques. I use a SIG 441 all the time. Freeze! That's my friend. I almost shot my friend at the range. So I couldn't take the edge. Couldn't take it anymore. Fireworks, 4th of July. Bang! Oh, is there a dog barking? Help! 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 I'm a troop! I'm a troop! I'm a troop! I'm a troop! Stiff Lip Sups is gonna get you back on top. Your lady cheated on you? They all do! Welcome to the party, pal! Guys, promo code SAM for 10% off all orders at stifflipsups.com. I'll see you there as I'm buying it. I might put it back on later.
Just throw it on top of the shoulders.
Atop the blazer, yeah.
Tie it around the waist like Raven.
Around the waist.
The fuck are these? Whose are these?
Oh, nice.
I bought those at a gas station. So they're the world's.
You like buying stuff at gas stations?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I always think it's fun. So we're on the road a lot. They always have knives and crazy cool shit you can just flip around and throw. I got in Arizona, an alien Area 51 driver's license, but it was like irregularly long, so it didn't fit in the card slot. So I had to make a special exception and put it where the money goes, in the wallet. So now I just have this extra card in my wallet that's like Area 51 alien. It's like I'm an alien. So the cop pulls me over and I say, here you go, officer. I'm a fucking alien, all right?
I posited that maybe it's a different shape because it's from outer space. It's not the standard card shape. It's
they use
from a different. Yeah,
it's a
Mercurian standard.
They're still with rectangles. They're still fine with rectangles, but it's different specs. Yeah, exactly. So listen, my viewers are not as educated as your viewers, all right? We need to know what else is going on. So the U.S., we want war with Iran because they're the last opponent. That sounds badass. Okay, I'm gonna give the devil his due here. We want war with China because they're a possible competitor.
Well, they just did the big, beautiful bill. That just got through Congress. They're cutting the corporate tax rate again, extending the corporate tax cut, and to pay for it, they're cutting Medicaid by $900 billion, which I think is like great politics. You know, taking away healthcare to pay for corporate tax cuts is a real winner.
That's funny, yeah.
Well, and it's like, this is just so classic. Every year, people vote for fewer immigrants. People vote because we hate seeing like Venezuelans peddling candy bars on the street. And every year we just get tax cuts. We get a corporate tax cut and like $1 trillion defense budget and more wars for Israel. So that's basically what was in the bill. And well, here's the best part. They allocated $150 billion for border, for ICE and deportations and for the border. And then the same day that the bill passed, Trump got into a rally and said, we're not going to do mass deportations anymore. So,
Beautiful.
Well, what's the money for then? And then they told us the week later, the deportations are now for citizens that criticize Israel. That's the new memo from the DOJ. They're going to revoke citizenship of people that criticize Israel and then deport them to Libya and Africa.
I remember when they were deporting people for being pro-Palestine, people on, was it student visas?
Yep.
So people who were, listen, we don't want Arabs in this country, but they were in this country legally here to study, and they were being deported because they were critical of Israel. And I saw a lot of people on the right sort of cheering that, like they didn't understand why that might be a bad thing. So what, they're gonna deport who now?
Citizens. They're revoking the citizenship.
How does that work? What does that mean?
So if you're a naturalized citizen, meaning you attain it after you were born in another country, you come here, get your citizenship, they say the top 5 priorities of the DOJ this year will be revoking naturalized citizenship from anybody that is a threat to Israel or criticizes Israel.
Holy shit.
That's the new move.
Do you think that Rosie O'Donnell's a test run for a straight up citizen? She was born in America.
She was.
And Trump was saying that like it's probably like the test subject. If everybody hates Rosie, so we're gonna deport her, and then everybody's gonna be like, yeah. And then now you've opened that door to make that possible, and then we're gone.
Did they deport Rosie?
Not yet.
He said we should look into it. He said we're going to look into it very strongly. You know, it's kind of funny because people are voting for tyranny. You know, people are voting for like mass deportations, going door to door, arresting people, going after the media. But we're just getting like Jewish tyranny. We're getting that, but like for Israel. We're like deporting people that criticize Israel, going to war for Israel, deporting people that hate Israel, shutting down Harvard because they hate Israel. And it's like, we just kind of got the wrong flavor. So it's like right idea, just directionally not pointed at the right thing here.
They got to know what they're doing though, because they're attracting all that attention to this anti-Israel hate. They've got to understand that it's going to come full circle, and people are going to be like, wait a minute, maybe not liking Israel is super justified, right? Like that's going to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just going to kill us all. You know, I mean,
okay, interesting.
Peter Thiel has like an enemies list of like 2 million people in Palantir.
Yeah.
And Palantir came in on the heels of Doge. Elon Musk brought Doge in to every department, to the IRS, the Treasury Department, education, the rest of it. And everyone that worked in Doge had also worked for Palantir. And so when Doge left, the Palantir people stayed. And what they're doing now is they're creating a master database that has your education records, health records, tax records, the Treasury Department's records, and they're going to be in one giant searchable database for this administration with a $150 billion budget for ICE that wants to take citizenship from people that criticize Israel. And that's what people voted for when they voted for Trump.
What is Palantir? Can you explain what this is a little bit?
Palantir is a CIA cutout. So in 2001, after 9/11, they created this it's basically artificial intelligence or an algorithm to interpret these vast amounts of data. The intelligence community takes all this massive amounts of data, emails, phone calls, text messages. Palantir interprets all of it into insights that are usable by law enforcement. And so in 2001, after 9/11, they took what was a CIA program and they just effectively privatized it to bypass the Constitution. You know, Constitution protects people's privacy, but a private company doesn't have to play by the same rules.
So 2001, you're saying that the CIA was spying on people and collecting all this data, and then to get around public oversight, they sort of transferred this into a private company?
Right. So Palantir is a firm that creates usable insights based on vast amounts of data. It's a private entity to circumvent the Constitution. They're founded in 2001. Until 2008, they only worked for the CIA. And the CIA actually provided startup money through their venture capital arm, In-Q-Tel. So they provided all the money for it, and they created all the products. So Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Joe Lonsdale, they were at Langley, Virginia at the CIA headquarters making everything for the CIA as a so-called contractor. And then after that, they branched out into everything. So they identified the Capitol rioters on January 6th. They were identifying who wasn't vaccinated in 2021.
What were they doing with people that weren't vaccinated?
Just to identify contact tracing who had COVID and who was spreading it to everybody using Bluetooth, and then identifying then who wasn't vaccinated for the purpose of these vaccine passports. You know, in states like New York or in New York City, they wouldn't let people into restaurants if they didn't have the vaccine. So this was going to be like, they wanted to identify everybody that didn't have the card.
Yeah.
Using Bluetooth, you said?
That's for identifying who has COVID.
Interesting.
Because if you got COVID and you tested positive, they would look at your phone, and your phone has Bluetooth, and they'd see all the other phones that touched it. So they can identify everybody that might have COVID. That's the contact tracing. It's basically just like what Ted Kaczynski warned about. This is the classic panopticon surveillance state. And so Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel funds all the new right projects. You know, in 2022, he was the single largest individual donor in the cycle. So he put $30 million behind J.D. Vance, Blake Masters.
Why does he look greasy?
Well, he's a gay man. I think that has a lot to do with it. So,
there's a certain amount of grease that comes along with the lifestyle.
Yeah, a lot of lubricant, a lot of lubricating.
Why is it
a lot
all
of
over
friction.
his face when he's doing public appearances?
Peter Thiel has funded Sovereign House, Passage Press, Bronze Age Pervert, Claremont Institute. And then, of course, our vice president, J.D. Vance, was his protege for his entire career. So Vance is Peter Thiel's guy on the inside.
Where does Thiel come from? Was he around in 2001?
He was.
And
he came from PayPal.
What was he doing?
So he had just around that time created PayPal with Elon Musk.
At that point, when they're doing PayPal, is this something that's linked to intelligence yet, or is he sort of solo?
Most likely, yes, because of the nature of what PayPal is, which is a peer-to-peer payment system. So it's deeply in touch with the financial industry and state regulations. The real connection to intelligence is that he comes from Stanford University. That was his origin story. He founded the Stanford Review at Stanford University with money from Irving Kristol.
What's that, like the school paper?
Yes.
Who's Irving Kristol?
Irving Kristol's the godfather of neoconservatism. So he invented the neocons. He's a Jew, former communist who became a conservative after the Soviet Union backed Israel's enemies.
Peter Thiel, I almost said Peter Steele. He should change his name. He started the school newspaper with money from the godfather of neoconservatism?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
So he takes money from Irving Kristol to start this paper. And you have to understand that, like, where all these conservatives come from is they're effectively groomed by the CIA out of college. Every major conservative thinker, influencer, basically from the 1950s on, was groomed by what was called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which is a project of the CIA.
This is the KKK.
No, I know we're talking about serious stuff, so I tried to hold it in. So this was a while ago this happened, but you said the godfather of neoconservatism. And all I could think was like, the godfather, he's going, so you're telling me you don't support Israel? That's all I could think of, and my brain just like, shut up, don't say that.
No, please interject with humor. You're saying that every major conservative figure comes from this Congress of what?
Congress for Cultural Freedom.
Congress for Cultural Freedom.
So they're all, in a word, they're all being groomed. All of these like conservative intellectuals that are writing these books, people like William F. Buckley, and many of the anti-communists, are all being groomed out of college by the CIA to be a conservative counterweight to left-wing communism in America, because the CIA is deeply worried about communism spreading in the United States and elsewhere. So Peter Thiel tracks with this pattern where Irving Kristol's one of them.
So back in the 60s or 70s or whatever, they would have been doing this to combat communism.
Right.
And then at some point, something goes wrong?
I wouldn't say it went wrong. It's more like the CIA was always in bed with Israeli intelligence. So under the aegis of fighting communism, what they're really doing is combating anti-Semitism at the exact same time. So these people are being groomed by the CIA, which happens to be an institution that's totally infiltrated by Israel.
When was the CIA infiltrated by Israel?
From the very start, from its very inception. And the reason being is because the CIA was formed out of wartime intelligence during World War II. Obviously, we needed intelligence about the Axis, the Nazis, the Italians. And so when the Allies invaded Italy, what was coming through Italy were a lot of Jewish refugees fleeing the Holocaust, fleeing the persecution by the Germans. And so how did the Allies get intelligence about the Germans? We talked to the Jews that were fleeing Germany. And so our entire intelligence network from Germany, and even from Russia for that matter, from Poland, all these Jews that were fleeing these countries came from Jewish refugees, essentially. So when the CIA was founded, it was basically made up. All the human sources were Jewish refugees leaving Italy and then going to Israel. And then the next big step is that we are, of course, fighting the Soviet Union. When the Cold War starts in the 1950s, we have to know everything about the Soviet Union, but we know nothing because an iron curtain has descended. We have no sources that are on the inside. We have no idea what's going on. But there are some people leaving the Soviet Union, and it's Jews that are leaving the Soviet Union to go to Israel. So we say, how do we know the secrets about the Soviet Union? Let's interview the Soviet Jews that flee to Israel. In order to get access to those people, we have to make a deal with Israel. And we effectively say, well, we will help your fledgling state if you give us information about the Soviet Union. And so basically a deal was made. This is how they got their nuclear program. This is what was revealed in the JFK files earlier in the year. That James Angleton, who was running the Israel desk in the 50s and 60s and 70s, he, under the table, was providing Israel with nuclear secrets to get access to their Soviet emigres so we could learn more about the Soviet Union.
Now, you said James Angleton? Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if you showed that guy the future? Hey, James, I want to show you something real quick. It's a glimpse into the future. This is what you did? That's really funny. Okay, so CIA formation. They're infiltrated from the very beginning because they wanted access to Russian emigres. The Congress for Confederate?
Cultural freedom.
Cultural freedom. Okay, so tell me about this, the CCF, we'll call it, because I forgot what it was.
So the CIA starts to basically support a lot of conservative radio publications, intellectuals, because these guys are all making the case that the Soviet Union is evil.
It sounds like PragerU.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Yeah, it is PragerU. It's like proto-PragerU. And so basically all of the famous anti-communist conservatives of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, maybe the most prominent being William F. Buckley, they were being funded under the table by the CIA. Their papers, radio, TV, their scholarships, they were all funded through what were called cutouts, NGOs, various projects, one of them being the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And that's because the CIA wanted to create in Europe and in the United States this intellectual case against communism. Then you fast forward to the 80s, and Irving Kristol, the godfather of neoconservatism, he's one of these guys, by the way, who's getting money from the CIA. He starts up a group with a number of other Jews, and they start seeding money for student newspapers at all the top schools.
Damn.
Stanford, Dartmouth, UChicago. And some of the most famous conservatives today got that money, and that is how they got their start. They started these student newspapers, they start writing for them, and then they climb up the ladder doing commentary, doing broadcasting, and now these are like the biggest hosts at Fox News. Like one of the ones, for example, was Dinesh D'Souza.
Just to interrupt you here, usually when someone interrupts it like just to something good, I'm like, just to interrupt you here, this does sound like a good idea.
Yeah.
Like I kind of want to just go start up some student
it's
newspapers.
Like spy fiction. It's cool.
I might be able to monetize this at some point. We should start student newspapers. How much does it even cost? Also, they're good at getting like a bang for their buck, you know, with like local. Like they realized you need like Soros, you fund like the local guys. You just get more. Like what does it cost? Like $2,500 to, you know, turn some neighborhood into a shit show. How much does a student newspaper? It's like $375.
That could be our next big endeavor. That is pretty.
Yeah.
Fun.
So look, these guys. So the guys that got their start up the commentary, public figure, speaker ladder with the student newspaper track. Like, at what point are they compromised in the sense that they're putting their subsuming their values and their journalistic integrity to whatever? What, money? Is that what it is?
They're convinced that working for the CIA or intelligence is patriotic. I think that they're convinced that they're with the so-called good guys, the good faction inside intelligence that is sort of, you know, ideologically aligned with us. To tell you the truth, a lot of them are marginal types from the beginning. Somebody like Peter Thiel.
What do you mean marginal?
So he's a gay man.
Yeah.
Gay people are typically marginal, or, you know, a lot of them are Jewish. Jewish people are marginal also.
When you say marginal, you mean not like core person type? They're like on the fringes?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they're like an outsider. They're more willing to listen, to accept like weird kind of ideas. Is that what you mean?
Well, weird ideas, and, you know, they might be able to be compromised in some ways, specifically like gay people. There's a huge vulnerability. I mean, like, there's a big reason Jeffrey Epstein trafficked in pedophilia. There's a big reason why a lot of these public figures, I don't think it's a coincidence, get outed for pedophilia. I think.
When you say marginal, you mean there's something about them that's exploitable?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so it could be an ethnic affinity, it could be a sexual eccentricity, which could be used for blackmail purposes. There's a lot of different vectors, I think, but it's almost never just like normal people.
It's never just the guy that likes peanut M&Ms. Know what I mean?
It's an M&M minis guy. Needs the
It's
tube.
these fucking M&M minis guys.
Needs the tube, a specific color. He's like, you got the yellow tube? And he won't buy them unless it's the yellow tube.
Strangely fits. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So I don't know the psychological profile necessarily, but needless to say, they start getting this buy-in. They receive the money, they receive the career advancement, doors open up for that person. Maybe somewhere along the way they understand what's happening, but they rationalize it. I've heard many different stories about how it works, but it always starts at the college level, which sort of makes sense. Because if you think about Harvard, Stanford, Yale, they are selecting for the highest IQ people, and the government wants the highest IQ people because intelligence, you know, it's sort of in the name also. These intelligence networks, they need to be the most technically sophisticated, operationally sophisticated. So they go, where are the smart people? They're at the elite universities. And so, you know, you might think it's sort of like, when you look at Turning Point USA or, you know, college Republicans, you might think that's kind of nothing. It's peanuts, it's dorky, it's silly. But these 18-year-old people, these 18-year-old, 19-year-old young guys who are ideologically conservative, these are the future leaders. These are the 130, 150 IQ guys that are going to be fighting the Chinese and fighting the Iranians and fighting Russian intelligence. So that's where they go for them. And it's also when they're impressionable. It's also when they're malleable. So I never understood the significance of education until I thought of these institutions as elite-making institutions. Harvard graduates the elites of the world. Yale graduates the elites of the world. So the intelligence networks want to get their pincers in those people when they're young. And then, you know, so a guy like Irving Kristol puts together this money with these other guys from the CIA, and they seed the money for conservative student newspapers. And, you know, these 19-year-old kids, they think it's funny. You know, a guy like Stephen Miller, that's how he got his start. He was writing letters to David Horowitz, who's a talk radio host, and he was a student newspaper guy doing polemical stuff, shitting on Mexicans and you know, black people and Palestinians and the rest of it.
I was just thinking about David Portnoy. But sorry, go ahead.
Pizza reviews they should get into.
Yeah.
And so that's how they get groomed. And then, they go from a student newspaper to a local newspaper to Fox News, and then they're a household name. And they're the big Fox News name.
Was your point of contact, like you're sort of like the vampire that changes you, was that Cassie Dillon?
Yes.
That's literally she converted to Judaism afterwards.
I looked her up, by the way. She's ugly.
Is she ugly?
Yes.
She's not hot.
You could pull up a picture.
Which made me upset.
Sure.
Who said the thing about the price of a man's soul being so low? It's like, it's not that everybody has a price, it's that most people's price is so low.
Ouch. Yeah.
It's also the case that the bitches they hook these guys up with are butt ugly.
That's the price.
Yeah, that's the prize. That's what they get, but they're not hot.
That is sad.
Is she genetically Jewish?
No, she converted.
Why is her face all fucked up then? Converted from what? Ugly bitch? If a beat bitch came to me and texted me saying you got to change your opinions, I'd say, bitch, get surgery. Now, Cassie Dillon, she might have great is that her appeal? I don't know how this stuff works. Is it just that the so good it offsets the ugliness? Anyway, I don't know. Listen, I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers here. I just know this bitch is beat.
That's her.
She's good looking.
Yeah. She was cuter when she was younger.
Bitch.
Yeah, look at her there.
Some genetic.
She looks shrill, and she looks like she's ready to terrorize a man.
Wrong star on the sweatshirt there.
When you were coming up, you had hot opinions, and people were looking at you and saying, this kid's hot. And you get paired up with this chick to sort of show you the ropes and kind of introduce you to the world of whatever the fuck leads to being on Fox News, whatever. And you start questioning basically Jewish stuff, and she starts texting you stuff. You can't talk about this. We're gonna excise you from the friend group. These types of like texts to let you know that you're on dangerous ground.
Yeah, I think she tried to fuck me too. I think it was like a honeypot situation. The first thing she asked me when I met her is if I would ever fly to Israel. That was her. It could not be less subtle.
Yeah, fly to Israel to fuck. That's the one key weakness. They got to get better looking bitches.
Better
over
looking
here.
ingredients.
Better pizza. Papa John's.
She really fumbled the ball hard.
Oh, yeah.
She came out the gates, you want to go to Israel, came on real strong, and then she has to report back to whoever and be like, I think I accidentally created Nick Fuentes. Oops.
She was so ugly, she created Nick Fuentes.
Was she the only one? Did they send more? Did they, let's try this one.
I think there were more after, but it was mainly, she was the main one. And yeah, I mean, honestly, it was actually that simple. She just wasn't that hot.
It's like Charlie's Angels. If they don't get you with that one, they send a black one, then they send a Chinese one. They send a bunch of different flavors to see if they can get you.
They send Charlie in?
Well, it's Epstein is the guy.
Right.
And then the last one is they get you on the plane with the kids.
And then they become the agents. Peter Thiel, for example, he starts the Stanford Review at Stanford. And if you look, it's crazy. Stanford Review is like a who's who of defense contractors, which you wouldn't think. It's supposed to be like a polemical, conservative college newspaper, but it's a who's who of drone developers, like all these people that are making weapons for the Department of Defense, like Joe Lonsdale, who then went on to work with Peter Thiel. And so Peter Thiel, he writes this book about the diversity myth in 1995. He writes a number of other publications, and then he goes on to work for the CIA full-time doing Palantir. Then he goes into a full-time intelligence defense contractor position. And now they're collecting all the data on people that criticize Israel for the government.
That Alex Karp guy, he said that his greatest fear is that the alt-right, his greatest fear is the alt-right. That's not good.
Yeah, and specifically, he said his greatest fear is that Christian nationalists will take power and then throw him out of a window, specifically for being Jewish.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's our guy.
What do you think about these Indians?
Not a fan. I was going to go with it as Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife, is Indian. You have like half of Twitter like hates Indians, and then they're also extremely pro-Vance, and his kids are dressed like Indians in India. His first son's name is Vivek, and he went to college with Vivek.
You can't write this shit.
No, it's like the Bill Barr, the Epstein thing, this shit. The segue was like Thiel to Vance to Usha and Vivek.
That sounds like one of what's the Upanishads? It sounds like something out of one of those ancient books.
It does have a sort of,
And
ancient
that
ring to it.
It's frightening to me, especially that ancient Indian stuff. That's
Because modern Indian's frightening as is. You go back into the murky depths of time.
It only gets murkier.
Yeah,
from
the
here.
anglerfish of Indian existence down there somewhere.
It doesn't get more clear. The waters get muddier the deeper you go.
Sure do.
On that one. Do you play games, Nick?
I do, yeah.
What do you play?
I'm basic. I just play like Fortnite, and I play map games. I play Civ 5, Call of War.
Civ 5, that's cool. Mm-hmm. I love Civilization. What society do you pick?
Oh, Rome every time.
You go with Rome every time? Mm-hmm. I go with the Uzbeks. Now, I usually look to see who has the biggest advantage and then go with that. But I think, you know what Civilization is?
Nope.
It's this game where you pick your civilization from all the civilizations that have ever existed, and you start a little like sim nation, it's a sim game.
Okay.
But the advantage is like if you pick an African, it's like you get higher birth rate. I don't think they have anything like that in there. I'm sure they're smart enough to not do that, but each civilization has an advantage. Mm-hmm. Right. I wonder if there are any of them that are funny, like Africans with high birth rate.
India has a funny one. It's the population could be really big and unhappiness is really low.
Oh yeah,
they dwell with like billions of people and shit and piss.
It's like hard mode.
They can tolerate anything.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
People would say that's weird that there's no Jewish option, but you as the player are, because you're controlling everything.
Is there an Israeli civilization?
There isn't, no.
That would make me sick if I fired up a civilization.
If you get far enough as a Brit, you then create the state of Israel. Yeah, that's how you win the game.
It's one of the world wonders, is creating Israel.
My big thing is I'm just soaking in the failure of this administration. Every successive failure of Trump is just like, that has been my source of enjoyment for the past 5 months.
What are the failures?
The discussion about amnesty for illegal farmers.
What's his stance here on amnesty?
So, last year they're promising mass deportations. That was the big tagline.
We didn't get that, right?
No, we're not getting it. They stopped publishing the figures.
Right.
They have not published one number for 6 months, which never happens. And so that was the big promise. And but of course, the entire year last year, he had his fingers crossed behind his back. Whenever they pressed him, he would say, well, we're going to get the violent criminals out first. We'll worry about everybody else later. And so fast forward to now, they arrested 70,000 people, which is nothing in 5 months. And they're already saying, well, now we're going to strategically do mass deportations by not deporting anybody that works on a farm, in a restaurant, in a construction site, in a hotel, which is like all the migrant labor. They're basically throwing in the towel 5 months in.
They're just leaving the listless ones that have nothing better to do than crime and rapes.
Yeah.
At least the other ones have I don't know, they're semi-integrated. That seems like the worst idea.
It's a total joke. So people like you and me, we were part of this big wave in 2016, which Trump obviously led. He was the nucleus of it and the center of it. And I think that the energy around him started dying off realistically almost immediately after he won the election the first time. I think he's no longer funny. He got off Twitter. He's not even based anymore. I think about the things that he says. There's just not one. He's pro-Jewish. He's pro-diversity, pro-black, all these different things. And so last year, you had all these people that were really not on our side back then. People like Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich and a lot of these other guys trying to meme him as like he's still spiritually what he was the first time. And to me, I just thought that was just a complete and total betrayal. It's like people like myself found ourselves on the outside looking in, and all those people back then who were alt-right or establishment are now the ultimate insiders in Trump world. No deportations. He bombed Iran, which at one time that was almost like synonymous with
starting World War III?
Well, and what the Jews always wanted. Like bombing Iran was like a punchline. If you wanted to say somebody was so pro-Israel, it's ridiculous, you would say they're going to start a war with Iran. They're going to bomb Iran.
Yeah.
And then he did it.
What did he bomb?
He bombed their most fortified nuclear facility where they enrich uranium. Of course, he promised no new wars. And a big reason I didn't vote for him is because I said he's going to bomb Iran. The Israelis have been pushing for years, and they're finally going to achieve it with him. You know, he gets into office and everybody says there's going to be no new wars. We're going to stay out of it. And then, of course, Israel starts the war with Iran. They bomb Iran. They do these drone strikes. They do airstrikes. And all the pro-Trump people said, well, we should stay out of it. Of course, we're deeply involved. We start shooting Iran's missiles out of the sky. We start moving airplanes and aircraft carriers into the region. Then they said, well, we shouldn't get involved offensively. Then everybody starts saying, well, we should bomb Iran's nuclear program. Then they said, well, we could bomb the nuclear program, but we shouldn't do regime change. We shouldn't put boots on the ground. Then we bomb the nuclear program, and the next day, Trump is saying, we need to do regime change.
Has Trump said that?
He did. He said it the day after.
Regime change? Mm-hmm. Can we look that up? What is Trump saying about regime change in Iran?
On True Social, the day after he bombed Iran, he said, why wouldn't we do regime change? The people hate the government's failing. We should get a new government to make Iran great again.
Oh, wow.
And then everybody started saying, well, regime change might not be so bad.
It's a weird thing to declare while wearing a bow tie.
Well, no, this is MAGA. This is Make Iran Great Again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is kind of a bow tie situation.
Absolutely.
MAGA.
There's a top. Why is he not wearing a top hat?
Maybe he is, and maybe like he's in the middle of saying something that makes it like float off his head for a second.
That's probably actually true, yeah.
Right.
Or someone's taking shooting at him. The hat's just pew, 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 pew.
And it didn't get shot off, it's dodging the bullets.
Yeah,
right.
He's that good.
It's a great hat.
We bombed that nuclear facility, but didn't he bomb the entryway of it? Like, did it actually do damage?
No, he's saying that he destroyed it, but the Europeans, the Iranians, the Israelis, the United States, we all say, no, we didn't destroy it at all. And so that's kind of the next step is they're saying.
So couldn't that be 4D chess though, Nick?
Yes.
I don't.
So you have the amnesty that they're discussing, bombing Iran, and then of course the biggest thing is the Epstein cover-up, which it's like the most obvious. He published, you know, I put something on my Telegram. In 2016, a Trump tweet was like, I've never seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke. And now the tweets are like a page long. It's like, this is a tweet. It's like it's a page long. It's an essay.
You're talking about the Pam Bondi double pager?
Yes.
We'll pull that up in post. Let's pull it up right now. Let's just see what he's saying. So the commentary coming out of Trump with regard to Epstein, it's not punchy. It doesn't have that traditional Trump snap to it. It's in fact, it's 2 fucking pages long of him sort of pressing people to move on from the topic. What's going on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. He's bemoaning how the Epstein thing won't go away. And he's saying that it's radical left-inspired document concoction.
He's basically saying it's fake. People are, of course, Epstein was blackmailing everybody and ran a sex trafficking ring for that purpose and trafficked them for Israel. And Trump is on True Social publishing a page each day saying, hey guys, can we all move on? Like this isn't I definitely wasn't on that island. Like I had nothing to do with that and we need to just stop talking about it altogether. I don't know, it's just like he's not funny anymore. He's not based. He's kind of like wrong on all the issues. This is not the golden age we were promised. This is more like a golden shower. It's like the golden shower in the Russian hotel.
We're getting pissed on at levels that, and I have to pretend I'm happy, right? But we're getting pissed on. Wow, a lot of piss.
Yeah, it's not great. Not looking too good.
The thing is that energy's got to go somewhere, right? Like, I mean, he started all this momentum deporting people. I remember hearing people, like just people on the left going, oh, they're sending innocent people to where was it? Friggin' Shangri-La? Where was the prison they were sending them? I'm completely off the map.
You mean El Salvador's?
El Salvador, that's Shangri-La.
Seco or
yeah.
Kiko?
Something like that.
CECOT, whatever their center is for bad guys.
So now everybody's mad. You got, Mexicans throwing bricks at ICE vehicles and stuff. That's all the stuff I'm seeing. You can't put the genie back in the bottle, though. Mm-hmm. Like, where's all this momentum going to go?
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted him to lose so that we could elect yay in 2024. That was kind of, or in 2028, that was kind of my big idea. I think the country is ready to reject Trump as like not radical enough.
Giga Trump.
And a true Hitler level leader can arise in him, because he's sort of preventing that from happening in a way.
From holding the spot.
Right. But this may be the best case scenario where his crash out might fuel the rise of that next person.
Almost like Arthur Fleck inspiring the creation of the next Joker who slashes him at the end of the thing.
That's right.
He's like, you want to know how I got these scars? And he shows you how he gets the scars.
Well, one thing that's true, I think that the public, the tides are turning publicly in a way that I couldn't have imagined back during the, sort of the dark ages. Back then, I think there was this energy. We were looking at Trump and thinking about, we were hopeful for the future and excited for what could come out of the Make America Great Again. But now I think that regular people are getting fed up, and regular people are starting they don't trust science, they don't trust official narratives. I mean, that part of it is kind of exciting. And also the censorship thing, we were talking about this, it seemed like it would just get worse and worse and worse forever. But now it's like, it's good almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, basically the plan was we were all going to get wiped from the internet completely.
Yeah.
Like not even be able to have a website or a bank account.
Unpersoned.
Yeah. And then when Trump got banned from Twitter, it just went in the opposite direction. And Twitter opened up and Instagram opened up. And now it feels like Twitter is like 4chan. Like you see every day, it's just all racist memes, anti-Jewish memes. Like the red pill has truly gone mainstream.
Is Twitter suffering? I feel like, do regular people, do black people look at Twitter now and get pissed off, or are they just fine with it?
I think even the black people are racist at this point.
Well,
Myron
black
Gaines,
Twitter is its own thing.
The Fresh and Fit guy, you did that Fresh and Fit podcast. Did you do the Hodge twins?
I did, yeah.
How'd you like them?
They're great. Yeah, I saw you did.
I love those guys. I think they're awesome. Hodge twins.
Which one's better?
Which one's better?
Yeah.
The one on the left.
Old lefty. Black people getting fed up with black people, I think that happens in the hood. And I think they also have a lot of distrust that's valuable. They have a healthy amount of distrust, but maybe an unhealthy aim, and so they wind up distrusting things and I just found this out, dark cola. The reason why they prefer Sprite is because they think that they put in something in the brown, in the dark soda. I just heard that.
Well, that's just like black schizophrenia now.
Correct.
That's where we're moving.
but if that was aimed properly, they'd be great allies.
We have to calibrate black schizophrenia.
Yeah.
That's the next phase in true MAGA, or T-MAGA, as I call it, is calibrating black schizophrenia,
weaponize autism
it.
plus weaponize,
We have to do our version of starting the college newspapers. We have to fund mixtapes.
Right.
Did you see that flood in Texas? Mm-hmm. Did you see the thing they're talking about with the weather modification?
Yeah.
Did you watch any of that?
No.
So do you know what cloud seeding is?
I do, yeah.
So 2 days before this fatal flood, there's a company that's seeding clouds, and now the CEO, he's like a young kid, they're bringing the CEO around to explain that his technology is not what caused the floods that killed everybody. I'm glad I don't run a weather modification company after a fatal flood. Rainmaker is the company. And he's on the what's that guy's name? Sean Ryan?
Oh yeah, the veteran.
Are you going to go on Sean Ryan?
I don't think he's going to invite me.
He's not.
Yeah, no.
I like soldiers and troop guys who they're like the most badass. They've killed thousands of people and they've had bullets whizzing over your head. If you talk to them on camera about Israel and tried to get them to commit to any type of opinion, they would turn into like pee-pee pants, poo-poo baby man. Like the toughest guy, who's that guy, Shrek? I'll tell you, man, we were in Osama bin Laden's baseball dugout. We were in a 440 ATX. We had Razor ATVs out there. I killed everyone, and then I took their hats. Yeah. John McPhee.
Do we want to meet him or him versus Tim Kennedy?
A short of him.
What if the units are amazing?
Have you seen this guy?
Took a guy
No,
out
I've never
back,
seen it.
right out back this building right now, and shot him. What would you do?
If I
was
shot
like,
up this building
it's
right
none of
now,
my business.
I'd blow this whole building up.
Yeah, first off, don't think I just cakewalk through it like John Wayne in some movie. I was on the worst team ever. I thought it was brilliant. I thought every minute was priceless.
But can you imagine trying to get this guy to say anything serious about like the capture of our government by this hostile foreign actor? It's not going to happen. Sean Ryan's a badass operator, but he was interviewing the guy that did the cloud seeding. Can you pull that up? Feels like a theater show so that they don't kill the guy. Here's the reasons why if you're a Texas father who lost his daughter in the flood that I caused, here's why not to kill me.
Funding comes from the Texas Weather Modification, whatever group that you were talking about, correct?
So note, she said geoengineering.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do geoengineering. I do weather modification, and that difference is really important.
When I saw that the cloud seeding thing, the last time I heard anything about that was people swearing up and down and shouting to the high heavens that it's fake.
Yeah,
and that if you believe in it, you're a kook. And now it's just like, it's not even acknowledged that it's a thing.
Between that and the Wi-Fi watching you clip.
Let's do Wi-Fi watching you. Let's see what that's all about.
Using motion,
yeah.
your motion to detect you in your home, Wi-Fi signals to detect you in your home at no extra cost. So that's free.
So this is a free security feature that comes with your internet now, is that if you're away from home, your devices can alert you when there's motion. But I think it can also like image the room. Is that a thing that it can do?
Fun fact, SWAT teams use this to figure out where gunmen are positioned behind a door. Oh, they triggered a sort of like a pattern within a hard drive, like the fan system, to produce a code that could reveal passwords or something.
That's kind of interesting.
That is very interesting. That's cool.
I know they can, each keystroke on a keyboard has a distinct signal of some sort. You can tell what somebody's typing remotely just based on like the emissions from the keyboard. That's kind of interesting. It's crazy how language is weaponized. Your interview with Candace, I'm not gonna like shit on Candace or something, but you were talking about stuff that's like, it would take fucking years to make a regular person understand the subtleties of the PSYOP and like language, like Judeo-Christian. It would take you 10 years of your own personal research to figure out what the fuck is going on when they do Judeo-Christian. So once you get it, it's like such an obvious like knife. You know what I mean? To subvert, like, they killed Christ. The name of your murderer and then your name to describe something that you, that's a system of beliefs based on you. It's like, this is your system of beliefs. First, we're going to use the name of your murderer.
Yeah, it's like Judeo-Nazi. It's like a Hitler.
Yeah, You sound like a Judeo-Nazi right now, man. I don't like that. White House press secretary takes off cross for Epstein announcement lie.
Wild if true.
Yeah, that was like a QAnon operation. You see that?
How are the QAnon guys doing these days? I haven't checked in.
I don't know how they're still going with everything that's going on, but I saw their latest theory when Trump gave a speech, I think on 4th of July. They said the American flags didn't have yellow fringe on the sides of the flag, and that was a message to them that patriots are back in control.
Well, wasn't he wearing a yellow tie as well at some point? And I think that also was something that was like a big deal for me. When I saw the yellow tie, it was like the bat signal coming in. That's actually the video we collaborated on was QAnon inspired back in the day. You remember that?
Yeah, Ronald
That was
McDonald.
a good ass video.
That was.
Yeah. And that's some of that stuff snuck into the lexicon there, the Ronald McDonald code word activation stuff. That's like the funniest stuff to me is that like pseudo-military shit. Okay, what is she took her cross off?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, when she did the press conference on they're dropping the Epstein files, she wasn't wearing a cross. Every other press conference, she has a giant cross necklace, except for this one.
And that's true. That really happened.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's real. So, I mean, maybe they're right about this one. And it's almost like saying, I can't brandish the cross when I'm telling a lie.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a distress signal. It's like an upside down flag.
Is she back to wearing it now?
I think so, yeah.
Is Pizzagate real?
I'm a big Pizzagate truther. That's what makes this so evil, because Trump was elected, obviously Hillary Clinton was at the center of Pizzagate. And so in many ways, Trump was elected as a repudiation of pedophile cults and blackmail rings controlling the country. And now he's at the center of covering up what is effectively the same thing, which is Jeffrey Epstein. This is the first real scandal, because you think about all the nonsense they said about him, the impeachments, the indictments, the porn star, the rape allegations, the insurrection, everything like that. But this is like the first undeniably real scandal, and one that has currency with his own supporters.
They memory hold that so quickly, I think because it was, for a normal person to believe that stuff, it's just too much of a reach, and it was too horrifying to think about if it's true. But the Epstein stuff is like, even to a normal person, it's just obviously, it clicks, it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't you, if you're Mossad, why wouldn't you run a blackmail ring like this? And so it's hard to see where this is going to go, this Epstein stuff, because it doesn't seem like it's going away. It seems like I thought it was going to go away when we made the fucking shirt. And now it's still, that was years ago.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they release the footage and they just cut out a little bit or something? Something ridiculous, and they're like, yeah, see, look, it's all here. We got 10 hours.
They left the metadata in that shows that it was cut in Premiere Pro, our NLE of choice.
Future of politics is pure schizophrenia. That's what's going to happen.
Or not. It might not be pure schizophrenia. I think that the Epstein thing has traction, and it has traction with like people who are disinterested in politics typically, and it has traction with people who aren't schizophrenic and talking about weather modification and all that shit. It has traction with like regular people.
Yeah, for a lot of people, Trump was, the only reason they liked him is because they thought that he would unveil this sort of cabal and Illuminati thing.
The deep
and they
state.
Thought that they finally had a voice.
That's the whole fucking point of his presidency, is to take out the deep state.
Yeah, we finally have a wrench in the machine and whatever, and then it's just machine.
That was the appeal, is like, here's this guy from the outside who's going to go on the inside and turn everything upside down and blow everything up. And burying Epstein is just total opposite of that. It's like he's actually covering for them and actually recapitulating it with the people that were the angriest about it.
They released those binders, the Epstein Files Phase 1. Mm-hmm. We were looking into that. What happened to the people holding those binders? Who was that? Was it Cernovich?
It was Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, Scott Pressler, DC Drano.
What are those guys saying now? Like, what are they up to now?
They're all defending the president. They're all saying it's Pam Bondi's fault, it's the attorney general's fault. It doesn't get darker than this. I mean, it's a pedophile sex blackmail island that like the royal family was involved in, and it works for Israel. And Trump put out a memo saying, no, it's over. There's no clients. There's no black book. It's over. So I don't know how he gets past this one. I think this is going to haunt him. It's his first legitimate scandal. And what's terrifying is he's actually striking back at his own voters. He basically said in the most recent post today, he said, you know, what more could you ask for? Stop bothering me about this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of scary to think, you know, this is the first time that his base has turned on him since the entire thing started 10 years ago. I don't know what this looks like.
We'll be right back. We're here with Nick Fuentes. Whatever brand is sponsoring us approves of violence.
The Sam 5 Show.
This mind-controlled computer is the latest installment of tech from Ultramind, with several key features including one-handed design for easy use, biofeedback for optimal physiological function, Relax Plus to allow a calm and focused mind for the user, a selection of fun interactive games, Guide to the Future for visualizing distant yet achievable goals, and after a tense day, some much-needed muscular relaxation. Ultramind AD Mind Control device is now available for a limited time price of just £429.99. Unexpected side effects of Ultramind Mind Control device include but are not limited to acid reflux, technology-induced depression, dissociation, paralyzation, electrical paranoia, complete mind-body separation, sudden divorce of spouse.
dopest hardcore motherfucker.
Illuvian spirit, free for the first time. Foretold by the sages, ancient wizards of pain. Son of God, built kingdom from the ashes of chains.
notice a break. For you, it's a half a second passes. And it's like that, a modern miracle of video editing. Halfway through, can we flip the screen so I'm on the right side? People won't notice the difference. People don't get it. You can do anything with video these days. I don't think there's anybody in media that's doing anything as sort of dangerous as what you do. Mm-hmm. You're 26, right?
Yes.
That's kind of nuts, man.
Well, you know, I'm a little older now. I'm an adult now. I'm not a kid anymore. And I guess it's just funny how I never even intended to be a live streamer or a broadcaster. You know, a lot of people look at me and think, you know, I'm a good personality on air, but I always wanted to just be in politics. And I started doing a live stream as like a hobby. I guess I reflect on how my life was sort of just like a series of reactions, sort of like one thing led to another. And I think about how strange that is, how I was doing the normal thing, which is you go to college, you be a college Republican, you're outspoken during a contentious election. You go from Cassie Dillon live streaming your debate or whatever, and one thing leads to another, and you wind up at Charlottesville at January 6th, tweeting about the election, having a guy try to kill you. And it literally is just like, if you never submit to the system and you keep matching them and raising the stakes, eventually it gets to that point where they kill you or try to kill you. It's just sort of like a weird through the looking glass situation where it's almost like you're on the edge of reality. You know, because I think about all my peers, they went to college and got jobs or something. And many of them even went to work in conservative politics. They write for Daily Caller, Fox News or something. But for me, it started with a question. Why do we support this country? Why do we give them foreign aid? And they said, stop asking. And I said, well, no, you know, I need an answer. And then they said, well, we'll blacklist you. And I said, okay, I'll keep asking the question. Then they said, well, we'll call you an anti-Semite. I said, I'm going to keep going. And it's literally like if you just keep pushing and never say, through deplatforming, debanking, ostracism, the feds coming after you. If you just keep pushing the limit, they will keep coming after you like that. It's like a Grand Theft Auto wanted level. You know, it's like they're sending in tanks and helicopters until you're just either going to give up or until you're dead. So that it's just kind of such a disturbing thing because, of course, you know, a lot of people look at it and the question is something like, well, is it worth it? Why do you do this to yourself? Don't you want a normal life? Don't you want to have a family and buy a house and be able to have friends and do the things that people do? And I guess they're counting on nobody being willing to sacrifice all those things, to take it seriously enough to push it to the limit, you know, because most people tap out. They say, if I can't write for the college newspaper, I'm out. If I can't get a career at Fox News or make money, I'm out. Is there anybody that's willing to say, I'll die for a silly inquiry like that, for a silly, stupid question? You know, a lot of people say, that's not, you know, let's get back to real life. And I'm like, this is our real lives. This is all of our real lives, you know?
Are you willing to die?
I never had to face that question until recently, you know, when someone tried to kill me. But yeah, I think I would be. I don't think I would give in even at the point of death, but you don't know until you're tested.
Some guy in a fucking helmet came to try to kill you?
That's right. Yeah, after the election.
What the fuck was that?
Well, you know, it's funny because I didn't even vote for Trump in 2024. I was actually vocally against. But on the night of the election, I had this clip go viral where I said, it's your body, my choice, you know, which is a little turn of phrase, my body, my choice. No, it's your body, it's my choice.
That's awesome. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah?
That was huge.
Also, first of all, Scott Adams, you're familiar with Scott Adams. Mm-hmm. You know the man.
Oh, yeah.
When the guy came to try to kill you, Scott Adams was like, well, I have some advice for Nick Fuentes. Just don't say stuff where people are going to try to kill you. Do you see him say that?
No, I didn't see that.
If you're producing content that's making people want to drive hundreds of miles to your house and kill you, you might want to think about that.
Listen, I don't want to disrespect Scott Adams, okay? He said stuff that made God try to kill him. And he knows it too. He's getting a second chance now because he reneged on the vaccine stuff. You know, this stuff can come for anybody. I'm not enjoying Schadenfreude right here. I'm just saying, Scott Adams, maybe you shouldn't say stuff that makes God try to kill you. But also the other thing is, Scott Adams says stuff that, like, he said, get the fuck away from black people.
Yeah.
He should understand more than anybody, you know, saying something incendiary to make somebody try to kill him.
A lot of people do this to Nick where they'll perform at the edge, right? And then they'll draw a line and say, I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
And
that pisses, I hate that.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
It's really just a matter of appearing more moderate by comparison. It's always convenient to say, well, you know, I'm not a real racist like that guy. I'm not a real Nazi. It's like a form of sacrifice, which, you know, we really need to be all in it together. Because compared to the left or whoever, you know, it is that we're fighting, we're all that guy. We're all that racist, that Nazi, that Trump supporter, that whatever. It's not really saving anybody's skin. It's only a short-term kind of fix. I don't even think the joke was that bad. I feel like I've said, I was at Charlottesville. I was at January 6th. I was telling people.
Is this the brick ceiling thing?
There will never be a female president, ever! It's over. Glass ceiling? Dude, it's a ceiling made of fucking bricks. You will never break it.
Yes.
That'll get you more heat than a lot of the stuff that you say.
Yeah.
Did you find that out? Is that the case?
Well, you know, because everybody that was harassing me was all women. I was even talking to people that worked for me, and they said, you know, my daughter said, you work for that guy? I can't believe that. And it's funny because I'm known as like the anti-Semite, but
this was anti-sweetie.
Yeah.
You can't be anti-sweetie in today's day and age. You'll earn yourself a tongue lashing.
The anti-Femite.
You know, I did the Your Body, My Choice, and, you know, to me, that was just a stupid throw. Like I said, I didn't even vote for Trump, so I wasn't celebrating that he won, really. I just thought it was funny that he's like accused of being a rapist, and he prevented 2 women from becoming president. Like, you know, because in one timeline, it's like a black woman becomes president and like Trump goes to jail forever. But it's like, no, for the second time, a woman is defeated by like an accused rapist Nazi, like the president of America. And like the message is like, America hates women. Like, you're gonna have any woman, white or black, or like this rapist idiot who like doesn't know like countries in Africa and stuff like that. So I didn't even like that he won, but I was just like, this is so funny that this happened this way. And it blew up. I didn't even think it would. I didn't think that was the funniest joke ever. It's kind of, you know, at least that saying, it's a fairly obvious turn of phrase, but it got 100 million views on Twitter, which is just like insane. And I kind of thought that was funny. I was kind of getting a kick out of it. But then people started posting a screenshot of my address, my phone number, my parents' information, and then that went viral alongside with it on TikTok and Twitter. And people were saying they were going to burn my house down and come and kill me and rape me and stuff like that. And so within a week after the election, hundreds of people showed up at my house. They would take pictures outside and DM me the picture. I'm outside your house, which is kind of funny. Like, in fairness, that's like kind of a funny troll. It doesn't make me feel good, but it was a little like, hey, I'm outside your house right now. Here's the proof. Live photo. People threw eggs at the door. People would drive by and honk their horn or scream or whatever. I mean, I didn't like that, but it was relatively harmless. And then this was a month later, about a month and a half later, I was back doing my show. I had totally forgotten. There wasn't any action in my house for a long time. And during my show, I was wrapping up a regular show. I forget what day it was. And I heard somebody yelling outside, which had happened before. So I didn't really think too much of it. I heard someone kind of yell something. I thought, oh, it's somebody trying to troll me, someone harassing me. I couldn't tell. It was muffled.
It would be funny if it was like a badass thing, like, Fuentes! Get the fuck out of here!
Well, the guy that tried to kill me, he was like 5'3".
Yeah.
He was like super, and in the video he said, he's like, hey, Nick.
Yo, Nick.
It was like the least awful assassination attempt.
He looked scary. He had a motorcycle helmet on, right?
He did, yeah, but he was like, He was this big. He was like literally 5'3" and like a nerd.
A motorcycle helmet's not going to help you kill someone.
It looks hard.
It makes it so you can't tell what's going on. It's like your vision is obstructed to this, and you can't hear anything. And if you get hit with a helmet on, it doesn't like feel good.
I know.
It's extra weight that moves your head.
Yeah.
You can't really, not really used to it.
Snap your neck off with that shit.
So this kid, he's yelling outside my house, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, I'll wrap up the show quickly. But I open up while I'm doing the super chats on my show, so I'm responding to comments from the audience. I open up the Ring camera app, my security camera, and I see him standing outside with his hands folded in his lap with a gun, literally a pistol.
Damn.
And it looked like a submachine gun next to him. It turned out to be a semi-automatic crossbow. It's like a reloads with a magazine.
Yeah.
I figured I got to wrap this up as quickly as possible. I finish the show. My assistant comes out from the back. He says, I called the police. They're here. So they arrive very quickly. I said, okay, good. And I hear gunshots outside. I hear 4 gunshots. I was like, oh shit. It turns out this kid, I guess he had a falling out with his roommate in college. He was like 23 years old. He was going to University of Illinois, which is in Champaign-Urbana, a few hours south of Chicago.
You a crossbow major?
Yeah, he was archery. He was on the archery team.
He had an archery specialist.
Minored in motorcycling?
Yeah, archery with a minor in motorcycle. Did he come to you on a motorcycle or was he in a car?
He was in a car, yeah.
What a faggot.
It was the worst. The story went that he had a falling out with his roommate where there was a rumor that they were dating, like he was gay, and they were dating. Other people said they did drugs together or they dealt drugs together. But the story is the roommate beat the shit out of this kid and like broke his jaw or something like that. And it was so bad that he quit school. He lost his job. He got in a hit and run car crash and left the scene. Cops chased him home and he was belligerent to the cops. This is all public record. So I guess he had like a Joker-esque like downward spiral, starting with this guy beating him up, and one thing led to another. And then he killed the friend. Earlier in the day. And get this is freaky. He drives to his friend's house, kills the friend, kills his sister and his mom. Now, an hour before he killed them, the victim's sister put on Twitter, you could still up there, she said, someone is outside my house in a motorcycle helmet. She goes, I'm trying not to be a white Karen right now and call the cops.
Oh, no.
But it's really freaking me out.
Oh, God.
And then he killed her and the whole family. The friend gets home. He shoots the friend in his car. The mom and sister come out. He kills them in the garage. He jumps in the car. He drives 2.5 hours north, pulls up to my house, gets out with the motorcycle helmet, the handgun, the crossbow, and tries ringing the doorbell. Mm-hmm. And he's standing there knocking on the door, literally waiting like this with the gun in his hand. And of course, I didn't answer the door. The police show up. He takes off into the backyard, jumps into the basement of a neighbor's house, kills their dogs who tried to apprehend him, runs back outside, shoots at the cops, and then they shot him in the head and killed him.
What a dick.
Yeah. What I think it was like a Luigi Mangione copycat, because that was right after.
Oh, wow. The motorcycle helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Exactly. Because he was in like a costume. It was like the helmet. He was wearing like a cool jacket like this. And so I think between Luigi Mangione and all the attention he was getting, and then all the negative stuff about me,
he wanted a little of that clout for himself.
He wanted to be a hero.
Cover up the literal murder of the family previously and be like, hey, I actually had a cause.
Right. Or he's going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, no pun intended, but.
Get some clout and some revenge.
That's right,
in the same.
Clout Venge.
Clout Venge, yeah, Clout Venge. That'd be a good video game title. Let's talk about the second wave.
I feel like the world that you and I came up in.
This is what, 2016?
Yeah, right.
That shit
around
felt like
time.
the Wild West.
Yeah, when you did 2070 and you did
yeah, man,
$1 Million Extreme and all that.
Yeah.
And I was starting my show, it's like we were the rebels.
Yeah.
You know, back then, it's like the left was hegemonic. It felt like they had complete spectrum dominance, and it was always increasing. Every year, it was like more women, more diverse, more gay. And like, you know, now people see a Disney movie with like a black Disney princess, and they go, what the fuck? Like, more of this, really? Oh, what's next? Like rape fugee, you know, wheelchair Barbie, you know, stuff like that. But back then, people were like, yes, like, and that's a good thing, you know, they would say that. So there was like this very specific aesthetic that it had back then, and like just this feeling of dread that it's like everybody was competing with each other to be more woke, more progressive.
You know what Humans of Flat Earth is? Like Google drawings where it's sort of shapeless, blobular humans with purple skin, that type of stuff. Google still does it. There was no end in sight back then, and it really felt like it was truly cyberpunk and dystopian and extreme peace. I mean, it hit much harder back then because it was on a network and we were like sneaking stuff in onto TV. And now it's like they're dropping N-bombs on Kill Tony and stuff like that.
It's disorienting because we came of age in this time where you could get attention and, you know, trigger everybody. You know, you just say something edgy, like edgelording and you know, kind of being like the first mover on some of these ideas like race realism and the Jewish thing. And so you could kind of just hit the funny button, you know, if you wanted a reaction, you just say like, women are fucking stupid, you know, like, blacks commit crime. And like, you fast forward to today and people see that on like Joe Rogan, you know, people see that kind of stuff on like TV, like Shane Gillis is on Netflix doing those jokes. I'm not throwing shade or whatever, but what are effectively like 2015 edgy Twitter jokes on Netflix. It's a weird, disorienting feeling that world that we grew up in, it did end. You know, liberal hegemony did stop in a certain sense.
I think that means that we were successful. It's a good thing. It's like there's light at the end of the tunnel now. The thing that gives me anxiety now is the whole structure, the whole like thread that holds together the structure of global power. It is threatened in a way that it wasn't in the Cold War or at any point in our lives. The fact that there's video of every world leader fucking kids is like kind of scary just because you don't know what's going to happen.
There's also something subtle that we need to be skeptical about, which is, you know, for example, they say that when there's white men in the recruiting ads, that means we're going to war.
Yeah.
And I think there's a hidden truth in there. When they want to get everybody back on board with the system, you get like Mark Zuckerberg getting a haircut and waving the flag and saying, hey guys, I'm like a libertarian now. And people are so quick to uncritically say, oh, all right, Zuckerberg's red-pilled now. He went to the gym and now he couldn't avoid being based, you know? You're already kind of seeing it with like the podcast bro, tech bro. Obviously, you did the Elon Musk thing. Last year, everybody uncritically accepted, oh, Silicon Valley's red-pilled now. Like Joe Rogan's red-pilled now. And a year later, obviously, that's not the case. That was a big part of why I spoke out against Trump. It's like, do they need something from us? And this is an op to kind of reestablish legitimacy. Because one thing no one's talking about now that Trump won the election is voter fraud. You know, in 2020, they definitely stole the election. Trump wins, and now everyone thinks the elections are legit. And we're all just going to forget that they stole the election and they did a forced vaccine, which would have been like a punchline, you know, 15 years ago. So people should really be skeptical and not take the win. Because I think they lean into the left and then lean into the right. And they kind of do this balancing act.
The onus is on us to keep the gas pedal down and just keep pursuing the truth.
I think a big part of what their game is to convince us to despair.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, Ye reposted that video from ants where the grasshoppers say, if all the ants stand up, you know, then we're dead. And it's like, that psychology is so critical where And a big part of even the anti-Semitism stuff is in the old days, someone would say anything about Jewish people and they would isolate that person and just do like an orbital strike on their entire existence. And it would put everybody back in line because everybody say, whoa, you know, we don't want that to happen to us. And now, it's like, what if we all rushed Area 51? You know, it's like Dan Bilzerian.
Yeah,
you know, what if we all said, fuck the Jews on Twitter at the same time? Then they couldn't ban us, you know? And I'm a big believer in like, one day they might not show up to the battlefield and then we win. You know, one day they might collapse. One day the guy that's going to ban you on Twitter like dies in a car crash on his way to the office. You know, nothing is written. I'm a big believer and we have to be sober, but also optimistic in a sense, hopeful about the future.
I have heard that if 3% of the tax-paying, I guess, group of taxpayers stop paying their taxes, the IRS would collapse in on itself. We all pay our taxes, though. We would never, you know.
What do you want out of life?
I'm really just interested in the truth. What has kind of been the driving force behind my life is this inquiry, basically, into the things that matter. And I think that when you look at the things that matter, you wind up in politics, you wind up in religion, you wind up in philosophy. And then you also run into, you know, there's this relationship between the ultimate truth and the state is usually what happens. That's what happened to Jesus. And I think that's what happens in any political system. I don't think I'm a super complicated person in that regard. I don't think I'm motivated by base desires. You know, a lot of people, they push me on like, why don't you get married? Why don't you have a girlfriend? It's trendy now to say that's like super traditional and that's what we ought to do. I just think that's like a normative thing to do. And I don't think it's in some way any less base than just casual sex. Because in one sense, you know, casual sex is pursuing pleasure. Pursuing a family is also something that's material in a way too. So I've never been driven by things like that.
So you're kind of just interested in this one thing. Monomania is a prerequisite for success.
Interesting, yeah. Don't be a jack of all trades, be a master of one. And as a family man too, I would also agree with that to a certain degree, you have to be off the chessboard. You can't be a pawn. You can't perform a service to your fellow man as much because you have a responsibility to your domestic kingdom.
Yeah, that's totally true. And like, you know, that's the first thing that they get you on. That's your biggest vulnerability. Every man that says, I can't be bought, I can't be controlled, they just go 1 degree of separation away and they compromise your wife, your kids, your best friend, your employees. They go for the people that you do care about. That's kind of always, even in like the movies, that's how, like in Mission Impossible, Batman, yeah, that's how it goes. It's like, we can't get him, we'll go for the people he loves. And even with me, they came from my parents, they've come from my people, friends, family, employees, stuff like that. And they also influence you too. It's like you said, you can't really go into the battlefield willing to die if you are then worrying about, what about my wife and kids? What are they going to do afterwards? So that does enter into the calculation. To the question of what do you want, you almost have to give up even the operative word, which is want. A lot of people say like, I want a family. And they say, well, that's a wholesome thing to want. But it's still attachment. It's still wanting. And if you want something, that's how you can be controlled, is by the things that you want. Because to have what you want, a family, well, you need a job. You need to be respectable. You need to have all these prerequisites. And if people are willing to say, well, I need to do this to have what I want, that's how people, I think, are making compromises all the time. So with me, I guess I kind of just set myself in motion and said I'm kind of willing to go wherever.
If you forego those things, then the only thing that could drive you is, well, truth, you know, like to see that there's an eternal truth that you could skip the sort of prefigurements here on earth.
Priest, an artist, a great leader. Anybody like that has kind of like a similar, you know, maybe doesn't get married because they're so dedicated to what they do.
How deeply do you believe in God?
I'm a very faithful person.
What did Jung call it? Synchronicity? Have you ever had any weird stuff like that?
No, I never had a deep religious experience, honestly. A lot of people, they come to religion because they hear the voice of God or something, but nothing like that ever happened to me. For me, I always just had a disposition towards a belief in God. I think that we're created with a purpose, with a direction. I think that the world is imbued with meaning. It's intelligent. And to me, the biggest thing I've been on lately is, first and foremost, is I believe that we have souls. I think that's obvious. And I think that we have two natures. And when you consider that a human being, the human mind, is unlike anything else in the universe, the brain is more complex than anything that exists ever, period. You realize that we're fundamentally distinct from nature. And so it's like we have a body that is very similar to nature because it dies and it's made of carbon and things like, it's made of atoms. But we have will and intentionality and consciousness and mind, which are unlike anything else. And so to me, that proves you have a body, you have the flesh, but you also have the spirit and the soul. And once you kind of think about the natural and the supernatural, it's like that's where you kind of get cooking and say, okay, there is obviously a God.
This was before I was like a real believer, but it brought me closer was, Sam Harris. I was watching a video of Sam Harris talking. Of course, he wouldn't allow for the possibility of God being real. Like, he wouldn't even allow for the possibility of it to be real, even if there were evidence that were shown to him. If he had seen evidence, what he would allow for the possibility of is that we live in a simulation with a God that's programmed into it.
Yeah.
Learning not a person that's questioning or a person that's trying to figure stuff out, but what real atheists are. Part of what they're doing is they're revolting against hierarchy because they know that they are so ugly inside and that they belong at the bottom of the hierarchy and there's no way up for them. And so part of what they wanted, and this is a lot of like political and cultural labels that people apply to themselves. A lot of it is about just finding the shortest route to reversing the hierarchy so that they, in their shittiness, can be on top. I don't think that's what Sam Harris is about. If I had to guess, I would believe that Sam Harris believes in demons and probably worships them. The idea of the mid-curve meme, where you've got the wise scholar on one end and the dumbass on the other end. It's kind of crazy how stupid people are like protected by superstition and whatever else. Like, they're divinely protected almost in a sense. Yes, poor people, they're domestic abusers and they're alcoholics and all this other shit, but to some extent they are protected like divinely and it's through no work that they did or like thoughts that they had. And then the people that are like 130 IQ, self-driving cars, okay? Every time you hear about self-driving cars, it's only gonna be 5 years until we have a self-driving car. And part of it is that you just don't understand the complexity of a problem. And this is driving. Is driving a complex task? They let people with 65 IQs drive cars, right? In 2002, they had video games with full traffic rules, cops that pull you over, cars that don't bump into each other, realistic pedestrians. If there was an actual self-driving car where you didn't have to like hold the steering wheel like this, ready for it to whip into a pedestrian, I would go buy one. I'm tired of driving. Right. And it's like, it would flatten like taxi industry, Uber, like it would amass so much value. It would become a $10 trillion company in a week. So it's a grand prize problem and it's yet to be solved. It's always 5 years off. And it's because this seemingly simple problem, you don't understand the complexity of it until you're in it trying to make it work, right? I do believe that these people like understand 95% of what's going on, but like the difference between that first 95%, which is like dropping a bowling ball and a feather from a tower, like the guy that did that's a genius, okay? But that's also something that like a 14-year-old could do. It's not rocket science, okay? The gulf between the first 95% of figuring out what reality is and that last 4.5%, and then the last 0.5% is like beyond the scope of my comprehension. I know the thought process of a 130 IQ atheist thinking, I understand the universe. It's all atoms and bits, and all information can be encoded in megabits. That's not it. It's something extremely way more grand and mystifying than that, man.
You know what's crazy about that last 4% is I think just like the driving car thing, it seeks to put humanity in a box to where a point where one is like solve a problem that has the human in it, which is like, you know, an inexplicable miracle. And you can't like just quantify it. So drivers and all this. And then also the other half of like the astrophysics or whatever, the space shit, as I call it, it seeks to quell the curiosity of man. And both things seem to be impossible because we are the sort of like paradigm shattering thing. We can't be put in a box, and like no amount of like billions of galaxies and all that shit is going to make us be like, oh, okay. Yeah. I think we figured it out. We never will because we're seeking outwardly for something that you should essentially seek inwardly, which would be God and your connection to God.
I feel like even atheists believe in God. I think that when you really push, even in the language that they use, you know, I think everybody acts as though we talk about people, we are talking about their souls. We are talking about there's a person inside, so to speak. There's a persona.
It's not just matter. It's not just physical matter.
Right.
Because it wouldn't matter if you're putting it in a meat grinder. Like, who gives a fuck? It is.
Yeah, you're just rearranging the atoms.
You're finding.
He's still there.
Yeah. We rearranged all these Dominican people's atoms. Don't worry. They're still made of star stuff, guys.
Well, and even just the language about design, you know, how could you explain the function of DNA without the language of design? You know, you say the DNA is the blueprint. Well, who's writing the blueprint? That spontaneously came together. And I mean, then you get into things like evolution. It's like, I have a buddy who's a super creationist Catholic. And he likes to say, atheists believe we came from rocks. Rocks turn into people, which is literally true. You know, they say that rocks turn into the primordial stew, which turned into, part of a cell, into a fish, a lizard, a dinosaur, a monkey, a person.
Well, here's the thing. I'm willing to go there, though. The question there is, if you believe in evolution, is it still doesn't get rid of the question, which is like this process that happens. Even if it just happens, I don't have the language to explain how mystifying this is, but it's like a person who seeks to explain everything physically through evolution, and there's no God. There's this like black hole that's like, why? You don't solve the problem by believing in evolution, like the problem that you're trying to solve, which is the grand mystery of existence. You don't solve it by saying that it turns into this. It could hypothetically be completely real that's the case. It doesn't answer your question, though, the reason you started looking into it in the first place. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
I think it only works backwards like that. It only looking backwards could that make sense. Well, what would propel evolution forward?
I got stopped there because I had a vision of the guys in the submarine that died. I just think, like... We're talking about evolution. I just imagined like the Pakistani billionaire and his son just being crunched in that fucking submarine.
That haunted me. I was on vacation during that time, and I was getting updates, and I was like, how are they doing? And I'm like looking at my daughter going on rides and stuff. I'm like, I hope they're okay. Just like praying for them and thinking about farts in there. Like, imagine, we've been in a car cabin before, like a cabin of a truck or something, and you're just farting, and you're like, this is terrible.
They didn't even make it a mile into the ocean. They made it like 500 feet. If I was stranded 500 feet under the ocean and there were two Pakistanis in there and I knew there was a chance that I was going to die, I'd have to at least take out these Pakistanis before I'd be choking them. Like,
imagine
you got to go, man. We might both go. You got to go first.
It's like, Sam, we didn't even leave the dock yet. You're just killing the Pakistanis instantly.
Just mistakenly killing Pakistanis that I didn't have to. Damn it.
You're just rearranging their atoms. It's fine.
Right. What do you think of Musk?
I like him, honestly. I don't lump him in with the rest of the tech overlord types. You know, because he has been consistently based, even though he's had some missteps, obviously, with the H-1Bs and telling everybody to fuck themselves in the face over that. He has defended South Africa with the white genocide there. He's basically said he supports ethnic nationalism in Europe. And I just love the idea of wanting to go to Mars and being excited about the future. I think that's like it's like a Faustian, like white Aryan kind of urge. But at the same time, he is like a liberal Redditor. So there's like this tension with him. What he did with Twitter is like the single biggest transformation in politics, even bigger than Trump, like getting everybody back on Twitter with no censorship. The tech.
How you doing tonight? Thursday night? Yeah! Woo! It's a little chilly. Oh, we're Wayne, and we're gonna play for a little while. We're gonna tweak our shit for a minute. Found these shades on my amp. They're pretty cool. I do. I know, man. Especially with these shades on.
Looking
Freedom 76. Shit. Woo. Snipply. Woo. So we're Wayne, and okay, in the middle of the field, in the middle of the agricultural field here. Hi, I'm fucking Eddie. I met this girl named Lynn. She overpopulated my senses, and then she fucking did me over. But what's your big secret, baby? Would you give me a clue? Oh, silly, silly girl, I'm so in love with you. Oh, won't you tell me what's on your mind? If you don't open your head, tell me what I find. Are you for real? What do you feel? Finders keepers, losers, weepers, fucker. If I could get the lid off, I look into the jar. Is this the best thing that I can do? They done me no good so far. Mind over matter. Listen to I don't matter at all, you fucker. Name a table for one. You think I could be invited to come fuck with? What's your big secret, baby? Could you give me a clue? Oh, silly, silly girl, I'm so in love with you. Won't you tell me what's on your mind? And if you don't open your head, tell me what I find. Are you for real? What do you feel? Take it, dude. Yeah, you know what you did now? You're walking with Danny down the street. Ain't that make me feel, huh? Ain't that make me feel, huh? You think I like it here? Think I like it here, you fuck? I hate you. I hate you, you fuck. Yeah, you just keep fucking walking with Danny. Yeah, you flying fuck. Oh my god. Fuck you, bitch. Fucking A. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Jesus. Fucking fuck. What the fuck? Fucking Earth Day. Judah, what the fuck? I don't know. I'm all wound up. There's a lot on your mind. Got me all wound up, that shit. We're gonna keep plowing. Freezing my ass. My left buttock is numb. Left testicle is withdrawn into my scrotal saddle. Thank you! I gotta get away from that girl before I go crazy. Strip my love away. expedition. What do you got? A little something. Warm me up a little bit there. She took my love away. She took it to another man. She took my love away. She took it to another man. Oh. She took my love away. She took it to another man. And now I gotta get away from that girl before I go. Take me away somewhere now. But I gotta get away from that girl before she drives me crazy. She took my love away. She took it to another man. And now I gotta get away from that girl before she drives me crazy. All right. This next song is called The Grove.
I really am like a technological determinist. That's bigger than anything political. You know, what changes with technology is what determines the future. And so for him to liberate Twitter, I think is going to be, when we look back in history, it's going to be one of the most important things that happened, period.
Well said. You like Rogan?
He's all right. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan.
I think we owe him for getting us through the COVID stuff. I think he was pretty, I know he's kind of being a, gated community liberal, saying that it's just everybody's everybody. I think we definitely owe him for getting us through some of that time there.
Secrets of the Millionaire Mindset presents Get Rich Quick. All this could be yours. Give us a call on 434-2255-726. You could be making up to $4,917 per week. Now you can get your copy of Secrets of the Millionaire Mindset for just $19.99 for a limited time only.
Hey Sam, Extreme Peace was sick. I'm glad Charles is back. Glad you guys patched it up. I guess a question that I could leave for you is, when you drift away from some of your friends back in the day, back in the good days, how do you deal with that? What's something that you would recommend when it comes to sort of naturally growing away from your friends? It's something that I've dealt with as I've sort of climbed through my 20s. I have a lot of friends, or I had a lot of friends in high school that I just do not keep up with anymore. Their lives are like totally alien landscapes, where they're like living at home with an $800 Duramax payment, and they work as like a paralegal. Anyway, thanks, man.
Actually, an $800 a month Duramax payment, that sounds more badass. I want to connect with that guy.
We have his number.
You're saying your friend's a paralegal who's got a badass truck? I want to connect with that guy. What's the deal, man? Have your friend call in the show. What's going on with that? Also, turn the bass down on your phone. Do you have friends?
Yeah.
How many friends do you have?
Oh, like a handful.
Thousands?
Thousands, millions, yeah.
I don't think you're not going to have friends, man. I'm sorry. It's just not something that's going to happen for you. If there's a phase change in your life and you start doing something differently, and this doesn't happen anywhere more strongly than when you venture out of, when you leave high school. Is this a young guy? That's what happens. People drift apart. You don't have the same, once you start to become a human being and you have a different alignment or different goals than somebody else, that's just what happens naturally, and you got to find new people. But I would say for a young man, it's more important what you are pursuing and focusing your time on than the people that you surround yourself by. You can always hang on to people who are worth it. It's not that big of a chore to pick up the damn phone and call your friend. He's got a badass truck. He needs your help paying for it. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm a big believer in male friendship. I think it's one of the most important things. But I think that it's important that it's predicated on common goals. I think that a lot of friendship is nonsense. Like, people like to go out and have a good time. You have a good time, Charlie. If it revolves around gambling or sports or drinking, I think that's useless.
That good time, listen, man. And if you have a friend and your friendship is you drink together, go get in a car accident, like super fast. Go get a motorcycle. Do I have to explain this 50,000 times and have like 200 million comments? Oh, Sam doesn't like social as friends. He's not a cool guy. You're fucking broke. You're so broke. If you're a young man, the thing that you have to understand is like the value graph for women and men, it's the opposite, okay? When a woman is 18, when she's fertile, when she's becoming like when she's a hot woman, that's when they have peak value, and it goes down. You don't have skills, you don't have a network, you don't even know how to do anything. In your head, you're step one, like, what should I do? Oh, I should send my resume, my non-existent resume, to jobs and go to college so I can learn to color in the lines. The average 18-year-old man is like a maggot. They have nothing. They've spent their entire time doing nothing, and then it's your job to like build your way up. That's your job. Your job is to establish yourself as like a secure, like a thing that can exist in the world without support, without your parents, without your little network, without your faggot bros who are like alcoholics, who are actual young like alcoholics. 20s is tough because you're all that stuff is shifting, and the losers are they're on their way to becoming losers, and the people who want to do something, they're thinking about what they want to do, so it's a hard time. But I would just say ignore it. One of my favorite things, certainly my top 3, is just being in the office and like talking to the guys I work with. But we're here because we've like self-selected for this goal that we have. It's not the same thing as like growing out of your town. Anyway, next call here.
Hey Sam, just wanted to say thanks for saying weed's gay. That shit is trash. Everybody who's smoking weed needs to stop. It needs to be made completely illegal again. Thanks for giving me some tools that I very much needed to stop being a fucking pussy. I'm a better father and a better husband because of it. Fuck India.
Good.
Fucking needs.
Yeah, that weed stuff. You don't have weed fans.
No. Yeah, no.
You got him out. You kicked him out.
I did.
You kicked him out of the Groiper movement.
I did. Yes, no weed in the Groiper movement.
Is there like an exiled pothead, like a Groiper subclan?
There were
that's
some,
like,
yeah. I did a big anti-weed rant, and a lot of people thought that wasn't chill. A lot of weed heads did. So
they always think it's not chill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just an island of stoned anti-Semites. Like, man, they control everything.
The thing I'll say about weed is that it appears to be, people market it as this innocent thing that it's not going to have any long-term effects on you. You don't have to worry about it. It's fun. It's like the fun drug. No consequences. And it's absolutely not. And there's nobody that I know who's been like longer than 10 years who's been into weed that made it out as a complete person. Like, it really does ruin people.
Damn, I'm a huge fan of your show, man. I've been watching you for years. And just want to give you a thumbs up on everything you do. My thing is this. Are we seeing right now a nexus point with conservatism? You got Zion Don doing his thing. That's I kind of expected. But the movement within conservatism with the right, I'm 38 years old. I haven't seen any flourishing within the right, but there's a lot of good movement here. I really feel like the next 20 to 30 years, especially post-boomers, something's going to be phenomenal.
I think that when boomers die, everything is going to be radically restructured in a way that we can't anticipate. That's my suspicion. But yeah, I would say nexus point is probably the best term for where we're at.
It's the best phone provider.
It's also the great cell phone plan.
Hey Sam, I've been a fan for a long time. I'm 27 years old, living in Oregon. Run an entertainment business with my brothers, and we got full creative control. I wanted to see if you'd elaborate on a statement you made about creative work. You always said it should be treated like a 9-to-5, and I definitely agree in principle. I think that makes sense when you're talking about like the realization of a creative idea, like building it, recording it, editing it, or whatever, basically after you've come up with the idea. But what I'm interested in is kind of methods to get the initial spark of inspiration to return on maybe a consistent, reliable basis. For me, sometimes it's a particular type of music that gets me back into the original flow state and headspace where the idea began. But I'm wondering more about you. Do you rely on riffing with other people? Do you work more in isolation on the original idea? Are there any sorts of methods that you might use to tap into the energy on demand, or is it just not possible? Thanks.
I have full creative control too over my no money.
What the heck is that? Do we know what that is?
That's Dominicans. If you're even thinking about inspiration, you're dead.
Couple jokes before we go.
The problem that I see with people who are artists or making music or whatever is that you get this huge dopamine hit from thinking of the project, the incentives and the mindset, there's this massive misalignment. So a lot of the incentives are like, and this is not the caller, but this is just what I see on Instagram and stuff, is it's so tied to their sense of self. I mean, if you're making a video or a song or a piece of art, you're making a representation of essentially how cool you are. You're not looking at it like a workman or an inventor or a businessman or somebody that's trying to make an impact or affect change or whatever. You're just doing basically an advertisement for yourself. And nobody's guiltier than this than me, which is why I'm able to say it. First of all, divorce your ego from the product that you're making. You have to do that. And you also have to this dopamine hit of, wow, wouldn't it be cool if I made a movie, or wouldn't it be cool? Oh, that's what, when I hear, listen, I'm rambling, but this is when I hear inspiration, this is what I am actually hearing. If you're talking about inspiration, what you're talking about is that quick bang of novelty when you think of the movie you're gonna make, or the zine you're gonna make, or the song you're gonna make, or whatever. It's like this, it's a dopamine hit. The problem with operating that way is that to do anything good takes a tremendous amount of time. If you want to actually get good at something, it's going to take you about 10 years to get good at something. And the dopamine hit of being like, oh, what if I had this dope ass thing that I was me, that's not enough to carry you through 10 years of this sort of like punishing boredom. It's not sexy work. So I haven't been inspired. The last time I was inspired was, you remember it, Ryan? I was
there.
About 12 years ago. I can't remember the last time I had inspiration. I have a goal that I'm trying, I have an outcome that I'm trying to achieve, and getting there is fucking boring. I couldn't imagine anything more boring except a regular job. The moments of joy are like jokes, something that Chris says or whatever. Like the fun part is just the same. It's the same fun part that you'd get working at a call center. It's the people that are suffering in the suffer tank with you. Making Extreme Peace has been like, and I'm not the one doing the work, it's the production crew doing the work. Even watching them do the work is like punishing. This spark of inspiration shit, I just don't think that's, do we know anybody that's inspired?
I remember you said the closest to inspired was like, well, you said the fear thing. And there's the fear of like falling into the void of, I will never accomplish anything and I will just be lost to history, and great people did achieve what they wanted to and I will not. But then there's, on the other side, there's the light that you're looking up, that light that's coming through, and that's opportunity. And I think your job is just to make sure that light stays there, invisible, in sight.
Yeah, it's just
like that.
It's just fighting, and it's fighting over an extended, it's like an endurance fight. There's exceptions to this. We were talking about Ye's creativity, and I think if you, like, one thing about Ye is he's got the best people in the world there to like make the stuff happen as he's thinking it, right? But most people don't have anything like that. So for most people, if you want to be quote unquote creative, you have to develop a workman-like approach to what you're doing, and like a sober kind of business-like look at it. In the medium and short term of what has to happen, you can still have far-fetched, fun goals, but for the short and medium term, you just have to show up and just figure out what needs to be done that day to make something happen. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. Nick Fuentes, thank you for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's the Sam Hyde Show. You know it, you love it. Every Wednesday, are we Wednesday now? Every Saturday. Are we doing every Saturday? Let's kick ass, man. Let's fucking go. Every Saturday. What time? 11? Oh, I love that. America First.
America First.
America First. I love that title. America First.
The Sam Hyde
was called the Grove on Earth Day. We got it all tonight. We got it all. We're here.
You're listening to The Corbett Report.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to another edition of The Corbett Report. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you from the sunny climes of Western Japan, here in May of 2025, with episode 476 of The Corbett Report podcast. I read Conspiracy Theory in America, and you can too. Yes, so, speaking of calling things by their right name, which I hope my well-informed audience knows by now is the title of a recent Solutions Watch exploration of the importance of finding the right nomenclature for things. Well, obviously one that pertains to a lot of the subject matter that I cover, and that I have no doubt that Corbett Reporteers have heard if they have ever tried to spread this information to others, is the old conspiracy theorist slur / pejorative / thought-stopping cliche. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, which of course is meant as a label to thereby essentially say that you are crazy or imply that you are crazy and that anything you have to say on any matter can be dismissed out of hand. And so you might have noticed that I have attempted to seed the counter to that thought-stopping cliche into my own vernacular, and I would like to hope that it catches on. No, I'm a conspiracy realist, which very quickly, I think, reframes that pejorative / slur, the conspiracy theorist slur, into something that is immediately understandable, but also flips it on its head. No, I'm a conspiracy realist, as in conspiracies happen all the time, and I am realistic about that. What are you? Are you unrealistic? Anyway, I like to think that that's one way of getting under the hood of what is going on with that deliberately implanted piece of psychological manipulation. But how about this? Maybe, instead of being a conspiracy realist, I should proclaim that I am a SCAD realist. What, you've never heard of SCAD? You don't know what SCAD stands for? You don't know what that means? Well, if you stick with me today, you will know all about SCAD, because in the lengthy and beloved tradition of such previous Corbett Report podcast episodes as episode 461, I read The Most Dangerous Superstition, and you can too. Yes, today I present to you episode 476 on I read Conspiracy Theory in America, and you can too. And for those not in the know, Conspiracy Theory in America is the title of a book by Lance DeHaven Smith that was published by the University of Texas Press back in 2014. It is available for purchase from utpress.utexas.edu, and I will put the link in the show notes, of course, so that you can go and purchase a copy of this book, physical or electronic, if that tickles your fancy. Or there's even an audiobook version that is available in various booksellers. But I will also provide the link to the archive.org PDF version that has been supplied by, well, it's attributed to Lance DeHaven Smith in the archive post. Anyway, it is up on archive.org for free viewing, at least at the time that I'm recording this, so I'll throw that link in too, in case you do not have any pennies to spare on this. But having said that, yes, the point of today's episode is to introduce to you a very, very important book that you probably haven't heard of yet, but you should, because I dare say, if I may be so bold, this is a modern classic of conspiracy realist literature that deserves to be on your bookshelf next to other modern classics like, I don't know, Reportage, Essays on the New World Order. Okay, maybe that is a little bit too bold, but you get what I'm saying. This is an important book. And why? Because I know what you're thinking. I trust me, I understand that for most people in my audience, when they hear a book published by a university press, by some sort of academic, about conspiracy theory in America, I know exactly what type of book you expect this to be, because I have had cause to note and talk about the way conspiracy theory literature is treated in the press in the past. One of the most popular articles to be written in recent decades is titled, "Why Do People Believe in Conspiracies?" It starts by noting the worrying rise in the number of people who believe in wild, outlandish theories about how people in positions of power conspire to maintain their influence and expand their wealth. The article's author then cites a psychologist who explains that well-meaning but emotionally unstable people typically latch on to these fantastical conspiracy theories because they help these poor, deluded souls make sense of the news and offer them a feeling of control over an uncontrollable world. Next, the report offers advice to those who are seeking to disabuse anyone who has fallen for this conspiracy claptrap of their delusional notions. That advice, it turns out, is the same admonition given to someone coming upon a wild animal in the jungle. Don't confront the target directly or make them angry. Speak to them in soothing tones and pretend to listen to what they're saying. And disengage if it seems they're preparing to attack. But this article usually ends on a positive note. If this wild conspiracy theorist that you're talking to hasn't completely lost touch with reality, then it may be possible to talk them down from the ledge. you can gently create some cognitive dissonance in their mind by pointing out that every conspiracy that has ever occurred in history has been exposed by whistleblowers and reported on by journalists, and therefore, there's no such thing as a secret conspiracy. If they're of sound mind, this will be enough. Your confused friend will see the light and learn to trust government and authority once again. Do you want to read this article? Would you like a link? Well, I don't have one link for you. I have dozens. You see, the curious thing about this "Why do people believe conspiracies" article is that it hasn't been written just once or twice. It's been written hundreds of times by hundreds of different journalists. And it's been published by the BBC and 538 and Vox and the American Psychological Association and the New York Times and Psych Central and Addiction Center and LSU and Technology Review and National Geographic and Verywell Mind and Business Insider and Psychology Today and Harvard and Live Science and Scientific American and NBC News and The Conversation and Intelligencer and Time and The Guardian and Popular Mechanics and even that most prestigious of journalistic institutions, Goop. Yes, Goop. What was that, you're wondering to yourself? Well, I'm glad you asked. That, in fact, is a bit of a sneak preview of something that video editor extraordinaire Brock West is working feverishly on behind the scenes and will be available in the not too distant future, hopefully. But anyway, yeah, I hope you get the point. Whenever we see conspiracy theories and why do people believe in conspiracy theories treated in any sort of mainstream context, it is invariably to snark at the very concept and to poo-poo it all and to treat anyone who believes in them as some sort of paranoid crazy. Well, anyway, that's probably what you're expecting when you hear a title like Conspiracy Theory in America from a mainstream academic press. But boy, would you be wrong. So, long story short, let me put this up front, because this is not clickbait and I'm not trying to get you to watch anything. This is a long video, so if you don't want all the details, here is the cut to the chase. Conspiracy Theory in America is an excellent book, specifically for those people who like some actual meat on the bones of the meta-analysis of political philosophy and the idea of conspiracy theory, what it actually is underneath, what that term is covering up, etc. If you want some real analysis of that, this is the book for you. If you're looking for popcorn conspiratainment about how shape-shifting lizards rule everything, this is not the book for you. But if you are into that, why are you watching the Corbett Report? So I'm going to say, if you're interested in the Corbett Report and the types of deep dive explorations that I do, you will like this book. You can now safely tune out and go on with the rest of your day doing whatever it is you normally do. For those who do like the deep dive explorations, though, let's look into this book today. But I'd like to start by setting the table for those of you who have no idea who Lance DeHaven Smith is. Well, why don't we start at, unfortunately, the end of this story. After his passing in 2022, there was this article posted up on Propaganda in Focus. It's called Remembering Lance DeHaven Smith, 1951 to 2022, which gives some basic biographical details about Lance DeHaven Smith. Nay Smith, was born in Atlanta, Georgia on April 11th, 1951, and he graduated with honors from high school, earning a letter as a member of the wrestling team. After serving in the Army as a sharpshooter, he earned a political science degree from the University of Georgia. He then matriculated to Ohio State, where he received his master's and doctorate of philosophy in political science. This article then goes through his career, starting as provost at Florida Atlantic University, a job that he hated. He eventually ended up on the faculty of Florida State University, where he served the rest of his career on the policy and public affairs programs. This article, its co-authors note that Lance was a magnificent scholar, a fiercely independent thinker, a gentle and kind spirit, and they go on to list some of his better-known works, like the publication of his PhD dissertation on philosophical critiques of policy analysis, Lindblom, Habermas, and the Great Society, and the hidden teachings of Jesus, the political meaning of the kingdom of God, and the battle for Florida, an annotated compendium of materials from the 2000 presidential election, which should give you a taste of the wide variety of material that DeHaven Smith covered over the course of his career. But then we get into the meat of the matter here. 2 years later came his 2006 piece, State Crimes Against Democracy, published in a small but bold theory journal, Administrative Theory and Praxis. Lance intended that piece as a kind of theoretical digest on the work he'd done on the 2000 presidential vote fraud in Florida. He never intended to go farther with it until encouraged by a clutch of us who, reading the piece closely, realized how clear and original was his thinking on subject matter we'd been sousing out? I think they mean sussing out, since the terror spectacle of September 11th, 2001. And it goes on to note that those involved with planning and attending the two Toronto hearings in 2011, surely people in my audience know about the Toronto hearings, right? Well, there's a link there in case you don't, will recall Lance's presentation there, featuring work he would later publish with University of Texas Press, Conspiracy Theory in America. This was his 14th and final monograph, and the one he was most pleased with. The book is still the most comprehensive dissection of the weaponization of the conspiracy theory term in service of the high criminality of U.S. elites. CTIA details how conspiracy theorizing has always been an American pursuit. With Lance's characteristic alacrity, CTIA dismantles the arguments of top no-conspiracy buffs like Richard Hofstadter, and it deconstructs the technocratic sophistry of Beltway insiders like Harvard law professors Cass Sunstein and Adrian Vermeule. Juxtaposing key thinkers of the 20th century, CTIA distinguished between conspiracy believers, like Charles Beard, who wanted anti-democratic conspiracies exposed and adjudicated, conspiracy deniers, like Karl Popper, who believed that conspiracies are rare and even more rarely effectual, and conspiracy realists, like Leo Strauss, who thought that elite conspiracies are a necessary part of governance, even in modern democratic states. It goes on to talk more about the book, which I will be doing shortly, so you can read their summarization of it at your own leisure. But let's cut to the end. Conspiracy Theory in America was a fitting swan song for the venerable professor whose health had already begun waning. In 2014, after a protracted divorce, Lance married his high school sweetheart, Janet Porter. They were in love and happy, even if it was all too fleeting. Lance would not have much time to enjoy what should have been the prime of his life. He had been diagnosed around 2011 with an uncommonly fast-progressing form of Parkinson's disease, forcing his early retirement and making it impossible for him to type or do anything that required fine motor skills. A devastating cancer diagnosis followed, at which point Lance withdrew from public life entirely before passing away in November of 2022. And it goes on to talk, again, about his life and his legacy. So I will recommend this particular, this overview, this obituary, as it were, for Lance DeHaven Smith. If you're unfamiliar with him, there's lots of links in there for you to pursue those other alleys of investigation and avenues of investigation, I should say, throughout his career. But let's get in today to specifically conspiracy theory in America. And why not? Let's start right at the beginning in the introduction, where he lays out what this book is, what it's about, and how it will differ from the usual type of conspiracy theory analysis that we get in the mainstream press. So, in the introduction, High Crime Blind, he acknowledges this right up front. Given its title, you might think Conspiracy Theory in America is simply another addition to the long list of books criticizing conspiracy theories, or the long list of articles or videos or podcasts, right? And he goes on to talk about Richard Hofstadter, who I hope those in my audience are already familiar with, but if not, in 1964, he wrote an essay in Harper's Magazine, which coined the term the paranoid style in American politics to describe the conspiracy theories of people who believed in communist conspiracies and others. And anyway, this is an attempt to, if not refute specifically people like Hofstadter, at least to give an actual academic rigor of attention to this subject matter that does deserve academic attention. He talks about how most of the criticism directed at conspiracy beliefs by people like Hofstadter is based on sentimentality about America's political leaders and institutions, rather than on unbiased reasoning and objective observation. Most authors who criticize conspiracy theories not only disagree with the theory's factual claims, they find the ideas offensive. He talks about how it's a common mistake by conspiracy deniers to lump together a hodgepodge of speculations about government intrigue, declare them all conspiracy theories, and then, on the basis of the most improbable claims among them, argue that any and all unsubstantiated suspicions of elite political crimes are far-fetched fantasies destructive of public trust. Again, I'm sure everyone in my regular audience can relate to that phenomenon. Oh, you believe in This? Well, that means you're one of these crazy people who believes that it's aliens from the planet Leptor that are secretly mind-controlling everyone. Something along those lines. We've all heard that type of rhetorical argument used in everyday conversation, but where did it come from? Well, actually, the term conspiracy theory, DeHaven Smith notes here, did not exist as a phrase in everyday American conversation before 1964. The conspiracy theory label entered the American lexicon of political speech as a catch-all for criticisms of the Warren Commission's conclusion that President Kennedy was assassinated by a lone gunman with no assistance from or foreknowledge by any element of the United States government. Side note for the fact-checkers out there, no, DeHaven Smith is not making the factually incorrect claim that the term conspiracy theory literally did not exist before 1964. He is making the very demonstrable, and as he goes on to demonstrate, provable, claim that the term conspiracy theory was not part of the common American political lexicon before 1960, well, actually 67 into 1968, as he goes on to document later on in this book. We'll get into that later. He talks about how initially conspiracy theories were not an object of ridicule and hostility. Today, however, the label is employed routinely to dismiss a wide range of anti-government suspicions as symptoms of impaired thinking akin to superstition or mental illness. He then goes on to talk about Cass Sunstein and Adrian Vermeule, who talked about the causes and cures of conspiracy theories, and talks a little bit about their analysis or lack thereof of the subject, and then talks about a flawed and un-American label, etc. Talking about scholars and journalists have failed to notice that their use of the term to ridicule suspicions of elite political criminality betrays the civic ethos inherited from the nation's founders. And he talks about the founders, which again we'll get into more in great detail later. Before finally we arrive at this subsection of the introduction called Naming the Taboo Topic, which introduces what I think is probably the most important contribution of this book.
Naming the taboo topic. In what follows, I shall attempt to reorient analysis of the phenomenon that has been assigned the derisive label of conspiracy theory. In a 2006 peer-reviewed journal article, I introduced the concept of state crime against democracy, SCAD, to displace the term conspiracy theory. I say displace rather than replace because SCAD is not another name for conspiracy theory. It is a name for the type of wrongdoing about which the conspiracy theory label discourages us from speaking. Basically, the term conspiracy theory is applied pejoratively to allegations of official wrongdoing that have not been substantiated by public officials themselves. Deployed as a pejorative put-down, the label is a verbal defense mechanism used by political elites to suppress mass suspicions that inevitably arise when shocking political crimes benefit top leaders or play into their agendas, especially when those same officials are in control of agencies responsible for preventing the events in question or for investigating them after they have occurred. In contrast, the SCAD construct does not refer to a type of allegation or suspicion. It refers to a special type of transgression, an attack from within on the political system's organizing principles. For these extremely grave crimes, America's founders used the term high crime and included in this category treason and conspiracies against the people's liberties. SCADs, high crimes, and anti-democratic conspiracies can also be called elite political crimes and elite political criminality. The SCAD construct is intended not to supersede traditional terminology or monopolize conceptualization of this phenomenon, but rather to add a descriptive term that captures with some specificity the long-recognized potential for representative democracy to be subverted by people on the inside, the very people who have been entrusted to uphold the constitutional order.
Yes, this, I think, is the core heart, the beating heart of this book, SCAD, State Crimes Against Democracy, which, Lance DeHaven Smith posits, is a way of reframing the discussion that has been so effectively framed for us by that pejorative put-down label, conspiracy theory. And as he is careful to note. This state crimes against democracy construct is a construct that is helpful for examining certain types of actions, but it is not meant as a catch-all that explains everything happening in the world. Of course not. Also, it is not meant to replace the term conspiracy theory because it is not synonymous with that term and everything that it denotes as well as connotes in the public imagination. Instead, this is a very specific subset of analysis. So once again, he goes on to say, SCADs are defined as concerted actions or inactions by government insiders intended to manipulate democratic processes and undermine popular sovereignty. Now, it is important to understand what this SCAD concept does and doesn't do. What it does is reframe the discussion as specifically, rather than some sort of theory about conspiracy, which all we know from that term is that this is something about someone theorizing about more than one person plotting to do something illegal. All right, well, that doesn't tell us very much. And the only key part of that definitionally is that there is some sort of illegal or illicit action happening and that it involves more than one person. That doesn't seem to really give you much to go on, however, whereas SCAD specifically reframes the discussion around the concept of a criminal investigation into criminal activities that are taking place by identifiable individuals for specific, well-defined motives and goals, which definitely helps to narrow down the discussion on specific events, which obviously he does throughout this book. I should note that it is important for me to note, as obviously a voluntarist, to the few voluntarists in the crowd. I note with consternation that most of my audience is still statist, but don't worry, there's time. You'll come around to the truth eventually. But for the voluntarists in the crowd, it is important to note, of course, that we should not be throwing out baby with bathwater. State crimes against democracy. Well, who cares about democracy? Well, I have no doubt that Haven Smith was a statist who did believe in that ideal of democracy in the usual way, but the point of SCAD is not necessarily that democracy is some sort of the ideal virtue of, or that government is good. In fact, this is a warning that precisely because there is so much power invested in the political system as it exists in political institutions, that is precisely where psychopathic individuals will go in order to most effectively exert their influence on society. Of course, they will be attracted to those positions inside of that political construct so that they can then subvert it against the people who are using it for the noble, wonderful ideals that they believe they're using it for. And so really, as simply an objective analysis of what is happening, the SCAD construct is true. The only question then is one of interpretation, whether that means, well, then we need to restore democracy and democratic institutions, or whether we need to get rid of the brass ring of power itself and cast it into the fires of Mordor, because it is itself the problem. But anyway, that's a matter of interpretation and analysis on top of the SCAD construct itself, which holds true whether you are a statist or a voluntarist. Anyway, I felt I needed to put that in before people start getting losing the plot here and misunderstanding what the value that this SCAD construct really brings to the conversation with regards to quote unquote conspiracy theorizing. So, as I say, long story short, this is a good book. You should read it. Now, let's get into the details. I'm not going to go through every page by page, and read you all the highlights that I have taken in this book, but I will go through and give you a little taste of each chapter of this book and what it talks about. So let's start with chapter 1, which is the conspiracy theory label, which starts by noting that perhaps the Rosetta Stone for understanding the conspiracy theory term as it has been shoved down the American public's throat, and I would say worldwide, at least in the English-speaking world over the past 60 years or so, is the JFK assassination. And he notes that it was in that context that the CIA launched a campaign to popularize the term conspiracy theory and make conspiracy belief a target of ridicule and hostility. And he goes on in Chapter 4 in much greater detail about that program and how it was affected. We'll get into that later, but long story short, he posits that the program to insert that phrase was successful because although the majority of the public doesn't buy the lone gunman, Warren Commission, magic bullet, Fantasyland hypothesis, with all of its nut jobbery and absolute easily debunkable baloney, the CIA was successful because they certainly sowed uncertainty about the critics of things like the Warren Commission. Cranks and nut jobs and weirdos and fringe minority and all of the things that are applied and have been applied as labels to anyone who dares to question authority. That aspect of the propaganda psychological manipulation campaign that the CIA was launching there in the 1960s has been remarkably effective, as I'm sure, again, everyone in my regular audience can attest to in their day-to-day interactions with people. So in the subsection in Chapter 1, Perspectives on Conspiracy Beliefs, DeHaven Smith explains precisely why this term has been so successful and why it has so effectively derailed our thinking about the assassination and all conspiracy reality for the past half-century and counting.
Perspectives on Conspiracy Beliefs. The term conspiracy theory is no ordinary phrase. It was deployed to have a certain connotation by CIA technocrats who are trained to break people psychologically, destroy relationships, tear apart governments, stir up old hatreds. These are scientists who are part of an organization that has overthrown powerful regimes and is partly responsible for the collapse of the Soviet Union. The reach of these people should never be underestimated. The conspiracy theory concept is deceptive. It seems to refer merely to speculation about a secret plot, but when it is applied to elite political crimes, it destroys context, background, and perspective. It is the conceptual equivalent of looking at an elephant through a microscope. The conspiracy theory label framed the debate about Kennedy's murder in a way that, to this day, straitjackets most thinking about political assassinations and about elite political crimes in general. By focusing on the issue of conspiracy, the conspiracy theory label posited that the most important question about the Kennedy assassination was how many people were involved, and typically this was interpreted to mean how many shooters. It did not matter which side of this issue people were on. Whether they were conspiracy believers or conspiracy deniers, they had swallowed the premise that the number of shooters was the decisive issue. This became the central question in investigations of the Kennedy assassination by the government, as well as by the government's critics. Indeed, it has been the focus of inquiries into almost all political assassinations and assassination attempts since then, including those of Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, George Wallace, Ronald Reagan, and the 5 people killed and 2 U.S. senators targeted by the anthrax letter attacks. The constraints on insight imposed by the conspiracy theory framing of political crimes are difficult to see until the Kennedy assassination is approached as a suspected SCAD, that is, as a crime possibly committed by political insiders to achieve political or ideological aims they could not accomplish within the confines of existing governance institutions. The SCAD framing of the Kennedy case widens the angle of inquiry, telescoping out from the shooting, rising above the scene of the crime, and bringing into view the larger context of elite rivalries, power struggles, groups with skills displayed in the murder, and perhaps other political crimes with similar characteristics.
The rest of Chapter 1, as you can explore at your own leisure, is a thorough examination of various aspects of the JFK assassination if the SCAD construct were applied to it, and the types of elite rivalries and power struggles that we could see in light of that very construct. So, DeHaven Smith talks, for example, about LBJ, Vice President Lyndon Baines Johnson's very suspicious behavior surrounding the events of the assassination. He thoroughly dismantles and eviscerates the magic bullet theory ludicrous proposal that came up, of course, as a central tenet of the Warren Commission and its hypothesis of the lone gunman. He completely undermines the denier retort, but someone would have talked. And he explains why the conspiracy theory label, specifically in this context, is fundamentally flawed, where he writes, quote, "Critics of conspiracy theorizing continue to arrive at unworkable definitions because they're trying to identify a way of thinking about political intrigue that is irrational per se, whereas in reality, there is nothing inherently irrational about suspicion directed at powerful persons. It all depends on the nature of the allegation, the evidence for and against it, the context supporting suspicion or trust, and so on. Consequently, there is no alternative but to engage each conspiracy theory on its merits," which is, end quote, which is a point that I come back to time and time and time again in my work. Yes, some conspiracy theories are outrageous and not evidence supported, and some conspiracy theories are incredibly well supported and well attested to by the evidence. So you have to judge each theory on its merits, right? Or you can approach it as a criminal investigation, like a state crime against democracy. So throughout the chapter, DeHaven Smith demonstrates how a SCAD hypothesis of the JFK assassination would work. He shows, for example, how it makes sense of otherwise inexplicable breaks of standard operating procedures that took place in and around those events. For example, the destruction of and removal of crime scene evidence. Most notably, JFK's body itself, which, of course, infamously was abducted from Parkland Hospital by armed Secret Service agents to be flown away to Washington before an independent autopsy could be conducted, which, of course, was completely illegal, totally, utterly on its face illegal, which they knew, which is precisely why it was done under armed guard and with the intended threat and violence of the Secret Service behind it. They knew they were abducting a body completely illegally. They did it anyway. Why? Oh, they were just so heartbroken over the death of the president. Or was there a concerted effort to cover up a state crime against democracy taking place? Which hypothesis better fits the evidence? SCAD also, for example, as he points out, explains how other post-JFK event actions, like the passing of the 25th Amendment, which, amongst other things, resolved that very problem of the illegality of abducting JFK's body by making it federal jurisdiction. Now, if somebody kills the president, well, the body is now federal jurisdiction, and they can fly him away to Washington to have their own military doctors conduct their fake autopsies without having to even break the law or use threats of intimidation or violence in order to do so. Yay, which is, of course, very convenient if you are, say, a political insider who's looking to commit a coup d'etat. Anyway, these are the sorts of issues that come into focus when we use that much closer analysis of the SCAD construct in order to understand what's going on here. I'll say, okay, so moving on to Chapter 2, the American tradition of conspiracy belief. This chapter deals with, as you might tell from that title, the fact that the founding fathers of the U.S. were conspiracy theorists. Oh my God. Do you remember Corbett Report Radio episode number 183, Meet the Conspiracy Theorists, from 14 years ago or whenever that was? If not, this would be a good time for you to reacquaint yourself with that material. But long story short, as I went through in that very edition of Corbett Report Radio, yes, of course, the founding fathers were conspiracy theorists. The Declaration of Independence is a conspiracy theory-backed document. Really, there was a conspiracy. This series of abuses by King George and his henchmen were not just random events. They were part of a concerted plot to reduce the colonies into absolute tyranny. That was the conspiracy theory on which the founding fathers pledged their life, their liberty, and their sacred honor, whatever that phrase is. So that is just the plain facts of that. But beyond those facts, of course, it does inform everything that came after it in the founding of the United States and the Republic. So he DeHaven Smith, explains how this conspiracy realism, the integral core part of the U.S., became a looming presence in deliberations over not only how best to set up the new government, but going on from there. And then he talks about, in this chapter, a subject that is oddly relevant today, the Sedition Act of 1798 and the Burr Conspiracy. Sedition Act. Where have I heard about that in the news lately? Oh, that's right. We could take it, for example, from this post up recently to the Libertarian Institute at libertarianinstitute.org. Trump revives the Alien and Sedition Acts, which is talking about essentially the growing threat of the criminalization of political speech and political wrongthink in Trump's America, in which, America with the 3 Ks, in which, yes, it is now illegal crime-think for even a legal resident of the United States to dare to question the motives of, say, the Israeli government and what is happening in Gaza, the genocide that is taking place. Correctly identifying that phenomenon is now grounds to have you deported on the basis of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which was passed along with the Sedition Act, which the Sedition Act was later repealed, but it's being revived because everything old is new again. And I suppose there are those in the audience who may question, well, who cares? What's so bad about deporting green holders who espouse these evil anti-Semitic ideas? Like, I don't know, Palestinian life is worth saving. Oh, you're a horrible criminal who deserves to be deported for having those thoughts. Well, this particular section of Chapter 2 goes into detail about where the Sedition Act came from, the ethos behind it, and the types of people who were promulgating it at the time.
The Sedition Act of 1798 and the Burr Conspiracy. In the late 1790s, the founders confronted mass suspicions similar to those faced by political leaders today who see conspiracy theories as paranoid and pernicious. The founders' response is instructive, and when compared to contemporary derision of conspiracy belief, a sad indication of how far the quality of American leadership and journalism has fallen. Although the founders became polarized over foreign policy and flirted with censorship and suppression of dissent, they quickly came to the conclusion that freedom of speech must be protected, even if, or especially if, it maligns the government or insults the integrity of public officials. As the constitutional order took form in the first decade after the U.S. Constitution became effective in 1789, questions arose about whether limits should be placed on anti-government speech inciting sedition or rebellion against the new political system. British common law designated seditious libel, statements critical of the government or its officials, as a crime subject to severe punishments, with the truth of such statements inadmissible as a defense. During medieval times, trials for seditious libel were conducted in the notorious Star Chamber, in which proceedings were secret. Defendants could be compelled to testify against themselves, and defendants could not confront and cross-examine their accusers. A number of rights codified in the U.S. Constitution were included precisely to prevent such practices in America. The right against self-incrimination, Amendment 5, the guarantee of trial by jury, Amendments 6 and 7, and the right to confront one's accusers, Amendment 6. Further protection for political speech was afforded by limiting treason to an overt act.
As I say, that segment just kind of jumped out at me this time rereading the book because of what is passing through the news wires right now. But yes, as any conspiracy realist worth his or her salt will know, that of course any power given to politicians to determine political acceptable speech and unacceptable speech will be used against you and whatever it is that you think about the reality of those in power conspiring to expand their riches, wealth, and power over you. Of course, they are going to use it for those purposes, and that is what the American system itself was founded on at the time, and that is what is being dismantled in front of our eyes by the Make Israel Great Again Trump administration, who are trying to criminalize, essentially, yes, criminalize the criticism of Israel. You cannot do that. That is anti-Semitic. It will get you deported from the country if you so much as think about it. So anyway, anyone who, as I say, is a conspiracy realist will understand what is really going on here and the stakes involved. And as I say, Chapter 2 is a continued exploration of that theme, that idea of the founding principles of the United States, and the something that was very much on the forefront of the public conversation at that time was conspiracy realism, about how oligarchs and oligarchies form and consolidate power and control, and how that continued to inform, at the very least, the populist understanding of government and fear of government, or at least fear is the wrong word, but understanding of the real nature of government that did inform the public conversation up until, well, at least the World War II era, as DeHaven Smith gets into in chapters 3 and 4. But in Chapter 2, he continues to talk about how this concept, the conspiracy realism ethos, continued to inform populist understanding of the government through the development of political parties and the development of political machines and the Iron Triangle and the political economic complexes that developed over time, of course, like the military-industrial complex, but others as well. And, well, anyway, it's a fascinating bit of history, and it does, I think, effectively make the point that conspiracy theorizing is far from some fringe, weird thing that was introduced by foreign elements into the United States in the 1950s or something. No, it was something that was there from the beginning. And as a little bonus, if you want to know anything about the aforementioned Burr conspiracy, well, you'll have to read the rest of that chapter. But let's move on to Chapter 3, where DeHaven Smith confronts conspiracy denial in the social sciences, which is an extended compare and contrast, essentially, between three competing post-World War II socio-political schools of thought, each of which represented a competing view of society that provides subtly different but wildly diverging claims about history. And so he looks at three thinkers in particular who exemplify these strains of thought. One he points out is Charles Beard, who DeHaven Smith presents as sort of the exemplar of pre-World War II academia, in which conspiratorial interpretations of history were, at the very least, permissible, thinkable, it was possible to be a mainstream academic and to entertain such ideas. And he gives, as an example, Beard's hypothesis that the 14th Amendment was adopted specifically by, written and steered through Congress by railroad-connected congressmen to grant the rights of individuals to corporations, obviously for the interests of their railroad corporation backers. That's just one example of the Beard school of socio-political/historical analysis, historical conspiratorial realism. But that, as DeHaven Smith posits, was undermined by a couple of post-World War II sociological thinkers who gained traction post-World War II. Karl Popper, who dismisses conspiracy theorizing altogether as a modern version of Ooga Booga superstition, and not only did he dismiss it as being wrong, he dismissed it as being dangerous because it was the type of thing that enabled the witch hunts that led to political demagoguery and ultimately tyrannical government. For what it's worth, DeHaven Smith points out that Popper's argument, despite Popper being this paragon of rationality and scientific thinking, it's ridiculous, Popper's argument, because it relies on the idea that conspiratorial explanations of history depend on the view that every event is the result of a conspiracy that worked nonetheless, which is clearly false, and therefore he dismisses any conspiratorial explanation of any historical event, which is, of course, logically completely the wrong way around. But anyway, that being what it is, the other thinker that DeHaven Smith talks about in Chapter 3 is Leo Strauss, who I know the clued-in listeners to the Corbett Report will probably recognize as the philosophical predecessor godfather of the neocons, but specifically was a socio-political thinker who argued that the noble lie was necessary to keep the public motivated, specifically for continued Western, by which he meant, of course, American dominance in the world. And that's an interesting subset of exploration, really, especially at this time, because this dissection of Strauss is so important in this era specifically, when erstwhile members of the so-called independent media, even as recently as last year, I heard them arguing, well, our only role as little peons in society is to choose which oligarchs will rule over us, because they're always going to rule over us. So we got to choose the better oligarchs, the ones that don't hate us so much. And Jamie Dimon and Elon Musk and people like that, they're the good oligarchs. They like us. I literally heard independent media figures saying this during the Trump selection process to snooker conspiracy realists to get on board with choosing scum who want to rule over you. They're the good guys. They don't hate you as much as Harris and Biden, so you got to choose them. As if your choice makes any difference in any of this. Anyway, as I say, this dissection of Strauss, who was the philosophical precursor to all this line, this strain of thinking that is being repopularized, it's incredibly important. So let's take a look at just a little section of DeHaven Smith's analysis of Strauss.
Strauss's vision of history is similar to Popper's, with one important exception. Strauss agrees with Popper that societies start out with customs supported by a mythos, and that as they encounter societies with different beliefs, this mythos comes into question. But Strauss argues that if philosophy and science are allowed to utterly discredit the society's claims about its origins and about the value of its institutions and way of life, ruling elites will lose their respect for law and will abuse their powers as they compete with one another for popular support and glory. Strauss assumes that all but the most primitive societies are stratified into an elite and mass, that the elites are simply smarter, stronger, braver, and better than are the masses, and that the decisive factor in social organization is how the elites are controlled and managed. For the most part, he thinks the latter depends on the elites' reverence, or lack thereof, for the established laws and traditions. Elites who revere their society's values and norms will be magnanimous, restrained, and caring. When traditional beliefs erode, the elites become gangsters, and eventually one gangster rises through guile and brutality to the top, thus establishing tyranny. Therefore, whereas Popper envisions as the end point of societal development a totally open society without superstition, Strauss says such a society is not possible in the long run, because it would eventually become totalitarian, or, in Strauss's terms, tyrannical. Democracy and respect for human dignity depend on salutary myths and noble lies that must be propagated by a special class of philosophical elites who are dedicated to guarding the society's values and traditions. Strauss never defines what he means by noble lies, beyond referring to Plato's The Republic, which is where the term originates. But this was certainly no oversight on Strauss's part, for it leaves the matter open, which is to say, unlimited. For Plato, noble lies included myths and stories about the society's origins, rigged lotteries for choosing marriage partners, infanticide, and other actions to create a strong people willing and able to defend themselves in a hostile world. This short list would seem to imply support for many anti-democratic elite conspiracies, including assassinating political leaders, framing dissidents, fomenting mass fear, demonizing rival societies, and letting enemy attacks succeed so that the masses are galvanized to deal with a gathering threat. The upshot for modern democracies is that political leaders must conspire to manipulate mass opinion and reinforce patriotism, reverence for the founders, religious faith and piety, and generally love of one's own. Like science and philosophy, conspiracy theories or dastardly truths are corrosive of political cohesion and the rule of traditional law because they undermine authority and raise doubts about foundational stories extolling the society's founders and rules. Thus, from a Straussian perspective, conspiracy theories pose an existential threat to the social order, not because they are mistaken, but because they are likely to be true, and of course, being true, difficult to refute.
Now, as I say, I think that exploration, specifically of Strauss's thinking, is incredibly important at this time because, of course, I do see the tendency amongst certain sectors of the conspiracy realist space of, oh no, I'm the real hard-nosed realist that understands that violence and power and oligarchs are just a fact of reality and you better get used to it because people are going to use violence to inflict their will on you, so you better be one of the violent, strong few who are powerful enough to make it through. I see people getting essentially swayed by that dark side enticement. But power and violence is the only organizing principle of society. And the inevitable end point of that line of thinking is that you will ultimately decide, actually, the conspirators are right. That they need to commit conspiracies, because the end point of that line of thinking, power, might makes right, and power and violence is the only thing that gets things done, is that inevitably you start to realize, well, okay, you cannot control a society, including all of the people in that society, including lots of people like myself, who do not concede their sovereignty and their power over to some oligarchical clique. You're going to have to find a way to rule over these people, so you better fabricate myths and narratives that the public can go along with, that will lead them towards the goal that you have in mind. And you're powerful enough to make those things happen. So you will inevitably side with the conspirators if you go down that dark path, and I think that's an important thing that DeHaven Smith really brings out in this chapter, for whatever it's worth. As something of a philosophy buff, political philosophy buff, I found Chapter 3 particularly interesting. So if you're that way inclined, I think you will too. But if you want more specifically about conspiracy theorizing, well, then let's get into Chapter 4, the Conspiracy Theory Conspiracy, which is a chapter-length exploration of how the conspiracy theory label, as a pejorative, was seeded into the public consciousness. So, of course, it inevitably, as I'm sure you suspected, goes into great depth of detail in discussion of CIA Dispatch 1035-960, which I note I have noted, I have linked to, I have discussed many times in Corbett Report history, most recently in episode 474 of this podcast, What I Learned from the JFK Files. I did include the link to that very document there. I'll include it here as well, because it is a perennially interesting document for those of us in the conspiracy realist space. But DeHaven Smith breaks it down in a number of novel and instructive ways that I haven't seen others talking about, even noting, as almost as an aside, that as a document written by spies for spies, it is certainly not meant to be taken simply at surface level, because when you read the document, as I hope you have by now, you will know, well, I'm not sure exactly that this is the type of, Rosetta Stone for conspiracy theory that people have portrayed it as. Well, because there are multiple levels and layers of meaning going on here, which DeHaven Smith spends an entire chapter breaking down in great detail. For example, he points out, and I don't think he was drawing any conclusion from this, but he points out even the seemingly innocuous Dispatch 1035-960. Dash? Well, what does that mean? Of course, I've never even thought to question that particular moniker. Well, surely it's just a CIA dispatch numbering system, and it's just sequential, right? Well, as DeHaven Smith points out, not necessarily. Even something as innocuous as that, there could be an encoded meaning in 1035-960 minus 960. What does that actually mean? Anyway, that's mostly as an aside, but it is one way to reframe our thinking when we're looking at a document like this. Again, as he notes, as a document written by spies for other spies, of course it is going to have multiple layers of meaning. So he goes through a point-by-point examination of the dispatch, including a detailed look at how it posits that RFK's silence on the JFK issue, at least as it existed there in 1967 when this document was written, is therefore the strongest proof of all that no plot could have existed, because surely RFK would have spoken up about it, a point which we can debunk now with, the benefit of access to the archives and the hindsight that comes with them, that RFK, in fact, did not go along with the JFK assassination mythos and was absolutely intending to reopen that investigation when he became president. But then something intervened. And he points out, DeHaven Smith in his analysis points out a specific example of how this dispatch and its seeding of that conspiracy theorist label and the pejorative put down that it implied was used specifically by John P. Roche, a special assistant to LBJ, to great effect in a review of a JFK assassination book that was published. The review was published by the London Times Literary Supplement. So you see, this is the CIA giving media advice to its media agents around the world. It's nothing to do with propagandizing Americans at home, except for the fact that Roche's London Times Literary Supplement piece was then, of course, heavily publicized in America and picked up by Time and others, as DeHaven Smith points out. Anyway, he then goes on to quantify the effect of CIA Dispatch 1035-960. I always, in my discussion of this document, I always sort of vaguely refer to the fact that the term conspiracy theory, yes, it was not invented by the CIA in 1967. It did not start with this document. You can find examples of it pre-1967. But the seeding of it as a everyday term in regular political analysis and discourse does stem from this document. I always kind of vaguely refer to the fact that it hardly ever appeared before this, and then it was prevalent afterward. Well, DeHaven Smith quantifies it, including in a chart that Brock will display on screen here, noting the annual number of stories mentioning conspiracy theory as a set term, with Boolean operators and all, over time. And yeah, there's definitely a marked spike after 1967, is there not? And he goes on to quantify it in other ways and put numbers to it and break it down. He points out, for example, that the surprising statistic that roughly 25% of all New York Times stories that mention conspiracy theory today appear in the sports pages. And he points out how the rapid spread of this term to sports and business and other areas of life just shows how effective it has been in spreading doubts about the intended target of this smear, the conspiracy theorists. Whether that is in the political realm or whether that's in sports or anything else, of course, anyone positing a conspiracy theory is a crack, a loon, someone who can be dismissed without argumentation simply by the application of the label. It has been remarkably effective in that way. And so that brings us to what I think really is the heart of this book, Chapter 5, State Crimes Against Democracy, the chapter-length exploration of essentially, I think, the real thesis of this book, the not replacing, but the displacing of the conspiracy theory mind-stopper cliche with a different term, a different analysis, State Crimes Against Democracy, the SCAD construct. So I am not going to spoil anything here. You have to read it to understand and appreciate it in its full context. I will just tease it with this subsection from that chapter 5 on the victim's perspective.
The victim's perspective. The SCAD concept is intended to function like a corrective lens, to shift the standpoint and widen the angle of political crime observation. In effect, everyday case-by-case perceptions of assassinations, defense failures, election fiascos, and similar events view these events from the perspective of a victim, a perspective that magnifies the threat and/or the vulnerability of the target. The victim's perspective is frequently evident in the photographic images of SCADs that become iconographic. President and Mrs. Kennedy in their limo with the Texas School Book Depository rising above them in the background. A close-up full-body picture taken from below eye level of Lee Harvey Oswald holding a rifle. Robert Kennedy prostrate on the floor, dying, surrounded by horrified onlookers. To this day, when we are reminded of 9/11, the images that come to mind see the destruction from below. If they are images of the Twin Towers, their perspective is from street level, looking up. Of course, in the case of 9/11, the natural tendency to magnify the threat and see it from below was enhanced by the fact that the threat came from the sky. But it was also abetted by a decision of the U.S. government to sequester photos that looked down on the carnage. Before, during, and after the Twin Towers imploded, thousands of photos were taken of the World Trade Center from a police helicopter flying overhead. These are the only images in existence that show the destruction from above. And yet the photos were withheld from the public for over 8 years.
if you are interested in hearing more of that, I will, of course, invite you to explore the rest of chapter 6? Where are we? Chapter 5 at your own leisure and in your own time. But suffice it to say, yes, the SCAD construct brings with it a completely different conceptualization of the idea of conspiracies and what they are, or at least certain types of conspiracies. And later on in the chapter, he does specifically lay that out. He says, quote, Americans are largely unaware of it, but they have been trained by the nation's increasingly defensive political elites, with the help of a complicit media, to avoid seeing or looking for connections between political crimes. In contrast, SCAD research begins by looking at SCADs and suspected SCADs collectively and comparatively. And end quote. And that is an important point, perhaps more so than it appears at first glance. He points out, for example, how we talk about the JFK assassination and we talk about the RFK assassination, but we never talk about the Kennedy assassinations. We do not have that nomenclature, at least in the general public vernacular, that is that way of linking in the public's minds. Oh, these two brothers, one president, one about to become president, were both assassinated at the prime of their political career. I wonder if there's any sort of link between them. No, we even in their very nomenclature keep them separated and different as completely separate events that have to be examined completely separately, as opposed to the Kennedy assassinations, which, if that was the term that had been used to describe those events, well, that would present a different, potentially a state crimes against democracy, a SCAD construct way of viewing and looking at those events collectively, comparatively, etc. And it's not just that. For example, he points out a number of things in this chapter about election rigging and assassination research and the anthrax attacks and 9/11. And they're very interesting ways of looking at all of those through the SCAD lens and how that can be applied. So again, please do read the chapter if you are interested in that analysis. I will just throw in just a tiny part of that analysis that I thought was actually unusually prescient. He goes on to talk about memes and how they are used psychologically as tools of manipulation, that memes of even names and nomenclature are embedded in the public consciousness, seeded into the public consciousness by media mouthpieces and gatekeepers in order to control the public's perception of events. And he gives as an example, which again, it's a great piece of analysis, where he points out even the naming convention of 9/11 is itself an anomaly that should give us pause for thought. No other event in American history, with the possible exception of July 4th, the 4th of July, is named after the date upon which it took place. There is no, I don't even remember, is it December 7th? The date that will live in infamy is, Pearl Harbor. We talk about Pearl Harbor. We don't talk about December 7th or whatever it is, 12/7. And yes, even the fact that it's a numeral, again, even differentiates it even from the 4th of July. The 4th of July is the 4th of July, but 9/11 is 9/11. The numbers are used to refer to that date, which is completely unique, at least in the American political discourse. Why? And he gives an analysis of that and what it could potentially mean. And more broadly, he talks about memes and ideas and how they are seeded into the public consciousness, which I will point out that given that this book was published in 2014, largely written before 2014, it was remarkably foresightful and insightful, because not a lot of people were talking about memes. Not a lot of people could even pronounce memes back in 2014, if you might recall, back when people were still saying Mimi, because they had never heard the word said out loud. So DeHaven Smith, I think, was on the ball with that particular piece of analysis, but also just generally. There's a lot of analysis here on a lot of different fronts. Which brings us to the final chapter of the book, Chapter 6, Restoring American Democracy, about DeHaven Smith's idea for righting the wrongs of the various SCADs that have been perpetrated specifically in the U.S. over the past century, and how people can restore American democracy. Now, as a non-American, and more to the point, a non-statist, I would no doubt have my differences of opinion regarding the real solutions to these SCADs. But as I say, that is the layer of analysis that goes on top of the construct. The construct itself is incredibly valuable, and I think definitely worth your time and attention. And hey, I think that at the very least, Chapter 6 is certainly worth reviewing, and there are things in there that I would no doubt agree with, as well as disagree with. Now, having said all of that, I did open today's exploration by talking about SCAD. You don't know what SCAD is? Come on. State crimes against democracy, and how that might be a different way of framing things. I use the term conspiracy realist, but SCAD or SCAD realist, maybe that's a different way of framing it. I tend to think conspiracy realist, at least for the time being, at least until we can actually propagate the SCAD construct idea out into the general public, conspiracy realist is probably more effective because it undermines that set phrase that everybody knows, and everybody knows the implied meaning of, more importantly even than the actual meaning, conspiracy theorist. Well, when you suddenly stop, when you break that circuit, conspiracy realist, wait, what are you saying? I think that it can be more effective. Now, to be fair, DeHaven Smith has his own definition of conspiracy realist here that he presents in Chapter 6 specifically, that is very, very different than my definition that I'm using. I think a conspiracy realist is someone who understands conspiracies do take place, so it is our job as researchers, informed people, in order to understand what is happening in the world and to be realistic about it. We have to understand that conspiracies take place. We have to research them. We have to acknowledge the reality of conspiracies. DeHaven Smith uses that phrase in a very different way to refer to people like Strauss and the Straussians who think that conspiracies, of course they exist, because they should exist, because we need to manipulate the public. So he uses it in a pejorative sense, really, as the kind of the mirror of the conspiracy theorist, conspiracy realist. It's a pejorative that he's using. I use it in a different way. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Long story short, long story short, this is an important contribution to conspiracy literature. I could not recommend this book enough for people who are interested in this subject or the types of things that I have teased today, but trust me, you do not know the book if you have not read the book. I have only teased certain ideas and concepts, but the rest of the book, well, is waiting there for you to explore at your time, at your leisure. I think you will enjoy it if you enjoyed anything from today's teasing exploration. So I'm giving this book a 10 out of 10. Why isn't it on your bookshelf? Having said all of that, of course, all the notes that I've referred to today will be in the show notes at the Corbett Report website, as well as the comments. And today, specifically, I would like to invite people who have read the book. I would be very interested to hear your analysis of it. If you haven't read the book, I'm not interested in your analysis of what you have heard today, because you do not understand this in its full context. Why would anyone care what someone who hasn't read the book thinks about the book? No, if you have read the book, please do. Please do leave your comments in the comment section at CorbettReport.com. Of course, as always, members are invited to log in and leave those thoughts in the comment section. Having said that, I think that's going to do it for this exploration. The whole point today is to get you motivated to actually read this book, so I hope you do so. Again, the links will be in the show notes. That's going to do it for today. James Corbett, CorbettReport.com, signing off for now.
Get up and do my thing. All right. You homos. We're Wayne. We are Weed. Okay. It's called Roses Are Free by Wayne. Take a piece of tinsel and put it on the trail. Cut a stab of melon and pretend that you're tender and real.
gonna stay on the chocolate and cheese thing here for a second.
The washes are, it's hanging up, and all I have is nothing, nothing to do, nothing to say. I think I must be dreaming. The sun comes up and I'm all washed out. Is this what Dina was talking about? I don't think I will ever return again. If I was king, I'd wear a ring and never hurt my people. I'd stay alert and dress to kill. I might even slip you something. The sun comes up and I'm all washed out. Is this what Gina was talking about? I don't think I will ever return again, my friend. The sun comes up and I'm all washed out. Is this what Dina was talking about? I don't think I will ever return again, my friend. I do not think I will ever return again, my friend. I do not think I will ever return again, my friend.
Thank you. That was what Dina was talking about. Woo! We're gonna play some tropical shit here. This is a song off our record. It's coming out like this week, I think. It's called Bananas and Blow. Something to help the time go by. Just a little something to help to keep you high. Bananas and blow, bananas and blow. Stuck in my cabana, living on bananas and blow. Some serious shit.
The Wild Wild West.
Yo, what the fuck is up, dude?
Hey.
What the hell? This is crazy.
What's going on?
Chilling, dude. Just chilling. Nothing.
What is all this shit?
It's just absolutely just.
What the fuck is this shit?
This is my stuff. This is my setup. This was the boat. While you were gone, I had to construct the ark. This is the ark. It's the ark, dude.
Shit.
This was the
basement. What are you doing down here?
Dude, the podcast flooded.
Sorry.
The podcast flooded, dude. Yank it, bro. That's what he wants to do to his penis right now so bad, but he can't.
Have you guys discussed your testicles? Would you like to keep your medical
Yeah, Sean, can you
history
talk
secret?
about... You should raise awareness about your swollen epididymis. Do you think it has to do with your giant dick banging against it when you try to...
No. Obviously, he does have a giant dick. We've all... But we can put to rest the idea that TSA scans you if you have a big dick, because I got scanned.
What?
And full tennis.
So far, the only people I know that happened to are you, Nate, and Shannon Sharp. So
I've seen Guard Dog get it, and Nate and Sean both have world-renowned giant hogs.
It could have just been your aura. Your aura might have been crazy that day.
It is uncomfortable. I've never had the guy do the back of the hands thing, and they really do it.
Yo.
Yeah, they really stroke you.
What?
It's fucked up.
Yeah, I think that would have hurt if it happened to me right now. My testicles are so swollen and tender.
That would have sucked. Whenever I go, I have TSA pre-checks, so I don't have to go through the scanner, but I would walk out of the scanner and they go, "Have a good day, ma'am." And I'd be like, "What the fuck?"
We all just saw your pussy.
We saw your pussy in the scanner.
The ultrasound was nice, though.
I told you. Yeah.
You had that, right?
I've had a testicular ultrasound once. Yeah,
warm jelly.
It's
Warm
The
jelly.
guy was a nurse, and I was joking the whole time, and he did not like it. And he was wearing a Steelers bandana. I remember that. That was funny. He was wearing a Steelers bandana and rubbing gel on my nuts.
Oh,
and I was like, "Steelers look good this year, right?" He was like, "Just be quiet during the procedure."
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was one word dismissive answers.
That sucks.
Yeah,
But he warmed the jelly for you. That's kind of weird.
It wasn't warm.
Oh, you got cold jelly.
Yeah, I got regular jelly.
He had a voluptuous.
Mine was warm and sensual, and there was low lighting and candles lit and nice music playing.
I was in
the whole
the
time.
basement of a hospital.
What'd you have?
Yours? It turns out nothing.
Mine was just at a ultrasound place, like a CAT scan ultrasound place.
It was just you and
went to
pregnant ladies?
like a baby place. That's why it was like
Yeah,
that.
baby.
Yeah,
I kept
For
my
sure.
dad
It wasn't
kept-
for your balls. It was for women.
Well, they did it on my balls. Turns out they're twins.
How are your balls?
They're okay. I am suffering
having
from
twins.
epididymitis. I'm suffering from epididymitis right now, which seems to be more common than I thought it was. But just not a lot of people are vocal about it. So I'm happy to
True.
be vocal about it and say that I'm struggling with it right now, raise awareness for epididymitis. I'm almost done with my antibiotics and it still kind of hurts. So that makes me nervous.
Shit. That sucks.
I tried to be sexually active this morning and the pain came right back. So
Wait,
I'm a
when you
little
said
nervous.
you tried, how far did you get in the process?
I was, well, I don't want to be graphic.
Did you
or
have a
anything.
boner?
I had a boner and I started
outer course?
No, intercourse.
Did you start with petting at
with a
first, though?
partner?
Heavy
There
petting?
was some heavy petting and then I was with my partner.
You were aroused during heavy petting.
Yes. So then I was like, hell, what? You know, I feel pretty good now. Why not just give it a shot?
Yeah,
And you're like, oh.
And then I was like, oh, we have to stop right now.
So you made sure she was on board for sexual penetration. You're like, hey, I'm going to
she was
penetrate
on
you. Are you
board.
okay with this?
yes, I made sure everything was okay.
It's fucking podiums. Just looking over at you with that dumbass shit. Going, I'm going to penetrate you. It's just...
I mean, it's truly,
I should have a
it's
family.
definitely when the Roman Empire was like falling apart and they would like throw a giant festivus just to keep it together.
It was trot out some bullshit.
Dude, I was reading about the, well, I'm glad but do you want to continue? What happened though? So you were in your
we don't have to continue.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear how it ended.
You're tearing up.
You were in the throes of petting.
I was in the throes of petting, and then turned to passion, and then turned.
So
turned
worse
to
when-
penetration.
It's nice when petting leads to passion. It usually does, but when it doesn't, and all you did was pet a little,
then you get angry.
Disastrous.
Well, that's how I am right. I'm very charged up right now because I engaged in a sexual act, but I didn't get to finish the sexual act. So now I'm sort of just angry and in pain. My testicle hurts.
Dude, I'm telling you, I've been.
sorry if that's TMI.
Have you taken to the bottle at all?
No, because the probiotics, I'm a week
yeah.
off of booze right now, which is a pretty long time for me.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So that feels good.
I just did a week and it sucked.
Why? Oh,
I did
you were
like
working
2 weeks.
though.
I hated it.
Really? That
Not
whole time
drinking?
you were gone, you didn't drink?
I got the one night in.
And you hated it?
I hated not drinking. Yeah, it's fucking boring, dude. You wake up at 6 a.m. and work.
It feels so good.
Not when you're working. I was just so tired. I was just going
true.
home and sleeping.
True. You're like, I should be hungover. If I'm gonna be suffering.
Yeah,
I
if I'm
should
gonna,
be.
yeah.
Kind of is pointless suffering if you're not hungover. You're like, I could just be hungover and feel bad.
I did
too.
have probably the best break in the sobriety, though. I worked for a week, and then the one night I had off, I went to a bar in Atlanta. I was sitting upstairs, and they were like, "Hey, Charles Barkley just got here."
Oh,
and I was like, I gotta say hi to him before we leave.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no way he knows who I am. Got down, he was like, "Hey, tires." I was like, "Let's go." And then me and Charles Barkley got fucked up.
That's awesome.
For like 2 hours. It was awesome.
That's awesome. That's the drinking gods rewarding you.
It was honestly, it was the Blue Night gift. The Blue Night laid him a
dilly.
Yeah, it was. I was thinking about it. If I could pick one person to go get fucked up with, it probably would have been Charles Barkley.
For sure.
Was he as awesome as he seems?
He was the fucking man.
One of my
He's so
friends
funny.
did electrical work in his house like years ago and was like, he's the coolest dude.
Yeah, he's the coolest dude.
Yeah.
He was like, let's talk about race. I was like, let's fucking do it, Chuck.
So sick.
Oh, really?
Let's do it.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Do anything you want, Chuck.
Yeah. Turns out me and him agree on a lot.
Chuck.
That's awesome.
So that was a good night.
Hell yeah.
But you penetrated a little this morning,
Yeah.
and then
And I had to give up because it just hurt so bad, and I felt so much shame. I felt like less of a man because I couldn't continue.
that happens.
I felt like
That happens. The Blue Night giveth, the Blue Night taketh away. And,
dilly.
yeah, you feel like less of a man. It's the worst when the girl's like, "That's okay." You go, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah, that's kind of dude.
It was your fault.
So I
so
got
funny.
out of ice pack. Like I was like, I had to stop and then get an ice pack and sit by myself.
Did she
and
get to
be
nurse you,
angry.
or did you had to nurse yourself?
I didn't want to be nursed. I was kind of just ashamed of myself. So I just sat on the couch and iced my testicle.
Slunk away.
A sober losing a boner's got to be tough.
I didn't even lose the boner. It was just my nut hurt really bad. So
You're
I
just
just couldn't
icing
keep
your
going.
giant dick on the couch.
No, my
It was
testicle,
so
not my
pathetic. I just had
penis.
to ice my giant hard dick on the couch.
No. It wasn't hard at the time of the icing.
I was just hot, giant, soft, sick.
Fucking piece of shit.
That's not what I'm saying.
Just had
I'm
to ice my
embarrassed.
languorous genitals.
I'm embarrassed, but I am happy I don't have to suffer in silence anymore.
True.
I'm happy to get the word out.
You must feel better. I'm
Yeah.
11 days in. I mean, people don't want to hear about this anymore.
I
But I'm
couldn't
11
do it.
days in right now, just rocking.
I'd
and
rather
rolling.
chop it off.
11 days without a cum.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Just rocking. There's no big deal. I don't give a fuck. I was talking to my.
That sucks.
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
that would
flip
make me
switched.
so angry.
I'm like every day.
You like it?
Yeah, I'm just charged up, and I know it's coming. So it's like it'll come eventually. I just don't. I've just like unburdened myself from thinking about it all the time. But my, I won't say who this was, but I have an ally in my, kind of my chastity. And was not full chastity.
I see.
But he was saying if he sees an attractive woman, he just stops and goes, "Thank you for the energy boost," and he just keeps it moving.
Good Lord.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah,
I mean, if I had to guess,
including my
James.
brother. My brother.
No, I thought it was
Billy or
Egan.
Tom?
There's a lot of suspects.
Yeah, there's a lot
that
of
could
weird
be-
fucking
yeah.
guys.
True.
There's a lot of weirdos
Egan
out there.
James DeMcCusker.
You say Egan?
Egan.
Oh, I was gonna say Egan. That would.
Egan. Well, we already talked about this. This is his business, not mine.
Yeah, Egan's on like 100 days again.
Yeah, he's easy. I hope he's not lying though. If it turns out he's lying,
That's,
that would
dude,
really
sounds
hurt
like
me.
a lie.
I thought about that. If you lie
He
about,
does go to confession every week.
it could be. I'm lying about no fab.
I masturbated again.
If you
this week and
lie
I lied
about
it.
no fab, that's how you end up like smoking meth with little boys at a youth camp. Once you start lying about sex stuff, I feel like the wheels
Yeah.
come off.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got to give up lying about sex stuff, probably freshman year of high school.
Yeah.
That's when everyone's at their peak. They're like,
Pussy
yeah, dude, I
lying.
fucking titty fucked her. I had one friend that lied about titty fucking a girl. It was awesome. What a great lie. Yeah, we didn't have sex, but I titty fucked her.
I've always admired those guys.
And we were all friends. We were like, did he titty fuck you? She was like, no.
That's such a sick move. It never occurred to me to just lie about having sex with a lady. It's never my move.
I remember I used to lie about saying there was a stretch of time where everybody I grew up with would be like, nah, I don't masturbate. That's weird.
Really?
Yeah. And like
My
early.
boys were on some other shit.
Well, no, this is like.
You guys are different.
We were on some other shit.
I was too eventually, but there was like about a year when we were like 13 or 12 where everyone was like, nah, that's lame or gay or whatever. We don't do that.
It's a great squad.
But then we all started doing
Was it the wrestling buddies?
No, just buddies.
Just sodomizing wrestling buddies.
Wrestling buddies?
I thought you were talking about the like the pillow wrestling buddies.
Oh no.
I took a knife to my wrestling buddy once.
Well, for what?
All
What did you
alone.
do?
Stabbed Hulk Hogan.
What? I hung a
to see
teddy
how
bear
it
from a
felt.
tree.
Yeah, my parents were very.
They're upset.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
what was
bet.
he doing in your room last night?
I murdered Hulk Hogan. Yeah, I ripped the stuffing out of a teddy bear and hung it from a tree when I was little, and my parents are similarly like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like,
Yeah,
"It's
that's a
funny."
real
They're like,
problem.
"That's not funny at all. It's disturbing." I was like, "Whatever." I was done with it.
They shouldn't have gave me a pocket knife.
True.
You know,
You poked him up.
Test
That
it
was your
out.
celly. You
Test
poked
it
up. You
out.
poked up your celly. Hit Hulk Hogan with the fucking hawk.
Yeah, he
dude.
kept taking bottom bunk. Dude. I was getting bitched by him, just me and him. I was like, no, you go up top. Fine.
You're getting humped
Yeah,
by a
one
wrestling
night.
pillow. fuck Hulk.
One night I said, enough is enough. Took a Swiss Army to the gut.
You're one of Hulk's boys, dude, in the cell.
He had a whole stable. My dad, you get my dad at night. He was like a Chucky doll, except he would rape me, my dad.
Your dad was shot calling on the yard.
He was
No
trying
way.
to shot call. It was tough.
There's no way
We
Hulk
take
would
Hulk out. Yeah, me and my dad were Aryan brothers. Hulk.
Well, Hulk might be too.
Hulkamania, yeah, he's definitely an Aryan brother. He's an Aryan brother.
Hell yeah, brother. That'd be nice watching like WWE with like the Aryan Brotherhood and like a white wrestler wins. They're probably like,
They're probably going nuts during the
Right on.
DX versus Nation of Domination days. I know I was. That got me. That stirred some racism I didn't know I had yet. DX all did blackface. I was like, yeah, suck it.
Dad, what is this feeling? When I see the nation, I get so upset.
You're growing up, son.
Let's take a walk, son. Oh, fudge.
Yeah, that's the birds and the bees combo.
True.
They're different. This episode of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast is brought.
Dude, I was reading about the Aztecs last night before I went to bed, and they had a game, you know, like all those places places had like a sacred game they would play. I've like heard of it mentioned. I like looked it up. I'm like, what exactly was it? They used to play kind of, it was like soccer mixed with basketball, where it was like
a human head. That
No,
whole thing?
no.
All right.
That's what I heard too.
No, they would play with a giant rubber. It was a 15-pound bouncy ball, the size of a soccer ball, and you couldn't touch it with your hands or feet. And they would put it in play. They would throw it down like it was like a stone courtyard with like stone walls, and you had to just like run and just fucking hit it with your hip or your elbows or your shoulders. And dudes would like break their bones on it, and you had to try to like bounce it without using your hands or feet. Get it through a net that was or a hoop 10 feet above.
You know, I think I might have seen like a modern version of this on Instagram or something.
That's fucking insane.
I think they're still doing.
Yeah, you
hip
just
ball.
you hit the ball, shoulder it, and then you can hit like little like targets on the wall. But then if like the losers would a lot of times get sacrificed if it was like an important game.
Mm,
But yeah, it was fucking nuts.
that is nuts.
Cortez was none too pleased. He saw it. What the
I said, shut this down.
What the fuck?
It's time for you guys to play football.
What was funny was I was reading it. It was like they're like, dude, the Aztecs were arguably just as advanced as the Spaniards. Like the city.
I think we found out.
Oh, yeah. Well, they were too darn nice.
That's what keeps happening. Everybody
nice.
that's ever been conquered was just too nice.
Too nice, man. They were too
crazy.
Even the who are the people that, on Hispaniola? It's now the Dominican Republic and Haiti, but they were like the Taoni or something, and they apparently Christopher Columbus rolled up on them, and he goes, he wrote in his own journals.
Yeah, he's like,
And
these guys will make good slaves. They're docile.
Yeah, well, he's like, they're just so nice. He called them naked, basically naked and afraid. He goes, they're so naked and timid. He's like, they're naked and timid. He's like, I'm definitely gonna smack. And they helped him build a settlement. And then something happened. It got fucked up, and he came back and literally destroyed the entire population.
Damn.
Although a lot of disease kind of was like 80% of
Yeah.
it. But yeah, that sucks, bro, to be like at the zenith of your setup and just you're literally slaves for the Spaniards. Worse, they were probably like,
bummer.
dude, when is fucking Is 1400 gonna be over, dude? This is
1492 sucks.
1492 sucks. Can't wait for 1493.
1493 is gonna be my year.
Population's decreased. Our population's decreased by 80%. I can't wait for this year to be over. I'm so done with 1492.
It must have been. Yeah, it was a tough time.
Yeah, dude. Especially when you find out later on they called you naked and timid. I'd be so mad if like, dude, they're all naked and fucking scared like bitches. I mean, that would piss me off. All fucking naked and afraid.
They were naked.
They were literally naked and afraid. They were at the show.
Yeah, would have been scary.
Yeah, bro. It was.
I was naked and afraid this morning when my testicles started hurting.
You're all timid on the couch.
Yeah, I was very
There's nothing
timid.
worse than being naked and afraid.
Yeah.
Every night when I go to bed.
Yeah.
You're bumping the night.
You're naked sleep.
I am a naked sleeper. Dude.
I don't know how you do
That's
that.
how you scare off criminals.
True.
Oh my god.
With an assault
Oh
rifle.
my god!
naked.
With an Eagles assault rifle with a tiny penis.
Get out of here. Yeah, that'd be terrified. I'd rather like just 5 dogs
Just a
attack
giant naked man with a tiny penis
If
and
I
an
saw his
Eagles
favorite team on
machine
if I
gun.
saw his favorite team on the gun, I'd be like, I'm dead.
This guy's something's wrong.
This guy's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
I used to be a naked sleeper. Now I have to wear like
I wear
at least
skivvies,
boxer shorts now because like my kids
You
just
gotta get up. Yeah.
oh yeah I got to get up with them and they just
true.
fucking crawl on them. They can climb over their gates now. So I literally woke up last night at like 2 a.m. Chloe was in my bed. I'm like, where the fuck did you get in
Crawled
here?
out of her gate.
She climbed. She showed me how she did it this morning. She climbs up, crawls over, and I have like like the decorative pillows on the bed.
Yeah.
I always swipe those off. So it's like a minefield of pillows. She navigated it all somehow of just like walking through the pitch black over pillows, climbed over me, didn't wake me up.
I know
woke
it's
up.
played out, but the decorative pillows,
Dude.
Yeah.
Big Pillow got our bitches with that.
Yeah.
They tricked all the
It's
bitches.
crazy, dude.
That's the dumbest thing possible.
It's so fucking annoying, dude.
You can't even sleep with them. Have you tried to sleep with one like on your
No,
chest
they're
or something?
uncomfortable.
It's the
Yeah.
most uncomfortable. It's the most rough, jagged edged pillow.
Tassels on the side.
Yeah.
They're dumbest. They're the
Jagged edge.
True. I hate them,
jagged
dude.
edge right now.
They're so annoying, especially like in the mornings where my baby will be like, help me make the bed. It's just like,
Yeah.
dude,
We gotta stack 8 pillows.
don't put it in like that. I'm like, dude, I'm going to fucking burn the house down with our whole family. Keep fucking telling me how to arrange these pillows.
Like
I'm
up
going
there,
for a walk.
decorative blankets are rough too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got some scratchy ass blankets.
Yeah.
on our
Scratchy
couch.
ass
Comfy
blankets that are about it.
blankets.
They're like 3 feet wide. They're just scarves.
Bullshit.
They put them on the back of your couch. You're laying down. You go, oh, there's a blanket right there. Never mind.
Yeah. I am going to need women to kind of get it together. Stop getting tricked by fucking marketing and shit. My wife reads her marketing emails. I'm like, you can separate your inbox, dude. Just
Like
the
promos
deals.
and
The
shit.
deals.
Adidas 10% off.
Yes. I've watched her do it. I'm like, bro,
that's terrifying.
you can separate your inbox. She's like, no, it's just, I'm
I want
like,
to see what the deals are.
I'm like, dude, I'll see her in bed. I'm like, stop looking at that stuff.
Holy shit.
She reads her whole inbox.
That's crazy.
That's who those are for then. I've
dude,
always wondered. I was like, why do they do this?
It's girls. Girls, they hear the deals, bro, and it just triggers something for them. It's like they're forgers, bro. We're out for the hunt. They're forgers.
True.
And then it's like a
Trying
little
to
forge
gather.
alert.
Forging.
Like there's berries in the
Lululemon.
pasture, and they go and fucking collect them. And yeah, that shit fucking freaks me out when I see her like 10% off now, and I'm like, bro, shut it down, shut down the spam.
Yeah, it's 100% off for you everywhere. So
True. Yeah.
So stop worrying about deals. All of a sudden you're frugal with my money. You spend $900 on pillows that no one's put their head on once.
Yes, a travesty. And then that's the problem. They'll see other pointless pillows and be like, those are nice. Where did you get those from? Guys, I've moved these things around a lot. They've taken a lot of back and forth.
It's the motion of the podium.
Sturdy as she
I should
blows.
destroy the podium.
I
I should have not told you. I'd be like, yeah, I'll do the podiums. You got here, they're all smashed. Who did this?
Ending by just putting your fist through that painting would be make sure there's no glass. No glass. That'd be so sick.
What do you think of that painting?
I've discussed this a couple times, man. I mean, it looks like he's kind of selling him on this lady. I think someone's like discovering them. It looks like
She might be foraging too. She might be getting a 10%.
Show that lady. I'll tell you what that lady's doing right now. She's being a fucking whore.
Definitely.
Look, they even moved the picnic basket out the way. What do you think they're going to do right there? That picnic blanket's all bunched up, bro.
True.
Yeah, it could be done. She could be washing off back there.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't
Yeah.
think about that.
Looks like there's a burning canoe in the background too. What's up with that burning canoe?
It's not burning.
It kind of looks like it's burning.
Scuttle the ships, dude.
True, they got burned the boats. The women are here on the island. You guys aren't going anywhere.
Trying to get those women naked and timid, dude.
I think that water's coming from her.
You think she's gushing, bro?
You think she's sopping?
Well, man, that might be the
Sopping
first
and
time
gushing.
anyone's ever interpreted that. I think there's been a lot of interpretations.
It's a
I think that
discharge.
lady's gushing.
Since
Created a pond.
1820, you're the first guy to go. I think that creek is coming out of the woman. Congratulations, you're the dumbest guy who's ever seen this painting. Dogs have looked at that painting and understood that that was a body of water.
It's just juices.
I would like to take you to an art museum. Just have you look at paintings.
That would be nice.
See Lemaire's interpretation of art.
True. Yeah, this thing, what do you think about that?
I think it's dumb as hell.
You don't like that?
No, I don't like the
What do you think about the one behind you?
I like these two the most.
I like that the most.
Yeah, I think sick as hell.
That one's my favorite.
Yeah, that's
that
cool
one's my
too.
second
Yeah,
favorite.
I like that. I usually would put that behind guests. It was just nice to have like
The rainbow imagery is confusing though.
Why?
Especially
Why?
in this day and age.
harboring what's to come.
Never mind.
Resurrection. What the fuck are you talking about?
Never mind.
What?
Storm is past.
Sean, first of all, that's like the most heterosexual rainbow you'll ever see. It's basically gray.
True.
You're trying to hit me with that stuff.
Forgive me.
It's okay. Oh, dude.
I'm talking out of my balls.
Obviously, I will, Sean.
Obviously,
I'm
we're
not
gonna
going to not forgive you right now.
Thank you.
People forget, man. Thou shalt not judge is also a commandment.
That's right.
Not judging by saying that. I'm just
interesting.
So people are dumb.
I've been on Substack lately. Dude, I'm trying to replace Substack with any like social media scrolling, and I pretty much have done it. It's so tight.
Substack? Just
so
random,
good.
Random people?
Articles. Yeah. I read a lady. I didn't read the whole thing. I read the paragraph and just kind of started laughing.
So just
to myself.
longer Twitter posts.
Yes. Like proofread, but it was a lady being like, basically like, why is everyone telling us to not want so much? If I want to be touched, if I want to eat. And it's just like, dude, okay, like sick take. It's like, I want to have sex more and eat more. It's like, obviously, dude, everybody, that's everybody in the world. But clearly, if you follow that logic, you know.
You'd be a fat slut.
I want to be a fat slut.
It's like, why is it so
be
wrong?
a big fat whore. So.
You're a giant fat whore, dude. Literally, that would be you.
That'd be you.
You'd be all naked in the woods, surrounded by food, being like, maybe this was a bit. It was just a funny take to be like, everyone's holding women back, telling us we shouldn't want so much. It's like, yeah, we've been talking about this for thousands of years.
Yeah.
What are you talking
Thank
about?
God we're doing that.
I know.
If we weren't doing that, it'd be a disaster.
Yeah.
If every dude wasn't like, don't be a slut. Why are you wearing that? Every
Yeah,
girl
man.
would be they'd be dressed like Kanye's wife. Like, why? This is what I like to wear.
I think the women, and again, I'm not going to talk about like porn, PMO or whatever, but I think the garb now, because I've been going to this one gym in Austin, and it's like, dude, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
like
sluts.
front and back wedgies, a spandex that cup the butt cheeks, as small as a sports bra.
Yeah,
can
that new
get.
spandex is crazy.
Bro.
It's got like a thong.
Yes, literally built into it. And it's
Yeah.
like, I do think it's like, so what the question would be, why do women, like, why is it escalating to the point where it's like, it's almost Bianca Sensori or whatever, Bianca
Yeah.
Sensori. That's not going to be that crazy
Yeah.
if it doesn't, if the trend doesn't reverse. And it is, it's goon
My
brain.
mom better not start.
Oh, my
if I go home, my mom's in a Bianca Sensori.
It's goon brain, dude. I think they need to stimulate past the goon brain, the hardening callousness of,
I'm gonna stick with coaches polos and gym shorts.
Well, obviously you're.
Bro, I've been rocking this coaches polo for 15 years.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing.
Do you understand that?
Imagine if you
Timeless.
started hot dogging out here, dude.
Yeah, man.
Dressing like, if you start dressing like Bruno. There was a guy at the gym dressed like Bruno, dude. He had for real a leotard.
That was the one fucking tank top I bought.
Oh, yeah. Wait, he had a
Had my
leotard?
nipples sticking out.
Yes.
The front was thin. It just had my two tits sticking out. I was like, I'm never gonna wear this. Fucking The Rock designed it.
I had a tank top yesterday. I was actually the Rock.
Bull.
Oh, he's a freaky bull.
DJ.
My nipples I got called out yesterday for my nipples popping out of a tank. My daughters, for some reason, like really monitor if my nipples pop. Like, Dad, your nipples showing. I'm like, all right, bro. I was in the emergency room last night because Maya, it's wasn't that serious. She got a giant splinter and we couldn't get it out of her foot. And it was like
damn.
a fucking exorcism. She was just like, ah. So I was like, we'll take it to the ER and they'll like numb it and whatever. And I was just at the thing and they were just like the whole time, like, Dad, your nipples are out. I'm like, all right, I'm talking to the doctor. You guys shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now. I'm trying to get out of here. We had pizza on the way.
Still had to adjust it.
Oh, dude.
While you're talking to me, like, yeah, all right.
I literally would put my nipple away and be like, you guys fucking stretch my shirts out. That's why my nipples stick out. Stop fucking putting your arm down my shirt. Yeah, it was a nightmare. We were leaving. We left the pool. We got rained out of the pool, went to the playground. They're like, we need shoes. I'm like, you guys don't need fucking shoes. We're on mulch. Who cares? And
just caught a mulch to the foot.
Dude, it was
the
splinter was like, for real. It wasn't even a splinter. It was a chunk of wood was in her foot. And yeah, we like held her down, tried to get her out. And the guy actually took a needle and he dug it. We tried tweezers, didn't work. So we had to use a syringe and like dig in and pop it up. It was, but they have cream now. They can numb like the spot before they give you like a shot, basically. They put a patch on you. I was like, bro, give me that. I'm gonna start putting that on myself when I get needles. I hate needles. They have it. I'm like, why don't you guys give this to everybody?
Dude, that's...
When do you get needles?
You're trying to say I'm on roids, bro?
Just wondering.
Dude.
No, I'm not saying.
I got my
I'm just
blood draw.
saying
I got my blood draw. I'm not juiced at all.
You're jacked.
What are you talking about?
Man, went on a cycle for this match.
You wearing a shark tooth necklace, dude. Obviously, you're on the juice. That's the telltale sign of being juiced up. Step 1, shark tooth.
I promise I'm not.
You got a cut on your head. You're the liver king, dude. You're fucked up.
Sorry, I've been training. I've just been training hard.
Look, we're gonna bookend it with love. We're gonna mosh pit in the middle. I've watched every single video. I've watched 20 hours of the Liver King.
I wanted to get him on. You called it. I was like, we got to get him on. You're like, I don't know, man.
He's a loose cannon, bro.
Yeah, he is. He's a loose cannon. You know, I don't want him coming for. I don't want him coming for our families next. That'd be terrible.
He's not gonna kill you though. You've got a family. He wouldn't take you away from them.
Oh, is that what his defense was?
Yeah, he's not trying to kill anybody.
That checks out then.
Okay. He just wants to deliver a box to the comedy club. That's what he got arrested for. They're like, it's a bomb.
No, because I was wondering too. I'm like, all right, he's making weird videos. Why'd they arrest him? There was one where it was like very dark and threatening.
He's doing bear crawls up and down the hallway at the Four Seasons, being like, Joe Rogan.
But no, there was one like something about like, I can't wait to meet your family or something. It was like open-ended and very threatening. I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I can see why they fucking... I would not want that guy on my ass. If that guy was on my fucking ass,
that'd be a tough one to have on your ass.
It's the toughest. So like, who the fuck else would be?
Joe Rogan.
To have him on your ass.
God damn, dude. If Joe Borgen was like, I'm gonna fucking get your ass, you'd be like, oh shit.
That's true. That would suck.
If Joe Borgen was doing bear crawls in a hallway, you're like, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I mean, I will say I was disappointed because the jiu-jitsu match would have been so tight.
Yeah, they have to shoot a fair one.
On him.
Yeah,
it would have been crazy.
It would have been sad, but that's what Liver King was kind of asking for. He was mad dogging him. He was like, break every bone in my body.
He wanted a warrior's death.
Yeah, he did.
He wanted a warrior's death. I kind of I don't know. It's so funny to be like, beat my ass for my fucking family. I need this.
Joe Burger.
Borgen.
The pay-per-view would have been crazy, bro.
Pay-per-view would have went.
Joe Rogan versus the Holy Trinity. Liver King 3.0.
Is that what he is? He's the
Have you watched all? You gotta watch all. It's fucking incredible.
I gotta watch
it's the same. He says the same thing over and over again on repeat.
What does he say?
Pound and lock it down. I don't know.
Billy knows everything.
He's just repeating it over and over again. At one point, he does a Instagram live with a jug of coffee and an enema.
Yeah, I saw that.
A tube going from the jug into his ass, and he's in the shower like, oh, just hanging out. Like, bro.
That was the only one I saw.
He was doing a coffee enema.
Yeah.
He does a coffee enema.
I did one of those myself indirectly today. I just drank a ton of coffee, went for a walk, and just fucking blasted.
You're Liver King.
I haven't taken creatine in a week, bro. The creatine was pumping me up. I've been on the teen pretty hard. Pause, but I swear to God, I think you guys are just fucking psyoping me. I'm not that jacked, bro.
You're pretty jacked.
I sent you my
there's nothing
Men's
wrong with
Warehouse
it.
pictures, right?
Yes, they are so good.
Awesome.
So when I'm hosting the ESPYs, you got to do like promo for it. They put me in a tuxedo, and I'm like, I can't do a photo shoot. It's the most uncomfortable.
So uncomfortable.
They try to make you do stuff.
They get you at the mothership. They'll be like, just lean against the wall. And
I've escaped all mothership photos.
Good. That's a good move.
The mayor came up with the best pose when they do that.
What do you do?
Go like this.
Yeah, I
hate cool
I told the guy,
photos,
please
dude.
don't ever take my picture.
Yeah, cool photos.
And he does. He's nice about it.
That's cool.
He doesn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't mind a regular shot. Just like, hey, smile, candid. But they're like, lean against
they're
the wall.
posting them too much.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking 5 people every single day. You go, hey, look at Tony again. he took a fucking tough one the other day.
What happened?
They hit him with the gayest photo possible.
God damn it. What did they get him with?
He was like back to right behind the stage, but he had like a hand on a railing and like
no.
it was a tough one.
Why'd they put that up?
Because I think, is it Asan who does it?
Yeah.
There's
yeah.
a little hateful
He
fuck.
runs,
Somebody running it he finds wherever you look fattest and he posts it.
God,
That's
Tommy.
right.
Tommy, he's
That's
got
me
several
too.
of Tommy where Tommy looks like he's 250 pounds.
That's crazy. Got you too?
It's
I
fucking
get got
nuts.
to pretty bad.
Hitting you guys with the fat Italian filter?
Yes. With the pizza man filter. We look at Tommy
Pizza
looks like
box.
the guy
Yeah.
that holds up the pizza box.
Yeah, it was.
They gotta suss that out. There's some.
I don't want to fuck with anybody's money
I
because
know,
somebody's making money on taking these pictures every day.
It is nice having the photog, I will say.
Yeah,
Really?
Sometimes you get a nice one.
But
It's
taking
a
pictures
nice
on
memory.
stage.
Sure.
Yeah, I use those for flyers and shit.
Oh yeah.
Pro photos, man. You can just rip those things
Yeah.
and
That's
so
right.
it is useful to have.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the video recordings, but you
That's
do
right.
that too.
This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. How's your taping?
Dude, it was so sick.
Yeah.
Such a pressure cooker, man. I brought my whole family with me like a fucking dumbass.
Insane move.
A crazy fucking move, dude.
Yeah.
Brought wife, obviously, I'm not going to get into detail, but it was like the unfun half of the month going on there. We brought our
Ditto, bro.
brought a babysitter with us. ×2. So I was rocking with, my wife got sick right away. So I had a sick wife. It was hell.
Obviously.
It was crazy. Yeah, she was sick. My wife has
It was a huge weekend for me. Oh, I'm sick and mean. Oh, all right. This is the most important weekend of my life. Well, my stomach hurts. Yeah, great.
She had like 101 fever, dude. She had a 101. Just rock is in there, just like, oh, good luck. I was like,
That's
Jesus
nice. That's
Christ.
nice.
Yeah, it was.
You
But
champed it.
then she champed it and came out to the
You
one
champed
show.
it too. You were so mellow the whole time.
Bro, I had
I
no choice.
I was more nervous than you were.
I was going to freak out. I was freaking out leading up to it. I told you when I freaked out. Dude, at fucking 3 days
Perfectly
beforehand.
normal freak out.
It was, yeah, true. It was actually. I'm happy I kind of did. I actually connected to some sort of normal set of feelings. But I was like, just sitting there in my office, being like, should I switch this to the third person from
I'm
the
gonna
first?
change all my
book I've been
jokes.
trying to write for like 9
okay.
years. Oh, dude, that'd be sick going third person.
person.
And then he saw his wife. I just had and I was like, wait a second, I have to prepare for this special, and I haven't performed in 3 weeks. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I just literally walked to Nando's and just got wings. And I knew I wasn't hungry. I was like, I'm eating for comfort.
You're following my path.
I literally
You're
did.
following my absolute
I
freak
literally
out path.
did. I was
You
complete.
go, I got to change everything. You know what? I'm going to eat wings. I'm good.
I texted you right away. I was like, it made me laugh. I sat on the thing and I was like, this is exactly what he does. And I was eating them outside in the heat and just sweat stinging my eyes. And as I got more full, I was like, I feel okay now.
Yeah, you got to get sick and hot. And then you go, all right, I'm ready to go on stage.
And I felt much better. And then I got it together, but I was still nervous because I had to do shows at the Hollywood Improv. Of course,
It's uncomfortable.
They're going to bring, there's like a small room. Like, we're going to bring a bunch of people out from the industry. I'm like, great. Thanks.
Great.
So then I at least got to perform at the mothership. I ran it. I was like, all right, I still remember it. That's good. Did the improv. It was cool. And then the taping, dude, I was like, first night I was like freaking and I kept flubbing lines. Like the sets were fine. I kept flubbing lines.
You probably weren't flubbing them.
I was flubbing them, bro.
It's all in your head.
That's what they said.
It was a slight fuck up, and in your head, you're like,
At one point, I literally did. It was kind of funny. I was like, start over. And it was fun. But the one I did flub so bad. A couple I did. And then, so the first night they were like, yeah, it's good. We got it. And I was like, I didn't love any of the sets. I was like, fine enough. And then the second night leading up to it, I literally cracked my head on a camera. Dude. And you know what was funny though? Because I was like going in the second night, the whole thing, especially when it's like, I don't know if you ever dealt with this, when like you see the whole camera setup and you're like, all these people are here to film me. You're like, I'm going to fucking blow it, dude.
Yeah.
I was like just bugging out. And I was like, I'm in over my head. Fuck. But then when I hit my head, they were like, just trying to fix it. It was like literally a bleeding wound. So they had to put liquid bandage on it and just cover it with makeup to try for continuity.
You should have kept the blood. Just occasionally have an edit where your face just covered in blood. Yeah,
I would have been kind of sick.
That would have been awesome.
Especially because they would kind of play with the intro too. But the
one thing I want to do is put myself in the audience.
That would be nasty.
Like over and over again, laughing, just in different outfits.
That's so funny. Why don't you do that? That's awesome. That's so good.
Maybe this one. If this one's not good, I'll do something weird.
AI the audience so that it's
bad.
just you.
I'll do something goofy.
True. That's what I had to do.
No, that's not true.
I'm kidding. Dude, so then I'm like, the second night is like, all right, you have to nail it this night. Like all this, all this fucking hoopla to film it. And then I was sitting backstage, and just the fact that I'd cracked my head on a camera was like weirdly reassuring. I was like, dude, you're literally a dumbass. Like, stop worrying about anything. You're just a dumb moron. You cracks your head the day before. I was like doing jumps too, because they were like, just for like alternate takes, I was like jumping off the stage, clearing, trying to like clear people at a table. I was how high I want to be.
They were really big jumps.
You're fucking on roads. You're doing crazy shit.
You jumped so far too.
Bro, it
was so far.
Fucking
well, they were like, you gotta stop. You get twisted ankle, you ruin the whole thing. And I was like, I don't care. Like, I'm gonna jump as high as I can.
I want to break every bone in front of my family. Destroy me in front of my family. Honor.
It turned out good, so I was happy. But it was funny. It was such a dumb epiphany to be like, I was a fucking moron. Like I can't even try to pretend to,
take this seriously.
Yeah, or myself whatsoever. Be like, do I really have what it takes? It's like, no, you're a moron, dude.
Just go.
Just do your stupid thing. All these cameras.
Yeah, the cameras. When I filmed the Netflix special, they have the big one on the like the crane. My whole first hour, I was just stared at it the entire. It would fly through the air, so I'd be like, "This has to be ruining the show for anybody around this."
My second night, I had a giant white, like a spackle patch on my forehead.
Yeah, because he got red, but the makeup was his original.
I turned red, and it was just bright white right here. And I would go to like make facial expressions. It would just be a smooth circle. It was so funny.
The movie I was just filming, the director would be like, "Find the lens. Look into the lens when you say your line." I didn't know he meant like near the lens. I spent 3 days going, "Hey." He didn't catch it. So I might not be in this movie. Every scene I'm going, but what do we do now?
Like, it was SNL.
Straight, I was directly into the lens every single day. And then,
dude, they can just edit your eyes now. The shit now, the effects are crazy.
I eventually, like day 4 of staring into the lens, I was like, when you say at the, he's like, no, don't look into the lens. I was like, I got bad news for you. Every scene.
They're going to AI your eyes where they're just kind of like this way.
He's a blind guy.
That's what they have to do. I think they're gonna have to like use like editing to kind of like make it look like it doesn't have a giant.
Yeah, they'll
I don't know. The second one looks better though. I thought
it did, but it was still like a purple bruise on my head that wasn't there the first night. So
yeah, if I put makeup on, they never get my ears or my neck. It's just dark red, and my face is white. I look like a Japanese lady.
Your ears are just crimson,
dark red.
Yeah, man, it was sick. It was a lot of fun.
That was so much
fun.
I'm
I'm fucking wiped, dude. I'm dead. It was a whole week. We did a whole week out there, and I would just get woken up at like 7 o'clock by my kids. So I'd be out doing that. Wake up early. I was running on literally fumes the whole time. I was like, the whole time I'm like, I'm such a fucking idiot. This is the worst way you can possibly do this. It was tight. Our Airbnb was filthy. The second
frat
one,
house.
It was a frat house, dude.
Oh no,
it was disgusting. I got like a cold from it, I think, because they had air pure. The place, dude, they didn't clean it. Like there was like cans next to one of the beds, just like wine coolers and a pack of peanut M&Ms just laying there. It's like, dude, I get it if you don't like hit all the nooks and crannies, but you guys don't even.
Dude, we bought the house my family and I bought in the Poconos. was filled with trash.
Was it really?
Yeah, I lifted up the couch. There were like beer cans and condoms and shit. I was like, "This is what the fuck is this?"
Oh, they're probably Planet Pocono strippers too. Yeah. Ugh, yeah. This was for real bachelor party heaven. It was like just filthy. It had a cool stereo room with like just like Spencer's gift card lights. It was like fucking dumb. And it was for real.
That would be dumb, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's a family. For the family, I was vibing in there. But I like if you walked around with your bare feet, your bottom of your feet would be black. Like it was disgusting. They had air purifiers. They didn't do anything, but they did have air purifiers everywhere. So I was like, they got mold. They must have mold in this fucking place.
No, brother.
It sucked. But other than that, it was.
At least your balls don't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
At least you don't have epididymitis.
Have you been grumpy about it?
Not.
You haven't lashed out at your partner?
No, not at my partner. This morning I was more so just ashamed of myself.
Like crazy.
I was kind of I did a little lash out this morning, but
why'd you make me have sex with your vagina?
yeah, how dare you?
Yeah, you should blame her for it.
Okay, I'll try.
You should start. You know, did you ever see the movie?
What's going on?
It's
with
your
you?
fault.
What happened to you?
Yeah, what the fuck you do to me?
What'd you give me?
I was saying this that the same urgent care that I got diagnosed with epididymitis at was the one that I got my rectal abscess treated at. So I've gone to this urgent care with just butthole and nutsack problems, and they probably think I'm a fucking freak.
Yeah, dude.
Definitely, especially when they see your giant dick.
I'm a gay freak.
Ass and
they got that
balls
big
are
clipboard.
wrecked.
They're just going, "Oh, we got a case of
Here
freaky
comes
ass
that
bull."
fucking
Freak
that
bull.
weird guy with the huge dick again.
The huge dick
Sure
and
his
the asshole. That's
his asshole is wrecked again.
His asshole's like Rainbow Road from Mario Kart. Defies the laws of gravity.
I told you guys about that, right? When I was screaming in the urgent care when they lanced my abscess.
No.
They gave me like 5 shots of numbing, which is what I thought about when you said the patch. I wish they would have just done that.
Was it on the outside
that was
of
the
your
most
butthole?
painful. It was on the lump in my butthole. They jabbed it. Sorry if this is gross, but they jabbed it with a bunch of needles. And I was screaming like as loud and uncontrolled.
As loud as I could.
1 to 10, how's your level of pain?
It's a 10. It was a 10.
It's like a 10.
That was a 10. No, I was going, fuck. I was screaming.
Fuck that. Dude, that's terrible. I'd rather die.
Yeah, I wanted
You have to kill me if I have an abscess.
How many
It
shots?
was really painful. It was, I lost count, probably like 4 or 5.
Lemaire's ass.
His popped on its
probably
own.
my favorite. It's my favorite thing that's ever happened.
I had to
Bubble?
His bubble exploding and stinking up an entire urgent care. His ass fucking bubble exploded. Oh my God. I would fucking hate you. If I was in that room, I'd still hate you.
That'd be a nice episode
I would
of
think
House.
about it every day.
Big episode of House. If House come in, be like, some black guy's ass exploded. That's a black ass explosion, guys. Move over. I got this.
Oh man.
It hurts my testy to laugh.
It hurts your balls to laugh.
Oh no. Just
Squat down, dude.
I got the bust down all right now.
True. Your head's fucked up.
True.
Yeah, who would have thought that this lifestyle would lead us to severe health issues?
I did have kind of a panic attack in my car. I haven't microdosed in a while, and it hit me this morning like a ton of bricks. I was driving over here, and like my pinky was touching my ring finger. I just didn't like it. I was like, I don't like the way my pinky feels on my ring finger.
Yeah, I guess that bothers me now that you mentioned it.
It was killing me.
Yeah, that would bother me.
I was like, my hands started feeling fuzzy. I was like, I'm gonna die. Fuck, this sucks. I finally overdid it.
The Cali weed was freaking me out.
Yeah.
After the first night of your taping, I was like, dude, everybody
I dropped
fucking
Sean off at
hates
the
me.
wrong hotel.
Oh, yeah. I was so high after maybe the Thursday show, I think.
Yeah.
And it was like a mall, so there's a bunch of hotels, and we just stopped at a hotel, and I was so high, I was like, all right, see you, Matt. And I got out, and I just smoked a cigarette out front of it for like 5-10 minutes before I realized that I was in the wrong place.
I was driving away being like, dude, I can't believe I navigated right back to the right hotel. I didn't even use my phone. I was like, that was pretty good. And he called, I was at a light, and he called me like, dude, I'm at the wrong hotel. I was like, fuck.
Being fucked up and trying to get into a hotel is... I've done it 10,000 times, dude.
For 10,000
Every
hours.
check-in, I'll be like, I left my key in my room. How's you guys' night going?
You have any water?
The worst one was, I was in a K-hole.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I can't move. I got to sit in the lobby. I can't walk.
Oh, no.
And then Kreischer showed up and was like, you can walk. And I easily could walk.
Whoa.
I could have walked the whole time. I sat in the lobby like.
You might be the best person in the world to be like, you can walk through a cave. Trust me, I've been 40K. Get up, Shane.
Yeah, going to the wrong. Get up. You can do it.
He might be the Blue Knight, dude.
He could be the Blue Knight. He could. God.
Dilly.
That's so funny. He was like, you just laid there?
Yeah, I was sitting in a chair in the lobby in front of the desk. Everyone was just kind of like,
damn,
this guy's chilling.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I was basically a homeless guy. Just came in and sat. And everyone was like, all right, I guess he's doing something. Sat there for at least an hour.
Did you try to I guess you went on your phone, or what did you do?
No, I was laid there. Literally on ketamine.
You were fucked.
For an hour.
Were you drinking on the ketamine too?
I needed help. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a heavy depressant. Depressant,
It was
dissociative.
pretty nice. It went
That's
away.
cool. That's
It went
chill.
away quick. It's literally as soon as he
Like
was
an
like,
hour?
you can walk. I was like, oh, all right.
Turns out I can.
Yeah.
Sick. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard of people thinking they were doing coke, and it turns out it's ketamine, and just being like, "What the fuck?"
You would have to do a pretty.
It was
you'd have
liquid.
to- yes.
They said they thought it was liquid cocaine.
That's what I had. I had the nasal spray.
That's what happened.
The prescription nasal ketamine.
Yeah.
How do you get your hands on that? What's it prescribed for?
I don't know.
You can
Depression?
get it online, dude. You can get
Yeah, you can get ketamine pretty easy, I think.
Yeah.
Through a doctor.
Interesting.
verified. You can get lozenges. You can get
I never did it.
You can
It's
sounds
I
kind of
can
fun.
get it for you if you want.
It's not that fun. Stick to blow.
All right. If you say so.
If you say so.
Fine, I guess I have to now. It's either this or ketamine, so I had to do one.
Sure, you gotta stick to the company culture. We don't want internal problems.
Okay.
Sean, just come to our attention. You've stopped doing cocaine. We need
Sean,
to
you've been sober for a week?
We need to talk about this.
We don't like that.
Yeah.
Lemise got to witness me and the Okan man have a true battle.
Do you want to step in, Lemise?
Yeah, let's get Lemise in here for this because.
May I pee real quick?
Yeah.
Right back.
I'll just hold it down.
No, motherfucker, hold down the arc. This doesn't even plug into anything.
Hey, Lemare.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, dude. I'm feeling all right. I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Slept nice.
I had a nice sleep myself.
Yeah.
I slept like 10 hours.
Oh, that's beast,
Fucking
dude.
great.
10 hours is good.
Yeah. And I woke up like right when I had to wake up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wasn't like
You
8
didn't even
a.m.
need an alarm?
I did have an alarm.
yeah.
No, I woke up before the alarm.
Sweet.
But it was, usually I wake up and I'm like, fuck, it's so early. I check, it's like 8 a.m.,
Yeah.
7 a.m.
Yeah.
10 a.m. today.
Perfect. Dude, that going back to sleep when you wake up early is the worst. Like, it's the most risky sleep in the world.
It is because you feel good
Yeah.
the first time when you wake up when it's early. You
Yeah.
go, I could get up now if I wanted, but I might as well sleep for 3 more hours. And then you sleep for 3 hours, you wake up like, oh, shit.
Why did I do that? Man, you're talking about that at the bar, the hangover sleep.
That shit rocks.
Yeah.
When you wake up at fucking 9 and you're like, I'm so hungover, and then you sleep until 1 and you go, I got away with that. I can't believe I got away with that one. The Okan man must be dead.
Still today too.
He must literally be dead. I didn't know how bad he was.
He was, yeah.
Me and the Okan man argued for
What was the battle?
7 hours.
Oh, God.
Politics. Straight. 7 hours straight.
Was it like Iran stuff, kind of? Sure.
It was everything.
Okay.
But it just kept going back to Donald Trump's a giant piece of shit. And then we were screaming, arguing. Every time he would say something, I'd be like, we can look that up. And I guarantee you, it happened like 5 different times where he said something. And then I would look it up and go, this didn't happen. And he would go, that's not what I meant. And then he would change the argument.
Oh, no.
It was crazy.
The one I remember was he was like, popular vote means winning 50%.
Yeah, more than 50%.
Yeah, more than 50%.
I was
You're
like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, he's
Popular
like,
vote's just the total vote. And he was like, no, it's not.
I didn't know that either.
Then you pulled it up.
Trump won the popular vote.
Yeah.
For the Republican won the popular vote for the first time in
Yeah.
forever.
I thought that was like a landslide, the last one.
For a Republican, that was a landslide, yeah.
was about 2
But it was nice to look up and go, "This see." And he was like,
dude's best feeling in the world. Googling something in the middle of an argument.
This is kind of the reverse happened to me and him before when I fell down in the airport at JFK. We were having a long argument. I ended up falling down. I lost the argument.
Yeah, true.
This time it was Chris. So we're sitting there for so long arguing, and I was like, man, Chris is fucking. At one point, I had to be like, watch how you're talking to me.
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. He was screaming. He did say, all right, my bad on that. Yeah.
This fool.
And then Lemaire agreed with me on something. He was like, oh, of course, you fucking suck his fucking dick. Fucking ball wash him. And it was like, Lemaire never does that. Lemaire disagrees with everything I say.
He literally does.
Yeah, he's a cocksucker. But he was like mad at Lemaire. Then he got mad. Then he stood up and fell over a chair. He kept his balance, but as soon as he stood up, I was like, "Oh, all right."
Yeah.
And then he came back and called me.
And then he called Nate for way too long. He kept talking to me.
What do you call you for, Nate?
Well, Nate sold us out.
Yeah.
Nate sold us out, and then you left Lemaire in a very uncomfortable spot. If Lemaire's here, if Lemaire's around me without you guys, it's very weird.
What happens?
He's just as quiet and like when he lived with me, he would just walk through the house.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Shane, and leave.
I don't want to activate you.
Yeah, you were around for some tough ones. I'd be hungover. I'd be like, get the fuck out of my house.
He's so quiet around. Oh, great. You again. What the fuck, dude?
I keep thinking about the plane.
The plane, that was fun.
Getting drunk on the plane. To be like, whatever.
Yeah, on the way there, you're, terrified of flying.
When you're sober.
Way back, you have 4 drinks. You're like, kill me. Kill me right now. I don't give a fuck. I'll beat God's ass for this. Right when I get to the pearly gates, I'm sprinting into his house. You motherfucker. You're gonna fucking kill me in a plane? You fucking I was doing stuff. We were talking about getting to the pearly gates and St. Peter being like, oh, Shane Gillis, it looks like you says here. Just fucking shut the fuck up, dude. God lives in a townhouse. Just running through his screen door while he's watching TV. Just you fucking bitch. Why'd you kill me on a plane?
What if you went there? He's like, Shane, you are my strongest angel. He's like, yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah, I knew. That's why I would beat the shit out of St. Peter like that.
The fuck, dude?
Yeah, St. Peter's kind of, excuse my French, Lord, a bitch.
Whoa.
What the fuck are you talking
about the
dude?
rock of the church, dude.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
I mean, dude, the rock of the church is Jesus, but that's just my idea.
No.
Jesus is the fucking church. Jesus is the body of the church. Peter's a rock.
Peter's the rock that it's built upon.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's not as sophisticated as Paul, but
wait,
his
Peter
actions.
lied. Or Peter
Peter denied him.
What would
Peter
you have done,
Jesus.
dude? You're about to get crucified
We're
upside
gonna
down,
fucking
man.
cut your
Stop
head
talking
off.
shit.
He's like, I don't even know that fucking guy.
Dude, the imminent
And
threat.
everyone's just like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Like, we saw you hanging out with him every day.
Nah.
I hated him too. I'm Judas.
I've been reading about the Desert Fathers. Did you ever get down with those guys?
No.
Dude, there was these guys in I think the 4th century who once, I think Constantine was a guy who made it the Roman, Roman Catholic Church, whatever the official religion. There were these guys that were just already Catholics or Christians that were like, fuck this. They're like, this is not good. And they just went to the desert and just fucking
got mainstream.
It got too mainstream.
Dude. I like the Old Testament.
Yeah, for real.
All these new fans suck.
Yeah, for real. They were like, sell out. And then they went out. And then they knew, because I think the guy was like using it for battles. He was like, he saw the sun split into a silver cross and he had the dream. These guys that were like, I guess hermits or like in a monastery were like, fuck, this is not what we're doing here. What the hell? We're not supposed to use our stuff for Roman battles. They're like, God damn it. So they just went to the desert and they just like,
I shouldn't have talked about punching God.
He knows you're kidding.
He knows I'm joking around.
You do it all.
But now I'm definitely going to die in a fucking plane crash.
No, he knows.
Fuck. It's going to be so scary.
That would be.
It's going to be so scary.
God is in the townhouse. He's like,
you think
God,
you can beat me up, motherfucker?
Like, fucking show up then. Pull up then.
You were going to start over from the beginning of evolution now. Jerk.
God sitting in a chair like this.
Smashing the button. You're gonna get a call like, Shane, how do you feel about doing a show this weekend? Actually, yeah, it was. It's tight. They just went to the desert and just fucking.
They were asking me to go to the Middle East soon.
What? Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai.
Dubai?
I think I'm going to pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
Not for the troops.
What?
It's for the Saudis.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis?
Yeah.
Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
So I thought.
Aren't they exactly the 9/11 guys?
It was Iran, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's all been Iran this whole time.
Convenient.
Fucking Iran.
Hello, everybody. That can.
Rutgers. This is my big bitch. My big blonde bitch that I just got. How's it going, Kurt? Is it all right? Sorry. This is called the Mollusk. It's all you, baby. Hey, little boy, what you got there? Kind sights of mollusk I found. You find it in the sandy ground. Does it emulate the ocean sound? Yes, I found it on the ground. Emulate the ocean sound. Bring forth the mollusk, cast them to me. Let's be forever, let forever be free. Hey, Brownie, why don't you give us just some blue lights here? Hey, little boy, come walk with me and bring your newfound mollusk along. Since speaking of the Trinity, can it gaze at the sun with its wandering eye? Yes, it speaks of the Trinity, casting light at the sun with its wandering eye. Bring forth the mollusk, cast them to me. Let's be forever and forever be free. You see, there are three things that spur the mollusk from the sand. The waking of creatures that live on the land. And with just one faint glance back into the sea, the mollusk, it lingers with its wandering eye. Yes. You got any more of this in the monitors? It's acoustic? Perfect. This is a very special song. It's called Back to Basum. I would like to play for you here at Rutgers campus tonight. Reaching out now and I touch your face. Please believe I'm only
the last trace of wasteland. I picked it up and it was smiling, just like the dancer who has lost her makeup. She laughs and old, but then she's crying, and the snow so light is bleeding. We sleep so tight when we're breathing. Come a little dinosaur creeping. Come the light, let me find back basement. Something's feeding back. We got a lot of songs tonight. It's okay. Just doing some shit here. Taking my prescription. If I want you my name, I was happy.
moved in. I said, Lord, Lord, I'm coming home. In a dream, said he was coming. Moved his drowsy up from me. He held the scepter of wealth and power. He said, by God, I've come to take you home. When I was young, my mama told me, she said, Gina, I want to smell it. And then she smelled it, and it was smelling. She said, Lord, 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 I'm coming home. One, two, three, four, one. And articulating all the feelings that I have for you. Hear me out, but I need to share that. The book of Jerry wouldn't get you married. There is no denying all you've been supplied. It's a slobbering ball of flesh. Come with me to see the scene. I got everything that you need. It took a serious tragic flaw. Give the doctor rock, rock, rock. Come with me to see the scene. I got everything that you need. You're the apple of my eye. But it was an 8 after you died. I see the soul from the bottomless pit. I see what you can make of it. As you have your way to the truth. It's coming as something by an engine eye. When I'm a wild that you're going to die. It's not about relating and articulating all the feelings that I have for you. Maybe I'm all I need to share that. But we did it right and get to learn it.
That was for the Jews from Ohio. Dr. Rock. This is a song about racing legend Dick Trickle. Damn it. This is called Stroker Race. that John Blaze shit.
Mr. Richard Smoker, you're a poopy poker. Chardonnay and cocaine in the spa. Pantyhose and diamond, smoking menthol cigarettes. Tonight we'll tango in the street. You dark me, Mr. Richard Smoker, you're a chicken choker. Tonight you're gonna let it all hang out. Pantyhose and diamond, little boys on crystal meth. Tonight we'll tango in the street. You dark me, I believe I believe I smoke it. Ladies and gentlemen, Glenn McClellan. Mr. Richard Smoker, you're a no-no yoker. Cognac and black coffee with the boys. Dancing in your plastic rant, early to the 10%. Your hands are wet, your hair is slick. You smoke big dick, Mr. Richard Smoker. You're a velvet coat. Mr. Jeff will pick you up at 10. Going out, dancing, oh, Friday night, got look for, ooh, tonight we'll tango in the street. You dark me, believe I yeah, believe I smoke, believe I oh, believe I woo! Smoking.
All right, guys. God damn it. This next song is Polio Asada. We're gonna start playing it tonight. Cribbers here? We got something special for you here. All right, this song's about Trenton. Puerto Rican power. The power of love. I respect my mother and Jesus. Jesus,
Cheers. Happy birthday, man. Feel the love.
Oh,
It's that time again. Waving my ticket away. Waving my ticket away. If it all goes right, I'll be in your arms tonight. But I'm waving my ticket away. I'm lost in the sauce once again. Lost in the sauce once again. If I make it through the night, everything will be alright. But I'm lost in the sauce once again. It's been 97 days since I laid my head beside you. 1 million miles of highway in between. There's some red and blue lights that are shining right behind me. That kid's a pretty mean bastard. You should have seen old Jimmy Wilson dance. You should have seen old Jimmy Wilson dance. Give that boy a dime and you could have a chance to see old Jimmy Wilson dance. Jimmy! Oh! Take it out! Just do it now! I got a really good feeling about old Jimmy Wilson. Sure enough, he's got what it takes. Do another number for me, please, won't you, Jimmy? Because you're a really good dancer. Jimmy, please. Yes. Get on down. Do that old sock shoe for me there. Yeah. Oh. Waving my ticket away. Waving my ticket away. If it all goes right, I'll be in your arms now. Waving my ticket away. Waving my ticket away. Waving my ticket away. Oh! Thank you very much there. That was a little number. We like to pull out sometimes. Little whip dick in the wind there. Oh, come on. Oh, fat lady. Something called Fat Langy here at Rutgers Stadium tonight. Please. Yes. Time to get greasy there now. See myself reflected back on myself. Paladin is gonna lick the shit knock off the windowsill. Now shit, Paladin is gonna lick my head off. This is a story about my friend Fat Larry. He's a good buddy of mine, I like him a lot. What? Paladin is gonna lick the shit off the windowsill. Fat
Kirk, how you doing back there, man? All right.
Was a working girl, living alone in another world, a picket fences and a white facade, sucking dick under the promenade. She was almost in a coma from doing a bossa nova in the funky cold Medina. Man, I wish you could have seen her. Yeah. Poor little Tandy's doing the best she can, eating cotton candy out of the garbage can. The first to come and the last to go. I met her backstage after the second show. Two lonely people on a summer night. We weren't in love, but it was still alright. I held her close and she squeezed me tight. My Pandy, Pandy, can you dig it down, beat?
Glenn McClellan, ladies and gentlemen. Glenn McClellan.
And now we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tim Dillon is Going to Hell. My name is Tim Dillon. Devin Costa is with us.
What's up, Tim?
New co-host, very high marks. People like him. Most of them like you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the same.
Well, you got to earn their respect.
I got to earn the respect.
You got to earn it. Reddit doesn't just give it. You got to earn it.
I got to earn it.
You got to work for it. We're here. We're on the beautiful porch. We're thinking about doing a studio. Do we do a studio? Do we stay on the porch? I don't know. Does the porch make us look like we can't afford a studio?
I think people like the porch.
I know. I don't know. It's, everyone else has a studio. People message me. They're like, everybody else has a studio. Why don't you have a studio? And I can't give them an answer to that. And I'm like, well, I like being on the porch.
Yeah.
So weigh in out there, studio or porch. Should we get a studio or should we do a porch? Should we show up, fight Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, and then take over their studio? Because we will do that physically.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about a battle of wits. I'm talking about we go in their studio and fight them.
Okay, really? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to send me first and then see how it goes?
You're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting up front.
Throw me at them?
As the Marines would do. I'm in a tactical. I will fall back. I'm going to judge your progress and then assess what's going on.
Okay.
I believe this. I think I would lose a fight. If me and Brendan Schaub fought, I would lose.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Would you lose?
I think I would as well.
Well, we'll shoot him.
That's true.
We'll have to kill him with a weapon,
Yeah.
I guess.
Who cares about,
And take
martial
over their
arts?
studio. Theo would be a little bit more of a fair fight, but he might still win.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got that
He's
swamp.
got the southern.
Yeah, he'll find a
he's
way
been
to
wrestling
get in there.
gators.
Yeah,
and
no,
he
he'll.
knows.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein for the whole episode. I know that people don't like people. A lot of people love it. By the way, some people love it. They don't want anything else. Some people right now are in like hog heaven with this story and they don't want to talk about anything else. They're just fucking in. They're happy. They're bringing it up at like family barbecues.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting there. But I get that it gets a lot, but it's just funny to me. It's funny to me because a friend of mine said to me recently, he's like, we got to talk about other stuff. You got to talk about other, and it's like, you have two presidents, two American presidents that are eerily close to a guy who's running an international human trafficking ring. And people are like, but you know what? You got to talk about other stuff. You can't spend all your time on it. It would be like going to Thanksgiving dinner. Your brother is being murdered in the kitchen. Your sister's being raped in the bathroom. And you're like, I get it, but can we have dessert? I want to have pie. I like pie. I don't understand. So then I had to explain to this friend why it's bad that the president might be involved with the human trafficking ring.
Mm-hmm.
You have to explain. You do have to explain it to people.
Yeah.
In this country. You do have to sit down and go, this is not good. And here's why you should care that we might be run by some very, very bad people. You got to break it down for them.
Right.
Because it's not obvious
Yeah.
to most people walking around why it should affect them.
Yeah.
Why the abuse of children should affect that. They don't get it. They're walking around like, I don't understand. But what does this have to do with, especially in LA, everything's about them. Like, it's about me. It's about me and I want to just manifest the life that I want.
Right.
Like I was talking to somebody the other day in Manhattan. I'm like, it's getting bad. And we're standing in the middle of Manhattan. They're like, no, I think it's good, dude. Things aren't that bad. I'm like, we're in the middle of the wealthiest city in the country. We're in the middle of it. Outside of this city, people are crawling on the street. They're living in tents. They're gnawing each other's flesh off.
Yeah.
Just a few miles away. And people are like, I think it's fine. I think you got to relax. But it's LA. People don't want to talk. People want to do yoga. They want to eat avocado toast. You want to talk about avocados and dating.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves dating. There's a lot of dating podcasts. Dating's very complex and interesting.
Right.
Because there's a certain type of woman out there. She's got a few pounds on. She lives in a major city. Maybe she celebrates Hanukkah. And this type of woman has had a cushy life. And her only real challenge, maybe other than like dyslexia or something, is finding a guy to fuck. She wants a Prince Charming to put his dick in her, and they're going to have babies. And her entire life, from when she fucking gets wet for the first time till she traps one of these poor losers, is about stalking and finding this guy. And she needs podcasts about it. And it's everything. It's Friday night to go out, Saturday night to go out. They got to find the guy. They got to get him. And then Sunday, they go out and dash. What was they like? And then so there's got to be podcasts that break down every millisecond of this interaction because it's fascinating. And that's what really does well.
Yeah.
What really does well is if you can, when do you text? Do you text? What do you text? When do you text? What do you text? When you meet the parent, what's it like? The first. Now, people say to me, oh, fuck you, Tim. You blow people in hotel rooms. You get prostitutes. Yeah. And so you don't understand why dating's important. You don't give a fuck about your family or their approval. You don't live a wholesome life. Yeah, fine. Okay. Correct. But still, enough with the dating all the time. I get that I understand that certain people need it more than I do.
Right.
I understand trying to suck off some financially desperate kid at NYU and then buy him fucking, a fillet of salmon so I can put my tongue in his ass is not. I get a lot of people are like, oh, we're in a different world. Like, we want to have a good life. Okay. But enough with you're in your mid-30s and you can't find someone and enough with that. Opposite. I did that Wix ad about opposites. I was like, good is bad now. People don't realize good is bad.
Uh-huh.
Like, fat is now thin. And I said that in the Wix ad. The energy that used to come with being thin now comes with being fat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you were thin, people used to be like, yes, bitch. Now, no one will say that if you're thin. In order to get that reaction, you have to be 300. You have to be knocking on 300 pounds to get people excited about you. People are like, yes, bitch, you go girl. You go girl used to be a hot chick in a little black dress walking around in the 80s or 90s. Now you go girl is a fucking, they got to look like Thanos, You got to look like Thanos from the Avengers if you're a woman to get a yo girl. Fat is thin. We've transferred all of the qualities from thin people to, that's why I have to lose weight because I don't want to be part of the fat.
Right. It's not cool anymore.
Fat pride movement that's happening. No, I'm abusing myself. They're like, you're perfect. I'm like, no, I hate myself and I want to die. They're like, yes, bitch. No, this is wrong and I'm killing myself. I'm wanting to kill myself. No, you're just perfect the way you are. There's no relationship between weight and health. There is. I can't breathe. There is a relationship. I mean, of course there's a relationship. All these women, you hear them, these big beasts, and they sit down, they can't even breathe, and they're like, you're not my doctor. Don't tell me what I should be. They're like, okay. I was in Long Island. First of all, Bagel Guy is following me on Instagram. You
Unbelievable.
Saw
yeah.
What was your reaction when you saw Bagel Guy for the first time?
Seems about right.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
You're 5'10".
Yeah.
Now that is the height of most Hollywood actors. People don't realize this.
Yeah, like short.
Most Hollywood actors are not 6 feet like I am. Although I present much taller. Most people go, you seem like you're more than 6 feet. Because you have a very domineering physical presence. But you're 5'10".
Yeah.
Have you ever found that to be a problem getting chicks? Not really.
No.
Because you have kind of that LA scuzziness that women like.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. He looks like deformed. He has like a weirdly shaped body.
It is not a good situation over there in Long Island with Bagel Guy. It's not good. You're doing much better. You have that skaterish slime ball, but LA kind of, you look like you're like 12 still.
Right.
Like you have a beard.
Yeah.
That's what LA people look like. They look like 15-year-olds with beards.
Yes.
That's what they look like. That's what people in LA look like. And And everybody's messaging me. They're like, you got to have on Bagel Guy. And I'm like,
Do you?
do we?
Bagel guy?
No, they're calling him Bagel Boss.
Bagel boss. Okay.
Because he threw a fit. Now, listen, I got to be honest with you. I have thrown fits in not that Bagel Boss, but they own a chain. I have had issues because there is no pride in the service of others.
Yeah.
When someone comes in and orders something and you're looking at a mongoloid across on the other side of the counter who could give a shit less about you.
Yeah.
And you're coming in and all you want is a egg over medium, not sunny side up, you dumb bitch, not fried to where the yolk is now chalky, over medium, which is a perfectly gelatinous, where the egg yolk is kind of like semen, where it runs a little bit down the roll, but not fully. Doesn't fall on the floor. It's viscous, like nice semen. But Bagel Boss is, people are like, you got to have this guy on. And I'm like, do we really have to create the world we're all going to hate? Like the world where in 6 months he has a television show and everyone's like, how did this happen?
Right.
It's like, well, how did it happen? Because all you fucks. But he tapped into something with people. There's a lot of men that are angry that are not getting pussy, that are not getting laid.
He's like a red pill guy, it feels like.
Well, I think he represents a lot of angry dudes out there that are unhappy. And, he kind of came out and he flipped out and he got tackled by a big guy at the end. And people are like, comment on it. Here's the thing about Long Island. That archetype of guy is a guy that I've seen my whole life, a guy that will start the fight and someone else finishes the fight. That's a very Long Island thing. What do you shut the fuck? That's as Long Island as you get. As Long Island as you get is a guy mid-sentence gets punched.
Right.
And then we'll spend the next week twisting the story so that somehow he's the victor. He's like, there was 6 of them. It's like, no, you started a fight. No one did anything to you. And you got your ass kicked, but then people will kind of twist and turn it. But what people don't realize about Long Island is of all the pockets of white trash on planet Earth, right? Of all the collections of human garbage that exist, there is no collection that is as charmless and that has less redeeming qualities than the ones that live on Long Island. They are not like folksy hill people. They're not charming backwoods hicks. They can't do anything. Like you meet some trash, maybe where like Theo's from, like in Louisiana. You're like, well, these people are wrestling gators.
Right.
They aren't living off the land or whatever. Long Island people are, it's puzzling.
Not really a skill.
It's not a skill.
Yeah. They're just loud.
They're disgusting. The actual word is just, I was in Taco Bell the other day. I went to dinner at the Taco Bell Pizza Hut. I have one family member left, my Aunt Donna. She's the only one I like. She's it. My father and his wife are officially done after this weekend. They're officially done for a while. They get nice. I'll tell you what happened. I will go into this. I want to tell Taco Bell first.
Okay.
Because a lot of people are finding this message of leave your family and friends incredibly inspiring. Literally. People are messaging me every day and they're going, oh, you're the Gary Vee that I need. For my whole life, I thought I had to stay loyal to my family and friends. You do not. Leave them. Leave them. And people are waking up to this reality that, like, you don't need these fuckers. They're ruining your life. They don't want you to succeed. They don't want you to do better than them, especially if they're boomers. No group of people has ever cared less about their children than boomers. Nobody has ever been less available for their kids. They are a deeply selfish group of people who've raped planet Earth. Almost every problem we have can be traced to mom and dad boomer sitting on their fat asses watching Wheel of Fortune while the entire planet immolates. Mommy and daddy drinking wine on the phone with Aunt Sue. Hi, Sue! Where's my kid? I don't know. Hanging himself in his room. How are you? What's going on, Sue? When you were growing up, you were always at somebody's house and his mother was always on the phone running her mouth with someone else. Like, these people who couldn't be less present, couldn't give a shit. This was not the era where we took the kids on the college tour, what college you want to go to. This was the era of TV, eating shit, fast food, KFC, here's some fried chicken, and you're going to watch television with dad and mom. Okay? So I'm in Taco Bell Pizza Hut because I wanted to have dinner. And my Aunt Donna drove me there, and she doesn't want to partake, so she's sitting in the car reading a book. And I said, I'll just go in here and have dinner by myself because I don't need to dine with anyone else. Do you go out alone ever? You have a girlfriend now. Do you go out alone?
Yeah, I do.
It's very empowering. So it is. It's very empowering. And if you're listening to this,
that's what I tell myself,
and you haven't gone out alone, I used to go out alone all the time. And I would sit at a bar and I would get hammered and I would eat and I would gorge myself with food. And then I'd get back in my car and drive home plastered. And it's a good, you feel like, man, I really own my life.
Right.
I really own my life.
You're in control of your own destiny.
I'm in control, And I was at Taco Bell Pizza Hut. And I said to myself, this is the last time I'm going to have Taco Bell Pizza Hut. I talked to Andrew Santino about it. He's like, Domino's isn't good. Pizza's not good. Taco Bell's not good. I'm like, number one, shut the fuck up, you Hollywood elitist. You're an elitist. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like George W. Bush.
Yeah.
Man of the people. And the Taco Bell Pizza Hut, what makes it so good, you don't have them out here. Do they have Taco Bell Pizza Hut out here?
No. They have Taco Bell KFCs.
Interesting. That's an interesting combo.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's a wild person that does that.
Mm-hmm.
That does a Taco Bell KFC. Because what I like about the Pizza Hut combo, and I used to go Red Comp all the time, you have the warm, cheesy, gooey goodness of now they're not serving Supreme pizzas anymore because everyone's too lazy or whatever to put the green pepper on it. It's a whole problem. Fine. We can only do pepperoni. Nobody's going to do Supreme. Fine. I like the Supreme. You get that little cardboard mushroom that was never a mushroom, and you get like one of them.
Yeah.
And then you get a few green peppers. You get like an onion that was on something else. It was they just take an onion from another thing and throw it on the pizza. But they can't do the Supreme. I was a devotee of the Supreme and sausage that is made from like meat bits that they stir with water and make like clumped up meat things.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that, so I just got a regular cheese. What's nice about the Taco Bell Pizza Hut is you have the warm, gooey pizza, and you dunk it in the marinara sauce, and then you have the cool, refreshing, kind of healthy Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like you have like a healthy.
You do consider Taco Bell healthy. When I've gotten it with you,
it's very healthy. I will have you killed. I think it's very healthy, and it is the healthiest fast food. There's articles about it. There's experts about it. Thank you. I'm not going to have them on the show, but the reality is Taco Bell is a very healthy alternative. Okay? Especially for boomers who don't want to raise your kids. We ate that shit all the time because my parents did not cook. They were too busy. My father was too busy playing guitar in one of our spare rooms, okay? Because it was about him. He was trying to get his album together.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't cook dinner. He would go in and strum his guitar, and my mother would go take pills and teach swimming. So, and I would just left to waste away in my room and with no dog. Nobody got me a dog.
Oh, wow.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, don't hold your breath waiting for grandkids. How about that? That's why I chose to become a gay cocaine addict because of the way that they reared me as a child. I hope they're proud of themselves. How's your album, Dad? Is it good? How's the song? Is it good? So, do you enjoy it? So
it went from Bagel Boss to you hating your dad.
I'm so angry. I haven't even gotten into
seems like there's
why.
a connection here.
I've had enough with boomers. Lock them up. Throw away the key. Put the boomers in the ice camps. Let the illegals in. Let MS-13 in. And get the boomers. I'm done with the boomers now. They're all going to retire soon. Good. Light them on fire. So, and I'll tell you why, but I'm in Taco Bell Pizza Hut. This is my point. I want to go back to Bagel Boss. There's a morbidly obese woman with purple hair who is accosting the cashier. And she goes, hey. And she's got another fat pig next to her. Big fat pig with purple hair, another pig next to her. Two big beasts. And I walk up, And now the whole counter is just a monument to bad living. And it's a small Mexican cashier. She's sweet, very efficient. A good Taco Bell cashier runs the bell. She goes in the back. She's like, fuck you, because that's the job over there. She's like, let's go, and then you see everyone else kind of afraid of her. And it's usually a woman that can run it,
Yeah.
So this big purple-haired ape is complaining that there was sour cream on her burrito, and she requested that there not be sour cream on it. And she's been a vegan for a year, almost a year, and now this has ruined her life because she ate sour cream. And she's complaining to her friend. She's going, I've been a vegan for a year. And I just ate sour cream, and I ate a lot of it because I didn't realize it was in the burrito. And she goes, so the cashier's like, all right, I'll get you another burrito. And then the cashier walks away, and this vegan lady turns around and to her friend and goes, they don't even care. This restaurant doesn't even care. She called it a restaurant. She goes, do they even care? So this fat vegan monster, something out of Monsters, Inc., is angry, and she's like, I had a lot of it. I didn't even know that there was... So I start. So I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I said to her, I go, between you and me. I said, between you and me. First bite of the 7-layer. I've had a 7-layer. First bite of the 7-layer. You tell me you don't taste the sour cream when you go in? She goes, what? I said, I'm just asking. So we all slip up.
Yeah.
I said, I've given up dairy many times. I'm here right now with everything on it. It's cheese. I get it. Be honest. You go into the 7-layer. You go into the 7-layer. You don't notice the sour cream. She ate half the 7-layer. The bitch ate half the 7-layer. The cooling sensation is the sour cream.
Right.
It's a separate thing. Everything else is whatever. But apparently whatever it is, they got rid of the cheese, or the sour cream is what threw her, what fucked her up. My point in that story is that if you take a camera on Long Island and point it in any direction and wait for 10 minutes, you will have a new viral garbage person. You will have a new viral pig.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Not a lot, would not take a lot. You just need to point it in the direction of any human being. If
Ordering something anywhere, yeah.
If you go to any place in Long Island where money is exchanged and goods are delivered, you will find something out of Lord of the Rings going crazy. And I sat there and I enjoyed my meal in the Taco Bell.
What'd you get?
What did I get? I got the Supreme Pizza with, then I got a chicken quesadilla and a Baja chicken chalupa.
That's the thing that's healthy to you, right? The Baja?
Well, the gordita is healthy. The chalupa is the fried bread.
Right, the chalupa is the fried
bread. So the Baja chicken gordita, I think, is healthy.
And you cross-examined a fat lady that... she's lying.
The fat woman was trying to play a game.
Yeah.
And I wanted to let her know that I knew. I know what game you're playing because her friend caught her. She would have scarfed down that whole burrito. She's not vegan.
No.
Your ass, you're vegan. Shut up. Okay? She's a fat medical biller. I don't know anything about her, but I guarantee she's a fat medical biller. And she sits in a fucking office in an industrial park in Comac all day and harasses people who can't pay their medical bills who are dying. Okay? This is what this, okay?
Wow.
And just like in a biblical sense, it will happen to her. In a few years, she'll, be wasting away somewhere, or she'll just have exploded or whatever. And that'll, she'll be getting the calls.
Mm-hmm.
Long Island, here's the thing about Long Island. After Hurricane Sandy happened, insurance companies, who are the devil, like, let's be honest, they paid out too much money to certain, elderly couples. So people on Long Island, certain Long Island comedians were telling me they did this. Their job was to call up the elderly people that now, finally, after the hell of Sandy, the hurricane had ravaged their life. They called the elderly people. It wasn't only elderly people. I think a lot of them were older people. Their job was to call them up and threaten them and go, the insurance company paid out $30,000 more than they should have. You owe us that money. And if not, we're going to take you to court and put a judgment on your house.
Oh, man.
And do you know how many people were willing to do that in Long Island? Thousands. 1,000 showed up for the job. 1,000 showed up for the job. They go, We need you to browbeat elderly people who just got back in their house. It's their first night in their new house since the hurricane. Are you able to do that? And man, they showed up in mass. They showed up in mass to call up the greatest generation, the World War II generation, to call them up and go, you owe us 30 grand or we're going to take that brand new house from you. You'll be right in the street. And they would harass them. There is no more morally bankrupt place
Yeah,
than
sounds
Long
like it.
Island.
Is the Wolf of Wall Street from Long Island?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Long Island deserves. Sandy was the very beginning of the biblical reckoning.
It was like the locusts.
That Long Island deserves 10 of those things. And the people that are listening right now from there, if they have any self-awareness, they're going, yeah. Yup. Yes, we do. So let me tell you about my father, who now, him and his wife have bought a second home in Long Island. They like it so much, they want more property because it's good.
Right.
They
Where's he
want
getting
more-
his money from? He's a
No one knows.
failed musician, right?
No one knows. And he's a wine salesman. I guess he's doing fine. I do love my father. I don't hate my father.
Right.
People listen to the show know who he is and blah, 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 blah. But he's part of a generation that is responsible for destroying civilization. And so what am I going to let him off the hook? Because we're related?
No.
So he texted me photos. All him and his wife just bought a cottage. Okay?
Yeah. White caps.
They just bought a cottage and eat. I'm not going to say where, but wherever it is, it's by the water. You know? It's by the water, but it's by the Long Island Sound, which is bath water. It's not the ocean. Rocky Beach. Long Island Sound is for having a house on it and having a sailboat. It's for a big mansion at Sands Point with a view of Manhattan. It's not to sit by a beach, whatever, right? Fine. Him and his wife buy a cottage. They text me photos of this cottage all the time. Look at the look at the sunset. Look at the sunset on the beach. Look at the sunset on the beach, you know? And all she talks about when we have lunch is how bad it is for like immigrants, you know? And then, you know?
Right.
So then they go get the cottage on the beach, you know? She's constantly talking about Trump and fascism and, you know, the sunset. Look at the sunset on the, okay. They invite me out to see it. They're like, you got to come out and see it. You got to come see the cottage. Okay. So me and Ben fly out to New York to fuck Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse. That was my video. Can you imagine Jeffrey Epstein's like in his prison cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center, and like his lawyer comes up to him. They go, we've had an incident at the property. And Epstein's like, what's going on? Vigilantes? Did somebody try to get in? Was there a break-in? They're like, no, you know the fat guy that Rogan retweets? He fucked your door. And Jeffrey Epstein's just watching me like grind on his door, fuck his door. And Epstein's just shaking his head in the Metropolitan Detention Center. And he's like, where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong? A few years ago, I was on my private island with prime ministers and presidents. And now some fat guy with 60,000 followers who's been shadow banned is desecrating my $70 million mansion.
He's like, this is the most embarrassing thing that's happened.
He goes, this is so embarrassing. He has a tiny little egg penis that he can only get hard when he shoves into 10-year-olds. And he goes, this is mortifying. This is really bad. And we went to go see the prison. Ben, you can talk now. Tell us about the prison. Oh, God, Ben. All right.
Yeah, we went to we wanted to see El Chapo. Well, I didn't know I was going to talk. I'm sorry, man.
Are you ready now?
I'm ready, yeah.
Okay. It's not that complicated, Ben.
No,
it's
no,
not
no.
that hard.
I know.
You feel like there's a lot of pressure now. It's a lot of nerves. People are watching the show now. I get it. It's very... We filmed the video, which was a lot of fun. And then we went to go see the prison that's holding El Chapo and Jeffrey Epstein. And what was that like? And there was someone in a window, right?
So in the lower window of the facility, some guy was looking through the blinds. And
Why are you talking like that? You've never talked like this ever.
I was
You're
freaked
like this.
out.
What? He's like, there's a guy. Just talk like a regular person. He's like this. He's like, we went to the prison. There was a guy in the window. What are you doing? Are you putting on an affectation for? There was a guy in the window. Just talk like you talk, like,
All
like
right,
a regular
here we go.
goofball.
Is this fine?
Yes.
Is this good?
So what happened at the prison?
So there was some guy scratching on the window with like his fingernails, just peering through the blinds, scratching all the way down. The creepiest thing. A crazy guy came up to us and he said, "This is the last time you'll ever get to talk to me. This is the last time."
Right outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Probably some guy that just let out. You know what I mean? They're like, go and start your life. Go and start your life. Yes, Frank
The
Lucas.
best part is we went up to that security guard and we were like, "Hey, is Epstein in here?" He's like, "Yeah, no, fucking Epstein's in here, but El Chapo's in here." And
the guy said, "Kid, you got El Chapo's here. I don't know about Epstein, but you know, El Chapo's here. I'd love to put my mother-in-law in here. Come on, you know what I mean? Hey. He's so happy. Like, we thought we were going to get shot in the face for going to the prison. This idiot's so happy that someone's coming up to him. Yeah, we got a Chapo, Epstein. We got it all. Nobody comes here. They should come here because it's like, it's pretty cool. We got bars on the windows. That's why that's how they can't get out. We're like, all right. We thought he was going to be like, get the fuck out of here. I didn't even go near the thing. I sent Christoph, this kid who helps us with the YouTube channel. I sent him. So I'm like, if somebody needs to get a bullet to the face, it's this fuck. He's, you know what I mean? With all due respect, I got a Free Jeffrey sign that we just did the video. I'm like, the last thing I'm doing is walking up to the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is like on par with Gitmo in terms of the fucking security measures. I'm walking up there dressed like a little girl with a Free Jeffrey sign. I said, I'm going to get shot in the mouth right now, and no one will feel bad for me. No one will care. My father and his wife won't care. They were in their cottage. They won't give a shit. So, all right, give the mic back to Devin. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I don't know who was in the window. I don't know if it was a cell. It was very interesting because I read about the prison, and I think the real deal cells are like on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you get the view of City Hall. I don't know. What do I know about that?
Right.
People can message me about the inner workings of the Metropolitan Detention Center. I don't really know, okay? I don't know.
It was Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah, could have been. Could have been. Where is he? Where's Tekashi?
I think he's in Rikers, actually. Yeah.
He's in Rikers? How long is he going to
so.
be there?
I don't know. I don't know his sentencing. I'm not sure if it's happened yet. I think he's, the trial is awaiting. He's awaiting the trial.
Interesting.
But, yeah.
Rikers is, do you ever get worried about what you would, if you were in prison or jail?
I think about it. Yeah.
Why?
Because I love crime shows, and
you love crime shows.
Yeah, I love like people giving false confessions, and then their
Right.
whole life is ruined. And I'm
You're
like,
afraid
that could happen. What if
you just confess? To
I'm
something?
a jumpy guy,
You are a jumpy guy.
I could easily see myself just like agreeing real quick and,
And
be like,
just-
"Oh shit, what the fuck did I just say?" And then
just go into jail.
And then I'm just raped for like 80 years.
Do you think
and
you want to be
a slave.
raped? Do you think maybe that's why?
Maybe it's a hot fantasy of
You know,
mine.
maybe you want to fuck a dude. And
Yeah.
you're like, I just want to fuck a really built gang leader. And I just don't know how to do it. I've never fucked a gang member. I've always had the fantasy of going up to like the Bronx in a project and fucking like a real hard-bodied gang member who's
Yeah.
a murderer.
Yeah.
But that's never happened. It's
pretty alpha.
Yeah, but I don't want to fuck them. I'd probably want to
You
be
wanna
fucked
get
by
fucked, yeah.
them because I feel like it's a waste to fuck them.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think if they're a murderer, they gotta.
You want to see what they
I
can
want
bring
to
to the
feel
table.
the power of a murderer.
Right.
You know, in like a hot project.
Mhm.
I gotta mean hot, like sexy. I mean like literally hot. And then like I don't know. I've always thought that would be a fun thing. I've never done it, but
Does danger make you hornier? Like if there's like a
I
threat
don't-
of like maybe this guy will bludgeon me, it's like almost.
I don't know. I haven't really thought this one out. I haven't really thought it through. It's just one of those things I think about. I'm like, that's an interesting, So my father goes, you got to come see this cottage. So when did I fly? I fly Ben back Sunday. Ben misses his flight because he has Bojangles and falls asleep in the airport like an idiot. He has Bojangles in he misses his connecting flight. Not yet in Charlotte. He doesn't miss the flight he should miss at 6 a.m. out of LaGuardia. He's there for that. He misses the connecting flight because he eats Bojangles and then goes to sleep in the airport like an idiot, okay? Like a fool. And then he runs over to them and they're like, are you Ben Avery? He's like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, we called you a bunch. And, he's like, all right. So then his next flight's like 5 hours from now. So then he goes back to Bojangles and eats a second meal at Bojangles in the Charlotte airport. And I call my father. I go,
Jesus,
I'll come out and see the cottage today because they've been very insistent that I see this cottage, which is 20 minutes from the house that they own. They're trying to figure out if they can live in a smaller space. And then they may sell the bigger house and then maybe get something in Florida or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? He's like, okay, well, and we've had this plan for a while. He goes, yeah, well, we're going to go to our friend's house today that has a pool. You're more than welcome to come to that. What? Hey, I'm almost on a train heading to Long Island to come see your house. I'm going to go to your friend. I don't even know these people. And I'm going to go swim in their fucking pool and eat their food. I don't know them.
Oh,
what? But it's, again, this is just the mentality of the boomer. It is, yeah, sorry about that. Who are you?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you, my only child? Yeah. We have a very casual relationship with someone that owns a pool. We're going to go there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go there. Sorry. Don't worry about it. We'll see you again. Not a big deal. No one has loved their children less than that generation.
Yeah.
Nobody has cared less, who has been more casual, very super cash. He's like, So the next day, I call the next day, okay? I call the actual next day, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll come out today. So I'm leaving tomorrow. And then he's like, yeah, and then I'm like, I'll Uber from the train. It's not a big deal. And then him and his wife start arguing about that the Uber will be too expensive from the train and that he should just pick me up. But it's becoming an argument, and you can hear it. Right. She's like, no, you pick him up. My dad's like, I think he has a car. My dad's like, he's got a car. My dad invents a car that I don't have. My dad goes, he'll drive here. They start fighting about it. I'm like, I don't even love either of you. I just want to go swimming. I just want to swim. I don't care. What do you think you two are? Great conversationalists? I just want to come and swim. Mm-hmm. So I'm just like, okay, guys, I can't do it. I have a meeting. No worries. No problems. Goodbye. They're done now. They've been written off. They're done. We will review an application next year to see them potentially. But the holidays, I'm a free agent for the holidays now.
Nice.
Except my aunt, I might go to my aunt. We're going to do a Christmas thing in Rhode Island, but I'm a free agent for the holidays. I'm no longer, we're going to put all the archives up when we do the Patreon. You guys can go to this episode called My Last Christmas, where I detail why I was no longer going to participate in my stepmother's idea of a holiday, which was getting supermarket catered food and eating it in sweatpants like a methadone clinic, and then doing the hokey pokey with a bunch of lobotomized relatives that I half know. So that is now over. Eating macaroni and cheese that was stirred by a heroin addict in a Long Island supermarket, okay? And then they did the hokey pokey at the end. Like a bunch of them got up and they were like, they're doing they weren't even drunk. Our family parties.
Oh, that's so tragic. They weren't even drunk.
Our family parties used to be just debauchery and drinking. Did you ever have like big family parties?
Yeah. There was always a big political fight at the end.
Why?
Because my mom's side of her family is more Republican and my dad's side is more Democrat, and they would.
And your mom is fucking plugged in.
Yeah. My mom wouldn't get involved. This is when my mom wasn't interested in this type of shit.
That's a great thing about being a conspiracy person is you let the people fight and they ignore you. Like one side's like taxes, the other side's like healthcare,
and you're just like kids
and
getting raped.
You're like mind control factory farms of human beings. And they're like I have a joke now where it's barely a joke where I go, I believe in lizard death cults. That, I'm a centrist. That's the centrist. I'm in the center. I'm the despised center now. But like an Irish family, we started off, everybody was hammered. Everybody was happy. My father had 7 brothers and sisters. One of them died of melanoma, young. Everyone else was still alive. A lot of great music. My grandfather had a big, beautiful home that he built himself. A lot of fun, fist fights, craziness, whatever. Great big meals. We had 50 people at Thanksgiving. My nanny would have 2 22-pound turkeys and a little bird. It was a massive thing. It would go to 4 or 5 a.m. And we grew up in that. We grew up in that world of debauchery, fun,
Sounds very fun.
chaotic. It was great. It was very Irish family, singing, fighting, whatever, food, drinking. Now it's not as fun because all of my relatives have been divorced and all their kids are heroin addicts.
Oh.
So it's no longer as fun anymore because the legacy of growing up in that environment has been that you can't leave your coat in a room unattended because someone will go rifle through it to go get a package. Now they're doing good now, my cousins. They're doing good now,
Okay.
but I'm not excluding myself, by the way, either. I had a rough time. I used to steal. I would steal at family parties. I would run the pockets of an aunt or an uncle, and I probably still will. But we were bad kids, and we grew up in that environment where we were like, oh, we should be getting fucked up. And this is an Irish family. If you're truly Irish, it's great in the beginning, and it has a lot of promise, and everybody's excited, and the kids are going to take over the world, and they're all going to be Kennedys. And then, like the Kennedys, except the highs aren't as high, but the lows are pretty low. At the end of the Irish family, it's a disaster, and people are divorced, people are broke, they're bankrupt, they have multiple addictions, they're depressed, mental illness. It's all bad. It's all very bad. It's the end of an Irish. What are you race-wise?
Italian and Lebanese.
But not strongly Italian or strongly
No,
Lebanese.
there's no real. The heritage was like Lebanese. Like we'd have, hummus and tabbouleh. on my
California
grandpa's
kind of
side, but-
steamrolls ethnicity.
Yeah,
Right?
You just
'Cause
leave it. You just don't.
You don't
care.
feel like it feels here like you're just an American mutt,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
the
100%.
culture is California culture.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There's no. You don't stick to anything really.
Yeah. In the East Coast, people stay in their little enclaves, and they're and they and
Well, that's
they,
where everyone came through the East
Everyone
Coast,
came
so
through the
they
East
feel more
Coast.
like they should.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a tough family. I mean, it's tough now when you were at the family parties now, and you're like, there's cousins that are like, some cousins are really brilliant. Like there's one kid who's brilliant but kind of autistic. Maybe he's not autistic. He's like brilliant. He's like very smart. He's going to go to an IV, but he like doesn't say anything to anyone. Maybe he's just disgusted by us.
You might just be
Like,
terrified.
everyone's like, I think he's autistic. I'm like, I think he's disgusted. I think he's disgusted that the most successful member of this family is a gay clown. I think he's a little disgusted that that's the only member of the family not currently under like indictment. I think that's why he's not making facial expressions, because the only facial expression he'd make is just crying. He would just cry.
Yeah.
And then there's other cousins that are friendly, and then there's my generation of cousins, and they're woo. All of us had our issues.
Yeah.
All of us.
You can tell though everyone's kind of white knuckling. Like I just wish we could just all go back to getting fucked up.
I think a lot of people are white knuckling. I think, the damage of certain life decisions doesn't necessarily reverse itself. This is what people need to realize. When you make certain decisions and you go into certain corners of the world, you can leave those corners of the world. Some of those corners of the world stay with you. So there are people in the family, and not only cousins, but older people, wherever, where, those people, and myself probably are one of them, where you're like, yeah, we'll never have the experience on the planet that people had that were not involved in some of those things. Like there are people I meet, and I envy them because they've never stolen money from their family. A lot of people have never stolen money from their family. I've stolen money. You know what I mean? A lot of people have never invented a fake school trip and printed up fake permission slips to try to get money to go do drugs.
Cashed a fake check.
Yeah.
You ever do that?
No. Have you done that?
No, I heard heroin addicts can do it though. They do it like they need like $100 and then they just don't care about
They're the
credit.
best.
Yeah,
I
they're
never
awesome.
went there. I never went to that part, But like there are things with my family where I go, maybe that partying wasn't great for all of us to grow up around. Some of it was. I mean, listen, There are people that grew up because the next generation of cousins didn't grow up with that. They didn't grow up with that. We grew up with that.
Right.
So we internalized that as like, oh, that's the way to have fun.
Mhm.
So when we all went out, when we were 13 or 14 and we could fucking, get booze or drugs, we went out and we were like, let's go do it. Because we had grown up with the idea that that was how to have fun. That's how you have fun. I was just talking to a friend of mine recently and I'm like, after 30, drinking looks bad. It just doesn't look great after the age of 30. It looks good again around 60. It looks distinguished again in a bar when you have a nice suit on, you're having a nice cocktail, whatever. You're on, you met a woman off an app who's 19 and she's trying to pay her college loans. You're going to go eat her ass later in a Hyatt. Whatever it is, it's a distinguished look. It's a nice look.
Yeah, drinking's cool at the start of life and at the end.
Yes.
The middle, you're kind of supposed to be.
19, you're like, yeah, look, I just fucking fucked up. My bros and my bitch. 30, it looks bad. You look nervous. Every 30-year-old who's drinking looks nervous, and they should be because they realize that life is passing them by. Everybody 30-year-old who's really drunk has that energy of like, hey, man. Folks, how are you? We've talked about Wix before. We'll talk about it again. It's incredibly important, very important now. Social media is one of the best clubs, blah, blah, blah. I'm passing the Comedy Store now. New York can literally be bombed. I don't care. I literally, without exception, everyone that lives there could burn in hell. I don't care. 9/11 every day, every building on the hour. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You didn't know what you had when I lived there. I gave my best years to that fucking city and got very little. The only person I like is Patrick Milligan, who's from Long Island. That is it, who booked the Stand. Everybody else can burn in fucking hell. I hope your skin melts off your face. The Stand is good. Go to the Stand. At the opening of the Stand, I have a guy come up to me who is in the midst of a full-on breakdown. The guy, this is weird. Comedy clubs in New York bring out people. The opening of a comedy club will bring out people you thought quit.
Right.
And they just show up. Like they're gonna have the right conversation. They're gonna get back. They're gonna get back in the game. They're like, if I just bump into the right guy, things are gonna go well.
Yeah.
If I just make the right quip and Mark Norman laughs, they're gonna turn around. So some guy, and this guy's a guy that I recommended for JFL. Like I've been very nice to this guy. He shows up. Like, hey man, how's it been? We're standing outside of the club. He goes, ha! As soon as you hear that, run. You gotta run. As soon as you hear that, you gotta run. He goes, huh, huh. I'm like, oh no. He goes, I'm 10 years in, I got nothing. I'm like, well, you're a real funny guy, man. And he goes, don't say that. Don't say that. He goes, I don't look at you like the rest of these people do. I'm not starry-eyed when I look at you. And I'm like, I don't think anyone looks at me starry-eyed, but whatever. He's like, you're crazy. You're crazy. I know you're crazy. He's like, so everything you said, and I'm like, okay. Only in comedy are if you succeed on any level, you're crazy. You're a lunatic. It's the people who've not figured out anything that are somehow morally pure and good.
Yeah.
Everyone else who's done anything is crazy, right? So I say to the guy, I'm like, man, you can't do this here. You can't have a breakdown in front of everyone. It's not that good. He's like, I have this shitty job. I have a day job. And I'm like, man, at least you're connected with us. Now you're trying to find things so he doesn't put a gun in his mouth. I'm like, at least you're connected to other people.
Yeah, at least you have a schedule.
You're connected to real people. He goes like this. He goes, I do it with other comics. I'm like, well, yeah, well. And I'm like, listen, man, it is what it is. But why are you mad at me? What are you mad at me for? Because when I said to this guy a few years ago he should do a podcast, he laughed in my face. Okay. It is what it is, dude.
Yeah.
It is what it fucking is, man. There's a lot of angry people out there that had an opportunity to do the things that a lot of us fucking did. And why would you not want to do a podcast? It's fucking fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. And you should fucking do it. I just tested for that David Spade show, Lights Out on Comedy Central. I'll probably do panel on that. It's just fun. Why would you not want to do it? You just write jokes, you show up, you make jokes. David Spade's hilarious. Mm-hmm. It's just fun to do. These are fun things to do. People, you can't not do things and then get angry that you didn't get the things that other people got from doing the things you fucking refuse to do. So, but it's just funny to me that people show up to a fucking opening in mid-breakdown, mid-panic attack, thinking that somebody's going to be like, get over here. You're going to work every night now. I love you. Come here. And everyone's going to go hug them. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody cares about you. This is my problem. I don't have a problem with Gary Vaynerchuk in the way that people think I have a problem with him. I don't hate his hustle. I don't, whatever. Do what you want to do. The problem with Gary Vaynerchuk is he never tells people about their limitations. He never tells them to embrace any type of realism. He never tells them about the other side of risk. Okay? He leaves all of that out. It's all about hustle and grind and all this literal gibberish. There's better sales trainers. Brian Tracy, Ziegler. They'll literally talk about selling things and what to say at every moment during a sale. They actually do that, okay? But the problem with Gary Vee is like, I'm all for, you want to start your own shit? You want to do your own thing? I'm all for that. I'm not, now most of you shouldn't. Most of you should not. Most of you should not. Pull the car over and listen to me if this isn't getting to your fucking head, okay? Most of you should not do your own thing because your happiness in life will not come from it. It's going to come from relationships. It's going to come from children. It's going to come from your communities, your hobby. It's not going to come from work. People are now. My happiness is going to come from work because I am a demon from hell sent here to destroy and then to rebuild. I'm part of a cycle. People don't get that. Okay. And everyone that you see who's successful is a demon. Megan Rapinoe is a demon from hell. She's a demon from hell. That dyke worked so hard because she doesn't feel. The bitch doesn't feel like you feel. She didn't care about the sweater you got her for Christmas. She just wants to win. Oh, Megan, grandma's dying. Oh, fuck her. I want to play soccer. I'm a power-hungry dyke. That's all I want. I want to get in fights with Trump because I can kick a ball. My skill's kicking a ball in the net. Fuck you. But I respect her because she's a demon from hell. Okay? That's the real motivational training. Gary Vaynerchuk gets out and goes, who here's a demon from hell? Many people aren't going to raise their hands. He goes, that's good. You all get jobs. You all go and get jobs. But Amy Schumer go, yes, Quinn! And he'll go, yeah. And that's why she's in arenas. Now, I'm not saying, don't come at me here and be like, well, so-and-so donated money to, Doctors Without Borders. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. That's not what I mean. You know what I mean. What I mean is the qualities that you have that make you human, if you want to succeed, you got to turn them down a little. Turn them down. Turn the feelings down a bit.
Yeah.
Turn them down.
You got to be more Asian.
Be Asian.
Just business.
Asians succeed. They don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
They don't flip out in bagel shops.
There's no manners. They just straight to the point.
They do what they need to do.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, when I meet somebody who's like uber emotional, I'm like, you got to rein it in or find a business where you can be emotional. But there's not a lot of them. A lot of business, you got to be strategic. Okay? Like my friends think they're going to all be entrepreneurs, but they can't not, they don't know what it's like to not like get AIDS, And I'm not saying that they have AIDS, but it's an accident that they don't have AIDS. So it's like, you don't even know how to not get AIDS because you're so impulsive that you're just like, give me that bloody pussy. How about you need to not do that? You need to get a fucking, figure something out where you can, like Megan Rapinoe did. She's a demon from hell. And I don't say demon from hell in like a negative way.
Right.
I know that there's a negative connotation. But I mean, this is a bitch that stuffed her emotions. Your emotions are impoverishing you. They're making you poor. They're making you stupid. Not all of them. And there are people that are genuinely fucked. Don't message me and be like, so does this mean that a 4-year-old can't? No. I believe I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. Because Bernie's the only, here's one reason, he's the only one not dancing with Jeffrey Epstein at dinner. Bernie's the only fuck not on a conga line with Jeffrey Epstein. For that reason alone, maybe let's try him.
Right.
He's in Vermont. And he wants people to have health insurance. And, you know, I might get on that train.
He's the only guy that seems like a person, like a honest enough person.
Yeah, I think we give him a shot. I understand why people gave Trump a shot. They were like, he's the outsider. He's not the guys. What outside is he?
Right.
You think anyone give a shit about, you think he would care about human trafficking? He's at Mar-a-Lago. They're like, some of these girls aren't of age. He's like, hey, get out of here. Doesn't care. You made him into some moral crusader? Grow up. Why? Because he fucking says shit? He tweets? And Ocasio-Cortez, the other one, you like her because she's a bartender who can clap back? Grow the fuck up. Grow up. Gary Vaynerchuk, you fuckers don't deserve Gary Vaynerchuk. He thinks too highly of you. That's the problem. I know what you are. You don't get a business. You shut your mouth. I do understand when I go on these rants why I think the dating podcasts are successful, because I do think at a certain period, this is very toxic. But I do think like this is an abusive podcast, probably. Like some people are in a relationship, like an abusive relationship with this show. But all I'm saying is that all I'm telling you all to do is be pragmatic and embrace a cynical realism and just tone it down. You know, stop being so easily manipulated. You don't all have to do face app.
Ugh.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. The NSA loves that you do it. Now you probably were in a database, whatever, but you don't have to do it. You don't have to do what everyone else is doing.
I know. And they'll say, like, we're living in fascism, and then everybody the same day does the same thing.
Fascism, let me tell you right now, you people need an ism. I don't know what it is. Communism, fascism. You fuckers out there need an ism. And it ain't capitalism. You need an ism. You need a boot to the neck, most of you. And I don't know where it's coming from, the left or the right. I'll just work for whoever wins the battle. I'll sit there like Grima Wormtongue or Salacious Crumb. Because I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with the masses. This is my new favorite thing. You know, people go, I love this time because the gatekeepers are done and the people get to choose. No. Get the people out. I have no faith in the people. I hated the gatekeepers because they were also people.
Right.
Get the people. Where's the third option?
Aren't the people on TikTok?
Yeah. What people? They're like, oh, the gatekeepers are done. Now everything's been democratized and the people can rule. The people can make the decisions about the music. The people shouldn't have a say in anything, really. Every song now is a joke. It's like a cowboy boogie and a boogie boogie. Every song's a fucking joke.
Yeah, everything's an ironic parody.
Everything's an ironic parody of something.
Yep.
Okay? Because the people that are so great require nothing.
It's amazing.
They demand and require nothing of culture and of their government, and they get it.
Yeah.
And they get it, and they'll continue to get it. They'll continue to get it. It'll just keep getting worse and worse, and people want to talk about dating and avocados, and there'll be videos coming out where Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton are fucking, just fucking, double teaming some fucking child, and everyone will be like, can we talk about something else? I want to talk about The Bachelor. Who's taking a cheers? We don't deserve saving. The earth, we don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's very hard to wrap up here in a positive note because I feel a lot of people, I feel this is very positive. To me, it is so positive to admit that we are, as a civilization, we are hopeless unless we merge with robots.
Yeah.
I think that is such a freeing idea that we as people have completely failed. It's not my idea. It's not a new idea. Carlin, a lot of people embrace that type of idea. But I just look around at the world and all these people that are just happy. They're like, well, the gatekeepers are done now. And now the people will have their say. God help us. God help us. Bad Baby's a millionaire. The president is the guy that owned the Miss Universe pageant. That's the president. Bad Baby's a millionaire. And they're making Fast and Furious 26 because the people get a say.
We're living in idiocracy.
No thanks. Get the people away. No people. Maybe that's the shirt. We got to come up with some merch shirts.
No people, you think?
Your thoughts have no value.
That's good. Be more Asian.
Be more Asian. That's gonna get that's big trouble.
That won't work.
I'm an RN and I don't mean registered nurse. I think that's great. I'm an RN and I don't mean registered nurse. You know what I'm saying. Folks, let's talk about BetterHelp because, people have said to me, hey, this is a scam and why you're promoting this. A congressman's address and go see him, you get a little bit, maybe they do. I don't know. I think they do. But I think supposedly during the bin Laden raid, which, who knows what really, but the story of the bin Laden raid is like, either it was Obama or somebody walked in and they were like, we got him. It's about bin Laden.
Yeah.
I think Reddit was just looking at the Donald trying to find like a violation of their terms of service that was drastic enough to delete the entire thing. And I think like somebody was probably just like, I don't know what they did, but it might have been like, here's a photo of Nancy Pelosi's kitchen from and I think somebody from Reddit like just walked in the room and was like, we got him. And everyone knew that they meant the Donald, They're like, we got him. And they're like, yeah. They're coming down and they pulled the Donald down. Andrew Yang Gang, does he have any steam left? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I just believe that I know that people say that listen to this show, they think that I'm negative. I'm not negative. I am the most positive human being you'll ever meet in the sense that I believe you can really do truly great things if you stop like these old fucking, whether it's like these old systems in the way that it's just like, guys, enough of this. Like the how easily people are manipulated by media. The mass media age has really only existed from the 50s until you know what I mean? I mean, in the sense, and now obviously in the last 5 to 10 years, you have the digital media and things like that. But you look at how easy it is to just put people in groups and how easy it is to get that, maybe it does turn around. Maybe next year people are throwing French fries at each other and not milkshakes. I don't know. Maybe that's a step up. But I think to look at the world right now and to have a positive view of what's happening should almost be you should be almost committed. You know what I mean? To look at the world. Now, a lot of people will disagree with me because these are people that need to believe everything's fine to get out of bed.
Right.
That's all Gary Vee thing. It's create your own reality. I'm like, I can still participate in this while admitting it's got some cracks.
Yeah.
Who
are the people hopeful? Who are these hopeful people?
They're out there all the time because they need to be, because they're hopeful because they're like, hey man, it's a very LA thing. They're like, negativity is just not my thing. It's not my thing.
Yeah.
And then they get hit by a car, they don't have health insurance and laying in bed going, But up until that moment, we're all chancing. We're all in a video game, do 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 do, and the guy in front of you falls down the thing, and you're like, woo! But you jump over it.
Yeah.
So you jump over it, then you start saying, hey, fuck that guy. Fuck the guy who fell in the hole. That was his fault. Fuck him. He must have not manifested a positive reality. It's a very LA thing. He deserved that.
Yeah.
He deserved falling in that hole. Oh, what? His family doesn't have food? Get out of there get out of there. Let me meditate. I want to take some more time by myself. I like meditation. All these comics that are always, I love Nikki Glaser. She's one of my favorite people. Enough with the animals, but all these comics, and it's not only her, it's all of them. They love meditation. They're always worried about everybody, but they love meditation. Could you be doing less for the planet while meditating? How about you go meditate some soup into a bowl for a homeless person? How about you go meditate a house for someone? I just need to get myself in like a good space so I can succeed and everything around me can crumble and burn.
Yeah.
Just admit it. Just go admit that. It's freeing.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't. That doesn't sell. That doesn't sell. Amy Schumer can't admit that. She's got to, talk about, I'm boycotting,
Right.
Wendy's because they don't. What?
What did they not do?
I don't know. She got mad at Wendy's for whatever. They fucked up her order probably, but I'm kidding. Shout out to her. I'll open for you. You know I love you, bitch. Never met her. No, I'm kidding. I met her once. Me and Taylor Tomlinson just did the Netflix 15. She goes to Taylor. She goes, that was such a great set you had. And then she just looked at me and she goes, hello. The lobby of the Hyatt in Montreal. And I went, hey.
That's great.
Hey. But that's the whole thing. People, and I'm not against, listen, meditate, do whatever you want. But I just love the idea that people think meditation's like, when you hear them talk about it, they act like they are doing something for the planet. Now, I understand, like, you being in a good mental space is good for the planet. Not being crazy is good for the planet. I understand that. But it's a relatively low threshold of,
It's a very LA thing.
Well, it's just a very, I'm just going to take some time for me. Self-care. This is the big thing now. Self-care. Hey, guys. Hey, is there anyone in this fucking country that has not spent their entire fat life caring for themselves? I'd like to meet them. Is there anyone in this country that needs to be told to take some time out for themselves? I don't think so. I've met 9 people in this country who've given a shit about anything. And the rest, it's just such a great fucking thing. Self-care. Just take some time for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Just take some time for yourself. You're not treating yourself good. You gotta care about yourself. Such a great, there's no other care. You notice that? There's no movement for that. No other care. Self-care. Care about you. What about everyone else? It starts with you. Yeah, it starts with you and it ends with you. It starts and ends with you. Let's fucking be honest. There's not a epidemic in this country of do-gooders passing out because they're helping too many people. That's not an epidemic. Nobody's going to the hospital because they're dehydrated because they've just been swinging a hammer building houses all day for the homeless. So what is self-care again? What is it? Masturbate on your couch? Can someone explain to me what it is even? What are you supposed to do? Don't work too hard? What? Self-care. Get toxic people out of your life. Yeah, how about take them all out of your life? Why have people in your life? Have a phone. Meditate in your room. And get a dog that you act like you want to fuck. When you keep putting an Instagram... People know what I mean. It's getting weird with the animals, folks. Enough with that. It's getting enough with it. Starting to get odd. Self-care. Could there be a more useless... it's like telling people in this country to enjoy themselves, It's like, hey, guys, take a look. Enjoy yourself. A country built on all-you-can-eat buffets, bottomless brunch, being told to go out there and let it out. Let it loose, guys. Let it loose. A country that's fueled by all-you-can-eat dinner cruises, booze cruises, all-inclusive resorts. And you got to tell these people, just relax. Self-care. Stop doing all that stuff you're doing for your community. Stop working so hard on behalf of your community. Why don't you take some time for yourself?
Yeah.
We know from day one of your life, all we tell you to do is to follow your dream. Only study the things that excite you. Then we tell you to go to a school for 4 years, take out a bunch of pretend money loans, major in whatever the hell you want, and then only get a job that really makes you hot and wet. Get a nice job that makes your pussy wet or stiffens your cock every morning. And then spend all your time on the way to the job and on the way back from the job listening to hucksters and motivational speakers that try to advise you on how to be the best you. And then only fall in love or consider marrying somebody who checks every box on an unrealistic, crazy list that you got, okay? And then have a bunch of kids and just use them as status symbols to one-up other people in your shitty planned community. But during that whole life, don't forget to take some time out for yourself. Don't forget to take some time out for you. TimDillonComedy.com. I will be at Hilarities in Cleveland this weekend. You fucking missed it already. I will be...
Things didn't work out the way you had planned it. Things fell apart at the seams. What's yours is what you took with you, and what you have has shattered their dreams. Oh, and now you're cold and sleepy. Christ, how did it come to this? Hold on to those you thought were your loved ones. They'll be the ones you miss. And now you're standing at the station, trying to take what I ain't got to give. Oh, and I'm so sorry, Charlie. I got my own life to live. So you just call your friends at college, wonder why you didn't stay. And my boss is coming down soon, Chuck. He's drunk and you can't stay. No, you can't stay. You did nothing to deserve this. God didn't treat you square. Oh, it all slipped through your fingers, and it all seems so unfair. And your girlfriend, she's in high school. She says she loves you a lot. Lord knows she can't support you, so you better sell more pot. And now you're standing at the station, trying to take what I ain't got to give. Oh, and I'm so sorry, Charlie. I got my own life to live. So you just call your friends at college, wonder why you didn't stay. And my boss is coming down soon, Chuck. He's drunk and you can't stay. No, you can't stay. Sorry, Charlie. Sorry, Charlie. We're gonna stay on the pod tip. Here's a song we haven't done in like 2 or 3 years.
get some chair. Then why the hell not with ya? And if you told me that it wasn't there, why the hell not with ya? You know I really don't care. Why the hell not with ya? I told my mom that it was okay. Why the hell not with ya? If the grace wanted to play, then why the hell not with ya? If you told me it was okay, then why the hell not with ya? Little anything else goes away, then why the hell not with ya? I'm concerned it was okay. Why the hell not with ya? Ooh, baby, I cut myself. Now the shit's getting fucked up.
Sitting alone in the den, watching the young. Help me find my way home, watching the yellow. Barrels its head in the sand, daylight has come. There shall be rest in a while, daylight has come. I cannot reveal the words of the golden ear. Who can explain all these thoughts racking my mind? And then you lose the flash of shit racking my mind. The evil arm in his head, I can't understand. No. Speaking is truth from the back. Now I can see. I cannot reveal the words of the golden ear. I cannot reveal You told me that something was wrong. You like that? Thanks. Be right back. We're gonna tune up. situation. Make your move, man, state your case. Taste the waste, man, taste the waste. What is
to a place in my glorification. Yeah, dude, this is really a tender situation. Make your move, man. State your case. Taste the waste, man. Taste the waste. Bump it up straight from that old station. Yeah, dude, this is really a tender situation. Tender situation. Tender situation. I don't know where you're coming from, but I wish you go away. I don't know where you get your money from, but I wish you have to be the one to pay. And I'm not sure how to say this, but I seal it with a kiss. The motherfucker drop dead, motherfucker, so I can hang out with Chris. What can you do when the world's been invaded by a reggae junkie Jew? And what can you do when the things that made you happy now are on the menu? Take a permanent vacation. Get the fuck out of town. Go see Jamaica, motherfucker. I'll let your dreadlocks down. I'll let you speak in bullshit. And all the people you know. And maybe some people like to eat it. I think you're a... What can you do when your world's been invaded by a reggae junkie tune? What can you do when the things that make you happy?
junkie Joe, fuck you. Reggae junkie Joe, fuck you. Reggae junkie Joe, fuck you. Reggae junkie Joe, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Passover. Thank you. Easy to live, don't say I can survive under the sun. I can put my finger on. Easy green, easy red, easy to live or easy dead. I can put my finger on. Scared with the live of the days in your past. I can put my finger on. Easy brown, easy white, easy really out of sight. I can put my finger on. You know what I'm saying now, people? Yeah! Gold is real, those is strong, if it's fresh, really fun. I can put my finger on. Can you fly? Wheeling shine doesn't leave a trail of slime. I can't put my finger on it. Oh! I said, are you surprised when I touched the dwarf inside? I said, are you surprised when I touched the dwarf inside? I said, are you surprised when I touched the dwarf inside? Are you surprised when I touched the dwarf inside? Seems alive, doesn't reckon you survive under the sun. I can't put my finger on it. Is it green, is it red, is it alive or is it dead? I can't put my finger on it. Scared with a lead of the face in your past. I can't put my finger on it. Is it brown, is it white, is it really other side? I can't put my finger on it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out tonight. You fucking guys, man. How you doing out there? Fucking cool. This is for you, New Jersey. Yeah, that hurt. A child without an eye. Made her mother cry. Why ask why? She kept her child clean. On Buckingham Green. The children saw the eye as a sign from God descending from the sky. It was alright to dream of Buckingham Green. You know what I'm saying, man?
the child of I. It's time to fly, turning fire to steam. On Buckingham Green, a child without an eye. Made a mother cry. Why ask why? She kept her child clean. On Buckingham Last time I saw you, I was holding your hand, and I couldn't wait for you to be here. I knew right then that it was over and done, and I couldn't believe that I was free. Help me now, I'm going down, and I don't know if I'll be okay. I'll be around, I'll be in town, if you need a place to stay. When the wind blows and there's a chill in the air, I hope that someone is taking care of you. I'm alright, yeah, I'm really okay. Just so you know, I'm always there for you. Help me now, I'm going down, and I don't know if I'll be okay. I'll be around, I'll be in town, if you need a place to stay. Thank you. I'm gonna do one more song and we're gonna get out of here. And you know what that song is called? It's called Poop Ship Destroyer. All right! Happy Earth Day! This is for the Earth. I love the Earth. You love the Earth, right? We all love the Earth. The Earth is, you know, the Earth. The Earth. The Earth is the Earth. Thank you. And when I'm on the Earth, I love the Earth. Kirk, you know what I'm saying, man? When the Earth is earthbound, then people stand on the Earth, and then they take something from their house to another place on the Earth. And they put it in that place in the Earth, and then they close the door, and then they come back to the place that they started on the Earth, and then they climb aboard the poop ship destroyer. On the Earth. They erect the building on the Earth. Think about it, I haven't met you yet. Thank you to all you lovely fucking people out there. You better forgive it.
spirit of the people is greater than the man's technology.
And welcome to Tim Dillon's Going to Hell, everybody. We are back on the porch. We are doing video for the people that asked if we were, a few people said, are you no longer doing video? No, we are doing video. Devin Costa's with us.
Nice to be here again.
Yeah, we are on video now. I know that a few episodes were not on video, and many of you got angry about that. You know, as I often rage at a free product. I often get really angry at the samples that I'm handed at Trader Joe's for not being exactly what I want. This isn't hot, actually. What is this, free? This isn't hot. I don't like it.
I don't get, why do people need to watch the podcast?
Well, I get it because some people actually put it on a big TV.
Wow.
Like they'll put it on Instagram story, and then I'm just yelling in your home, which I guess is great.
Yeah,
and people love it. People are visual people.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like when kids were stupid. When I grew up, instead of just going they're slow, they'd be like they're visual learners.
Right.
They can't listen to you.
Yeah.
They have to be shown it.
Yeah.
With like a play.
Yeah.
You got to put on a play to get, and then of course, we realize, those kids have undiagnosed problems.
Yeah.
They have disorders that should have been identified early in life,
Yeah.
Well, what a fun world we're living in. If somebody came to you 3 years ago and said, Gary Busey will be president, and people will be attacking each other in the street with Big Macs, they would have been so close to where we are. Like they would have been a little one dimension off where we are.
Yeah.
We've got Trump and we've got milkshakes. And now people are debating, do the milkshakes have cement in them?
Yeah.
Do they have dried cement
like
in them?
acid burning off people's faces?
Yes. Have the milk, of course, in this fat country, it's a dessert-themed revolution. The anti-fascists are chucking brownies at the Nazis. That's how you know a lot of this is bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't even believe. If they're Nazis, I'm going to get in trouble for this. But if they're Nazis, kill them.
Right.
You don't think they're Nazis.
Yeah.
You're throwing milkshakes. There's never in history did throwing a milkshake do anything.
Right.
You don't believe they're Nazis.
Yeah.
That's number one. I don't believe anybody truly believes this gay Asian journalist who wrote some articles that people didn't like is a Nazi. All of these people think they're in a movie, but what they think this guy, because to treat him like that, to beat the shit out of him in the middle of the street, they have to believe the guy's Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
They have to really believe, or he's going to help the next Adolf Hitler. Like, they fancy themselves as characters in a movie, but what they don't realize is, like, everyone in the movie can't be the villain. Like, the villain can't be every single... Everyone in Narnia was not the White Witch.
Right.
It wasn't the way that it worked. Like, there's a villain and people around that villain, but not every human being you don't like is the symbol of ultimate evil.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Had you seen anything about this, like, on Twitter? There's a lot of people, like, defending it.
Yeah. Did this Andy Nago guy?
Yeah, Andy Nago.
Asian Nazi.
Mullen was funny. Nick Mullen was like, I don't know if I can say his last name. Because it is. You're like, what?
I know. I just saw that he was getting attacked and thrown shit at. And
all of these people, their first tweet is like, Andy is a racist, anti-Muslim, blah, blah, blah. And then their second tweet is like, and I abhor violence. I will say that I abhor violence. I would never encourage violence. But for my first tweet in this thread, I would like to point out everything wrong with this man who's bleeding on the floor. Let's just let that out right now. Here are my problems with the victim. Can you imagine any other situation?
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A rape victim. Well, let me tell you about Tasha. She was a little stupid. She would go home with these boys late at night. She was no Jackie Kennedy. Now I abhor rape. Do not support rape. Do not like rape.
Yes, exactly.
But I will tell you this. Tasha, man, would she just get in a fucking car with anybody? That whore had it coming. If anyone had it coming, it was her. But tweet number 2. listen, consent is real, and I abhor and I disavow any rape. But let me just get 4 or 5 things out that I feel about Tasha.
What does this guy do? Who is he? He's a gay Asian guy, and he's like a Nazi.
He's one of these guys that he writes for Quillette. I looked into some of the things that he did. Listen, the guy is allowed to be wrong.
Right.
He's allowed to write things you don't like.
Yeah.
I don't understand at what point a switch was flipped in people's head where they were like, I can no longer exist on the same planet with a human being who is wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, and listen, I haven't read all of his articles. Supposedly, he made a list of journalists and gave it to Adam Waffen. Adam Waffen's like a neo-Nazi group in Europe.
Okay.
So they're all like, well, this is justified because he's endangering us, blah, blah, blah. I did not look into that. I do not have that. Do not send me information on that. I don't care. Please. Don't send me like a fuck. No, not actually.
Right.
Actually.
Right.
You know, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I'm not for people getting attacked and brutalized in the street that you don't like or that you disagree with. This does not. Where do you think this leads? Do these people think that conservatives eventually don't just bring guns to these rallies? That's the next step?
Yeah.
Is more violence. Right now, it's not that funny because people are getting hurt, but it's kind of funny because it's milkshake.
No, it's still funny.
But the next step, which would be Syria, isn't funny. Like, there's no one tweeting in Syria about the gas attacks and how funny they are.
Right.
You know? Like, there's no blue checks in Syria being like, LOL, like being deeply ironic about watching their kids, you know, take some gas to the face from fucking whoever's doing that.
Yeah. Using it as an opportunity to get a job on SNL.
They're less, humor is less of a way to combat things in Venezuela right now. But in America, it's still, it doesn't really affect any of us. Like, if it goes beyond this to where it's full scale, real issues, I think the government just comes in and shuts down the party.
Yeah.
Which I think is what will happen anyway.
Yeah.
And my little conspiracy mind goes off and goes, there's probably FBI agents in the alt-right and in Antifa and in any serious anti-government movement in the last 50 years has had FBI people from COINTELPRO. Every single one has had FBI agents that were stirring the pot, that were, basically trying to foment this type of these type of events. I'm not saying this is what happened here, but what it does is it discredits any of these movements. I mean, the Black Panthers, whatever they are, you bring in a few guys from the feds who are like, it's not enough. We got to do more.
Right.
We got to go 100, and then you start losing the country. People are like, well, wait a minute. This seems a bit odd.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's bananas discussing this with people because you're like, okay, riddle me this. Go attack, and again, not saying to do this, but wouldn't it make more sense to attack ICE?
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. They think every one of these journalists they throw a milkshake at like a kid gets released from a cage.
These are also the people that supposedly care about the poor and these kids in the camps. Bring the milkshakes to the kids. I bet the kids would like a milkshake. If I was I'm not even in a cage, and I would like a milkshake. I can't imagine if I was in a cage, which I'm against, don't start with me, and somebody handed me a milkshake through the bars, I would be pretty happy that you didn't waste a milkshake on some fucking guy that wrote an article you didn't fucking like. You're throwing away perfectly good food you could give to the poor of Portland.
Yeah.
Or some white people in a failed band or who's ever really struggling over there in Portland.
Yeah.
But so these again are like all these, you start to realize that some people just want some type of civil war. They have meaningless lives.
Yeah.
And they fetishize violence because it's not real violence. It's kind of this violence that is controlled to a degree. Because it's not like all out open total war. It's like, here's a journalist that we can pummel.
Right.
Or here's some Proud Boys that we get in a scuffle or whatever.
Yeah.
And these people, I think they think they're part of this revolutionary struggle.
Yeah.
But they're really not, because nobody cares.
Yeah. They're taking an Uber to the revolution.
Yeah, well, of course. They're taking
it's
an Uber.
ridiculous.
They're taking an Uber to the revolution. But it's peak insanity.
Yeah.
Today on Twitter, people like, you see a guy making milkshakes, and people go, what's on the bucket? That's a warning on the bucket. What milkshake ingredient has a warning on it? Then some other guy on Twitter goes, hey, that's just a warning for the bucket. It says a kid could fall in that bucket. They close up, and he's like, there's no cement in that. They're just making a milkshake. And I'm like, if these people were actually motivated to do good, they could do good.
Right, yeah.
Like if they actually wanted to do something good,
Yeah.
they all show up, they can make a lot of milkshakes. How about making sandwiches and distributing them to people that don't have them?
Yeah.
I bet, like, nobody does that. If you suggest to any of these people that they show up to a homeless shelter or a soup kitchen, they'll look at you like you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
They're like, what are you talking about? I just want to go slap up a journalist to protect everybody from Hitler.
Yeah.
You're like, what are you even talking about?
Yeah.
What are you even saying?
Oh,
I want to go burn down some new condo development to fight gentrification. Okay. Have you ever helped anyone in your own family or a friend who was hurting? They're like, what?
Yeah.
It's hard to take these people seriously. It's very difficult. And by the way, I am concerned that like Trump is a boy that like when he's in there with Kim Jong-un and they're getting along real well, that worries me.
Yeah.
It doesn't worry his supporters. They think it's great.
Right.
They think it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
That Kim Jong-un, a guy who tortured that poor kid Otto Warmbier, remember that guy? Otto Warmbier was this guy who supposedly he was on some school trip or whatever, and he like stole a flag as a joke in North Korea.
Oh, right. Yeah, I heard about those.
And then all these people on Twitter are like, well, that's white male privilege. You stupid white bitch. Like he's being tortured in a labor camp. And they're like, well, that's what you get. You're just going around white-splaining and white male privilege and mansplain. And it's like, where's your humanity? Now all of those people have rediscovered Otto because now they're all like, why is Trump sitting down with the guy who murdered Otto Warmbier?
Of course,
it's like, oh, but you didn't care
whatever
what was
works
happening.
for their
whatever
side.
works. But when I see Trump with that, I'm like, guys, this guy is a guy with authoritarian impulses. He is a kleptocrat. He's got his family in positions of power. I mean, fucking Ivanka and Jared. It's Uday and Qusay Hussein in there. Running around Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
She's running around Europe trying to get in like a coffee clutch with like Merkel and Theresa May. She's like, yeah, but here's what we think. They're like, who's this bitch?
Right.
Who's this bitch? Okay. So when I see this stuff going crazy in the streets, I'm like, we could slide very easy into fascism. Real fascism. You know? The boot. People in this country would learn to love the boot. They would love the boot on their neck. Because if this shit keeps happening, a guy like Trump is empowered by all of the stuff. Like when these people go and attack a journalist. Because Trump appeals to a few groups of people, but one of them, they're people that want to be kept safe, right? From immigrants, from criminals, from whoever.
Yeah.
So when Trump goes, hey, we're going to secure this country, but here's how we're going to do it. We're going to take the boot and step on your face. There's a lot of people in this country that'll sing God Bless America and they can cart everyone off to camp. They don't care.
Yeah.
There's people out there that don't care that the kids are in the concentration camp. I was talking to Ben the other night. I'm like, this can't be the best way. Put them in a Marriott. Do you know, I was in St. Louis. There's hotel after hotel. No one's staying in them. And the people that are won't notice. Put them there.
Right.
Put them in St. Louis. They'll leave. MS-13 will leave St. Louis.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be a better way. This is not a good way. It wasn't good when Obama did it. It's not good. This is a problem. But people don't seem to understand why a guy like Trump, when he came out, were you one of these people who were like, oh, he could never win? Or what did you think about him when he came out?
Yeah, that he could never win at the very beginning. Yeah.
You're an LA elitist.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's mostly why,
And you go out with a Muslim woman.
Yes, I do. I'm dating a Muslim woman.
So do that what you will, folks. But who's got a very white name.
I know, yeah.
She's got the whitest name.
Yeah, she's got like a World War II nurse name.
It's the craziest thing. It's almost, I'm not going to say her name, but it's almost like Doris.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It's like, meet my Iranian friend Doris. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Man, is she fucking assimilating, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Meet my Persian friend. What's her name? Mary Sue? What? But like, I could see very easily us just going right into fascism. And what's scary about that is that a lot of people in this country don't give a fuck. So I'm not one of these people that don't. I do think there's major concerns, but I don't think smacking up Andy Ngo or Nyo or however you say his name is the way to
I don't think beating up people that write like, BuzzFeed articles
it should be easy
stop.
to beat Trump. Yeah. You just need an adult. You just need an adult that goes, guys, the people that are really supporting Trump are like people that are live streaming from their basement and talking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
And that the moon is a spaceship. That's a huge contingent of his base. And you can't beat them? You've forgotten how to beat them? I mean, it's crazy. It's like a kid who's taken over the house at 9 years old.
Yeah.
Who's like, the parents don't know what to do.
Yeah.
They're like, what are we going to do? It's like, I don't know. Cut his Wi-Fi, lock him in the room. It's not these aren't great political thinkers.
Yeah.
There should be a way to be, but it's not with these random acts of violence that then make people think, oh, Trump is like the savior. I was thinking about, like, I watched that documentary on Netflix, the Trump. Did you see the Trump documentary? And it's all about him in New York City in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah, the American Dream. I think it's called.
Fucking
it's really
great.
Good. Yeah.
And it at the end of it, and it leaves off right, like the last line of it is, he's like, they're all laughing. They won't be laughing if I'm president.
Yeah.
And then it's boom.
Yeah.
But the last part of it is The Apprentice. And you realize how much reality television has deeply affected our entire culture. Because it was one of the first things that people instinctively knew was fake, but they didn't care. Like, they knew that it wasn't real, that it was completely manufactured reality, but they enjoyed it. And they emotionally invested in it as if it were real.
Right.
And it was wild.
The original fake news.
The original fake news.
And then he goes on to...
I mean, it was wild because people knew some shows were better at hiding it than others. Like the Raw competition shows, I think, had more elements of things that were actually real.
Right, yeah.
But even there were things happening behind the scenes. But then you got to like these Real Housewives shows that are all essentially almost scripted. Like these people are put in situations, the outcomes are somewhat predetermined. They want certain things to happen.
Right.
And people don't care. They still watch them.
Yeah.
They still just go, okay,
Right.
Yeah. And so it was that. And then when you look at social media, those are the two biggest forces that have changed culture in my lifetime. Like, I haven't seen, I'm talking about just changing the way that people act, the way that they relate to each other, the way that they consume, like, process information. Reality TV is social media. He's the monster that combines both of those things.
Yeah.
And he becomes this unbeatable force.
Yeah, because he just doesn't play fair, which is like perfect.
Yeah. Well, it's not only that he doesn't play fair, but it's also like you can't beat him on his turf.
Right.
You have to move him. You can't fight. Like all these, when I had Gavin on, and me and Gavin had a good conversation, I know people got mad. People were like, it was a little long, the fucking beginning. It was a lot. I repeated myself.
I thought it was good, though.
And then people are like, nobody who likes you needs this. And I'm like, you don't know who likes, you don't know who's out there.
Right.
I have friends that were angry that I had the guy on, that called me. I had people that were like messaging me. You people don't know, but of course I have some guy, messaging me, standing in his backyard in a fucking white hood, being like, I think that opening was a bit long. I didn't need that. Just get into the interview. He's like lighting across. Just go into the interview. I just don't need all this exposition up front. He's just lighting, and he's like, he's spray painting a swastika on a synagogue, just typing a comment. By the way, I thought it was a little gratuitous, those first 12 minutes. But people were like, oh, you didn't call. And not a lot of people. They were like, oh, you didn't call Gavin on stuff and whatever. And I thought, like, I expressed my opinion. But, like, what people don't realize about interviews is it's really not your job to say your opinion.
Right.
I do that every day. Or in most, like, you get an hour of it a week.
Yeah.
My job is to say, what is your opinion?
Right.
Like, what is your opinion?
Yeah.
And a lot of people loved Gavin, and I thought he made sense. But there were people that were like, oh, you know what? I felt he was a little discombobulated. I felt some of what he said didn't make as much sense, which fine. Maybe they were predisposed to feeling that, maybe not. But by the way, that's what happens when somebody talks, and there are people that feel that way about me. And it's just, you let people talk, and then they have the ability to potentially advance their fucking cause or to hang themselves or to go somewhere in between.
Yeah.
But like, if you keep fighting somebody and they're in this defensive posture and they're just responding to you, they're actually at a sizable advantage.
Right. Yeah.
Because they never have to explain their ideas.
Yeah.
They just have to say why you're full of shit. And that's always easier to do. It's always easier to poke holes than to present some. That's why conspiracies are so great.
Right.
Because you could go, there's something wrong with this story. I don't buy that. What do you mean? I don't understand. Plane took off at what? That cell phone wouldn't work at that fucking whatever.
Right.
And then you're like, all right, so what do you think happened? And you go, I don't know. And I've been in that situation a million times where I have to tell somebody, I don't know. Because it's harder.
Right.
It takes more work. So.
Yeah. Yeah, let him drown themselves, basically.
Whatever.
If he's wrong, he'll sound wrong.
You
don't have to combat
And that's the
him.
thing with Trump, like towards the end of the election, people are like, what's your plan for healthcare? And he's like, we're going to have the best healthcare system. And they were like, what?
All right.
He's like, we're going to have the most spectacular system. And then I remember even some of my like hardcore Trump supporter friends were kind of like, I don't really know about if he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Because they had figured out like that was what they should have done from the beginning. Just be like, by the way, what is your plan?
Right.
And his plan was nothing. He's been in office for 3 years. There's not one brick of that wall built.
No.
Not one. There's more immigrants coming over the border now than ever. That tax bill fucks everybody except the Walton family that owns Walmart. That's the only people that are happy with that tax bill, by the way. You can't write off. If I go to write off an Uber, they cut my hand off. So who is that for? Who is that for? No, health insurance is fucked.
Yeah.
Supposedly black unemployment is up, which I'm sure Trump's supporters are all love. They all love that. Remember, that was the best thing about this race. They pretended to care about black people.
Yeah.
Like all these Republicans were like, what about blacks? We need blacks to do well. We're bringing in too many immigrants and the blacks aren't doing well. I'm like, hey guys, the time to care about this was literally 50 years ago, where you've literally stood in between black people and any type of justice. You've stood in between them with literal dogs and fire hoses. And now they're like, well, black unemployment. It's like, oh, this is kind of rich.
Yeah.
It's kind of rich.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing when people are like, oh, I don't think Trump's racist. It's like, well, you're kind of stupid. Like, I can't see an argument that a guy like Trump wouldn't be racist. I mean, what is the argument that a guy like Trump, like with all the things that you know about him, he said, I don't want black people on the casino floor handling my money. Like, I don't want them living in the apartment. But like, what exactly do you think? You think Trump was like a big progressive
right
in the 70s and 80s when like racism was just the way it all worked.
Yeah.
You think Trump was like a flag burning hippie?
Yeah.
That was like, no, it's the system, man. We need more affordable housing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he wanted the Central Park 5 to be killed.
He wanted them killed. He built gaudy palaces for criminals.
I think they even asked him now, they're like, now that you know they're innocent, would you still say the same thing? He was like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah. I mean, the dude built gaudy palaces for a criminal, which is fine. It is what it is. Everybody, we have talked at length about the importance of having. It's crazy. I was in St. Louis over the weekend, and what's great about the Midwest, they don't even know how they feel politically. They just know they're done. You know what I mean? Like, they know they're kind of done.
Right.
They're just watching the rest of the country like a television show.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
And just eating frozen custard, smoking a Marlboro Red, and waiting for sweet Jesus to pick up everybody on that boat and take them up, because they know. They don't even have strong opinions. They're just kind of like,
right.
After the show. And by the way, I'm in there. St. Louis Funny Bone. I had a great time. Thanks to all you people who came out. It was a good time. St. Louis itself, a little underwhelming as a city, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know anything about St. Louis.
Well, there's not a ton to know.
Ribs?
Yeah, I had some ribs at Pappy's Smokehouse. Somebody's like, you shouldn't have gone to Pappy's. You should have went. Hey, shut up. Shut up. No one gives a shit about your smoked pig and where it's better than where it. No one cares. You should have went to. If Pappy's isn't the best. Half of this place is boarded up. When you're talking about baked beans. No, Pappy's isn't the good one. The good one is there's people giving birth on the street in East St. Louis.
The ribs have a bulletproof vest on them.
Yeah, there's right. There's rows and rows of uninhabited, condemned buildings. Who gives a shit if I went to the third best rib place? Okay? Get some fucking priorities over there. Oh, man, you fucked up. You should have went. So a woman came to the first show on Thursday night and was like, I'm a big fan. I love you. I love Ray Kump. She goes, I'm one of Ray Kump's 7 Patreon subscribers. So I'm like, okay, this woman is plugged in.
Yeah.
She's plugged in, but she was pretty. And she was like older. I couldn't really tell her age because she was like kind of ethnically ambiguous.
Right.
And she was 50 years old. Two girls, very pretty, husband, beautiful home, nice car.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow,
a real person.
Well, but then I'm always scared, right? Because they're fans of mine. Ready?
Right.
So the best thing ever. A girl messaged me on Instagram. No, I'll talk about this other lady because I did have a great time with her. A girl messaged me on Instagram once because, listen, my boyfriend is going to be in the city. We're going to take him out for his birthday. And it would be really great if you could just show up and have dessert with us at the restaurant. I'll pay you a few $100.
Oh my
It would
God.
make his night. He's a huge fan of the podcast. It was right on the way to the stand. I was doing a spot at like 10:30. I was meeting them at like 9:30. It was literally, I to say no would have been dick.
Yeah.
Everything had aligned. The stars had aligned for me to go to this thing.
Right.
So I show up, and it's they're a really nice looking couple. They're young, beautiful dinner, beautiful restaurant. I walk in, you see his face. He's like really surprised and kind of shocked,
Yeah.
I sit down with them. He goes, hey man, this is crazy wild. Thank you for coming. And then he introduces me, to the girlfriend who I know kind of because she messaged me, but he's like, this is whatever. I forget her name. And then he just sits there and they're both like young professionals, good looking,
Yeah.
And then he looks at me and then he goes, okay, now tell her how the Clintons fuck kids. So I was like, dead serious, not a joke. Wasn't funny. He wasn't trying to be funny.
Right.
He's like, now tell her how the Clintons fuck kids. Tell her.
Man.
And I'm like, so I'm eating like dessert. And I'm like, well, I don't know if it's the Clintons, but there are human trafficking, and I'm literally, I'm like people in positions of power, and I'm eating,
Yeah.
So you don't know who's showing up. You don't know what version, but you don't know who's coming. You don't know who's coming. You see somebody in a suit and they're good look.
Yeah.
So this lady was really cool though. She drove me around St. Louis. She showed me the rich areas, and we drove through the bullshit country club, and every city is kind of the same.
Mhm.
You have the beautiful leafy green areas, the country clubs, the big houses. She's like one of these guys, invented the patent on the pop-up thing for the Pillsbury cinnamon rolls, like whatever.
Fascinating.
Great. And they're all millionaires. And then they call it in St. Louis, I think they call it the Delmont Divide or something like that. And there's one street where you cross over it, and then you are in post-apocalyptic, as Chris Hedges would say, the great Chris Hedges, a sacrifice zone.
Yeah.
Where you don't see anything.
Mhm.
It's just boarded up houses. You see people. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of services.
Mhm.
You don't really see even a lot of urgent cares.
Mhm.
You wonder what happens if somebody gets sick.
Mhm.
You don't see a lot of police. And we're also 20 minutes away from Ferguson.
Oh, wow.
That whole thing.
Fuck.
That whole event.
Yeah.
I get in the Uber from the airport, and I said to the Uber driver, I said, "Where do you live?" She said, "Ferguson." I was like, "Okay." I just put my headphones in. I'm like, well, let's just have a quiet ride.
Yeah, let's.
Because quite frankly,
I just don't need to get.
I don't even.
Yeah.
She was like, that whole thing never happened, And I was like, well, okay. I don't even know what that means. And I'm sure it didn't happen the way that everyone thought it happened because nobody was there.
Right.
The media in flames, whatever. But I would feel a lot better if I could just listen to Lizzo and stare out the window and, enjoy the scenery. Which, by the way, that Lizzo performance on the BET Music Awards was so fucking good.
Oh, yeah, I saw a clip of it. It was
She's
great.
killer.
Yeah.
And first of all, who is Billie Eilish?
I have no clue.
This girl is clearly an MK Ultra victim. Every video, she's like bleeding out of her eyes. They're all like rituals. And I'm not even that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even that guy that's like, look at the symbolism. Why is Taylor Swift,
right.
In a fire? What does that mean?
Yeah,
Why is Katy Perry in hell in this video? But like, you look at the Billie Eilish video, and it's like these weird rape fantasies come to life. She's bleeding out of every orifice, like this blue-black blood.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? Like, I don't want to seem unhip. I don't want to seem uncool because I want to be, woman forward, Satan forward. But what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
What is happening?
I don't know.
The girl has the energy of somebody that Harvey Weinstein kept in a cage and raped for 10 years. And everyone thinks it's great.
Yeah.
She's on Ellen. She doesn't even sing. She just murmurs. She's like, I'm a bad guy. Come and rape me.
Yeah.
Come rape Billy. And these little kids are like thinking it's great.
Yeah. She just
They're like,
gasps
I
for
want to
life.
be like Billy. I want to get raped into fame. Come on. I'm a bad guy. Come and get me.
Yeah.
Mr. Senator, Mr. Studio Head, come and find me. Put me in the middle of this pentagram and introduce me to the Dark Lord. I will be impregnated with Satan. And then they do. It's like, what is this?
Yeah.
And by the way, that's amazing about black versus white. When you're black like Lizzo, she's up there, she's a big girl, she's singing, dancing, and playing a fucking flute.
Yeah.
This chick just showed up and went, I love Satan. And they're like, yes, bitch. Millionaire.
Yeah.
Millionaire.
Yeah.
Lizzo's been singing for like years and years and years.
Yeah.
This one just shows up like she was wandering down a highway with blood all over her. Like she had just escaped the shed in True Detective. and she's, and she's on The View.
Yeah.
And I don't want to sound unhip and uncool because I don't get what's clearly something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something's wrong there. Billy's not going to, I don't think Billy's even going to make it to Amy Winehouse. It's a problem. Something's going on.
Yeah.
I don't want to seem, maybe I'm wrong. Have you seen her?
I've seen just pictures of her. Yeah, she looks like little Xan, but like a girl.
She looks like little Xan, but see, little Xan, I get a wholesome
Without
vibe.
face tattoos.
I
yeah.
get a wholesome vibe from little Xan.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think little Xan could spell Satan.
Right.
So I think he's kind of like
a teddy bear. He's a lovable.
I think Xan's a simple man. I think Xan just wants a pharmaceutical,
Yeah.
a bag of Cheetos, and like a soft chair to like slink in and like make noises that are kind of words.
Right.
Where he's like, yeah, like me, and you know, I like be you, like, you know, yeah. Like, that's what I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get the dark vibe from Xan. I mean, it is, I guess, dark in the sense that he can barely speak or move. Most times I see him, but that's the kids. That's the kids nowadays. You can't. You don't want to sound like a boomer. Respect these kids.
I know you have to like everything.
You have to like everything that children do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to let children lead the way, even if they're clearly on drugs.
You have to respect
and being violently raped
Yeah.
by members of the music industry. They should still lead the way.
Yeah.
What do the kids think about global warming? Come here.
Yeah.
Blinky. Blinky, the autistic
Yeah.
rapper. What do you think? Well, I was like the planet and shit.
You have to call yourself an old timer if you're like 27. You're like, hey, I don't know about this young generation. I'm
People
27.
are trying to Google
I'm-
my age. People think I'm in my 30s, and I keep telling people I'm fucking 18. And they don't believe me because they're fucking stupid. I just graduated a school. Okay? I just graduated fucking high school, and it was a fucking dope year. And everything was sick. And I went to the prom with Billie Eilish, and we cut a baby out of some woman's womb in the prom limo. It was a prank. It was a prank, whatever. But like the head of Capitol Records or whatever Capitol Records is now was there, and he made us do it. And then he took the baby, and I don't know. He kept talking about you know, the one true force that animates all things, darkness, whatever.
Right.
But the prom was fun, and you know, we listened to Migos, we listened to Cardi B. You know, we had a great time.
Drank Johnny Gosh's blood.
Yeah, Johnny Gosh, Devin.
Gosh.
Not Gosh. Gosh means something's like passe, like it's not cool anymore.
Okay.
Johnny is Gosh. Disappeared so long ago.
Cool.
He is Gosh.
We're so past Johnny.
Johnny Gosh. I mean,
what'd you feel like when you posted the when Louis came out and you got some flack?
You're
from
right.
Bad comics. online?
Louis came out at Skankfest.
It was awesome.
And
to
raped
see.
3 women. And this is a story that no one has heard. Louis got on stage. There was a woman in the front row. He lunged at her and he bit her neck. And everyone laughed.
Yeah.
And then he brutally raped her. And everyone was like cheering and whooping it up.
Yeah.
And then guys were actually throwing their girlfriends at Louis going, rape her! Rape her! And they were filming it.
Yeah.
And the girls were into it at first, but then it was weird.
Yeah.
But I just felt that art is very complex.
Same, yeah.
And I wasn't prepared for all of the raping that happened.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do any comedy. That was the misnomer. He did not tell any joke.
Okay.
There's a story going around that he got up at a comedy festival. A whole group of people was happy to see him. He did 15 to 20 minutes of really funny material and then left, and everyone felt safe and happy. That is actually not the correct story.
Yeah, no.
The correct story is that he brutally raped multiple women in the audience while doing no comedy whatsoever.
Right.
And was paid $4 million to do that by the white male patriarchy, which is now a LLC.
Mm-hmm.
And no, listen, I was a Mohegan Sun. Louis was a skankfest. I was watching that intro, man. It was fucking cool. And I tweeted, this is the coolest moment of the last year. People don't really know what cool is because I didn't say, like, this is the greatest thing for women, you know? Not that it's, I think, a negative thing, but, like, people reacted, like I said, he should run for president.
Right.
What I said was that it was cool that one of the greatest comics that's ever lived popped up and did a set at an underground, completely DIY, do-it-yourself festival, and then nobody gives a shit. Every woman there was happy with it. They were all on their feet applauding. Everybody was excited. The staff at the venue was excited, even though they fucking reversed that position because they're fucking liars. And everybody was cool with it. And I tweeted out, and then a lot of people got mad at me, which is okay. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
Good. Hey, man, I'm not one of these people where I'm like, you don't have a right to say that I'm an asshole or an idiot or that I suck or whatever. Say whatever you want. It doesn't, I'm unaffected. But just know, and this is, again, you are very, very bad at this. You're very, very bad. You might be right about some of the things you believe in politically, culturally. I don't know. But here's what I know. You are horrible. You're really, really not good at making people laugh.
Yeah.
And part of your anger, part of your rage comes from that. Now, there are other people that are funny that I disagree with. There's a lot of people that are great that I wouldn't see eye to eye with. But there's a lot of people out there that are like garbage.
Yeah.
And have never made anyone laugh and have never made a fucking dollar doing it. And they are enraged that people have an audience. And it doesn't matter if they're in a writer's room making $5,000 a week. They're enraged that people show up and laugh at other, because nobody got in this for money.
Yeah.
Most of these fuckers had it anyway. So you think you give these people money would shut them up, satiate them. That's not the case. They desperately want people to tell them how great they are. They want people to laugh. But they don't put the work in. They're actually, a lot of them are very lazy.
Yeah.
And they're like fundamentalists. The good comedy doesn't fucking come from you being right all the time.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
They're threatened by like a natural talent.
They're threatened by anybody. They're threatened by an unnatural talent.
Yeah.
They're threatened by a dog who's getting attention in a park. I mean, these people are, I mean, go see these shows that they put on. In Brooklyn, they've all got costumes on. It should be better. I'm like, this should be better. You all have costumes on.
Yeah.
You're like trying. This should be good. Why is it so bad? Why is it like worse than a play that kids and a family put on?
Yeah.
While everyone gets ready for dessert? Are you all on drugs? Did nobody practice? Do you lack inspiration? Why is it so bad? Why?
I know.
I want it to be better.
Yeah.
I don't care. There's people that are very funny. The trans comedian, Patty Harrison, very, very funny. I don't know her. We don't talk. We don't hang out. I'm not against that. She may be. But let's say we were to have a lunch. I would imagine that we might disagree on a point or two. I don't know. I'm guessing. But she's incredibly funny. That's the reality. But a lot of people are not. But there are people that are funny, and I'm like, fuck it, cool.
Yeah.
But people say to me, like, what's the point? What are we doing with the loot? No one cares. It's a fake issue. It's a non-fucking issue.
Yeah.
People want to see him. He's going to perform.
Right.
If people wanted to see you could perform. People barely want to see me. I perform. I don't give them a choice.
You lock the doors.
I show up. I'm on the road in these fucking shitty little towns. Not always. Some of them are great. But none of these people, Dan Soder said something once, and I forget, he might have been quoting somebody, but he said, all of these guys have never lost a fight, and now they all want to be the champion. This is the problem. This is a group of people in comedy who've heard the word yes over and over again, and it's traditionally a business where you're like, no, rejection. You get a thick skin. You get like tough. You don't care.
Yeah.
These people hear yes all the time, so they can't handle when anything goes the other way. They're lost.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I think they want comedy to remain as mediocre as their contributions as well.
It's these are people who think that throwing milkshakes at people is going to bring about the revolution. It's the same mentality.
Yeah.
Of like, you're unserious. You're not a serious person if these are the things you believe. You know? But I don't have like a lot of people are like, oh, Tim Dillon's in LA. He's going to sell out. Yes. Correct. Correct. I am here. And I have my asshole gaping wide open for a multinational corporation to mount me and fuck me, to lay eggs in me that will give birth to an army that will murder your families. Here's the problem. No one's doing that. I'm just here with my ass open, and nobody's mounting me. Not one. I'm ready. I keep telling them, my life for you. What am I, I'll feed Billie Eilish every day in her cage. I'll look after her. I mean,
You're selling out. You're putting wigs on in a garage and ranting.
I mean, this is how dumb they are, though. This is how dumb people are. But let them think. Let them think.
That's nice, yeah.
I am putting wigs on in a garage. But that's the future. The future ain't Netflix putting wigs on in a garage. All these young comedians, like when you go on the road, they all tell you they're going to move to New York or LA. And like, if they had a real comedy nerd there that they were opening for, they could really, me, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And they're all like, I just want to move here. I'm going to get real good, and then I'm going to move to New York and make Pappy real proud. And I'm like, great. Where's Taco Bell? You have a Taco Bell here? Good. Do that. Do all of that. I just want to get on to the Tonight Show. Great. Where's that custard place? Can we go there? Can we go there, please? And we'll have quiet on the way. One guy, sweet guy, he's telling me he's like 31. He's like, yeah, I'm going to move soon. I'm like, no, wait. You're only 31. You're a baby. It's what we need.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. We're in trouble as a country. Folks, LAYSPRAY. We're going to be independent soon. We're going to set up a Patreon. We're going to still do ads. The ads are going to still be very funny. It's still going to be the best caliber of products. Cock spray, CBD, Wicks. We bring you suicide prevention, online suicide counseling, things that we feel that this audience could really benefit from. No tax preparation or any of that. We know who you people are. Okay? Shout out to that lady in St. Louis who took me out. That was really cool. She took me to a really cool place called Olio in St. Louis. Fun little restaurant. Go there. You took me to a great restaurant. What was that called?
Tex French restaurant in Echo Park.
How good was that?
It was great. Love that place.
Maybe
dumb name, but
it is a dumb name. But it sounds like Ben. Some kid messaged me on Instagram that he went to school with what's his name? Cactus Jack Daniels. Yeah. You want me to tell you? So Ben told a story about a guy that he went to school with named Cactus Jack Daniels.
Yeah, he's told me this before. That guy, he died, right?
I mean,
yeah, you have to.
Cactus Jack will get you high tonight. I mean,
Cactus Jack.
I'm trying to find this guy. I gotta find this guy. He did though. He fucking. And this guy, how did he die again, Ben? Oh, it was an aneurysm. I feel bad. It like wasn't even his fault.
Jesus.
Was he a good kid? That's sad. Are you still friends with his family? You never knew his family? Oh, so you're just full of shit, huh? He was a good child.
Good boy.
I can't.
Cactus
I'll find
Jack
it, but
Daniels.
Somebody. What school did you guys go to? What's it called?
What?
Jim Ned High School? Named Jim Ned?
Oh.
A Native American named Jim Ned? I love that they a Native American sold out his tribe, and you guys named a high school after him in Tuscola, Texas, because he sold it out for the white man. Great. Can I sell out gays? I hope the Family Research Council names a building after me. Who was Tim? Why are we going to Tim Dillon's Christian High School? Well, during the Great War, Dillon informed on all the people who wouldn't message him back on Grindr, and they were slaughtered. So he sold out his community, and that's why we named a high school after him. He was a good man. Thank you, Tim. How long have we done so far, Ben? 51. Yeah. We still got a little time here, folks. There's one more thing I wanted to get into. I think we got into a lot. That Billie Eilish thing will get me some people. People will be angry, but it's a fact. Something's wrong. It's a problem. I don't want to seem like a cunt all the time about people in the service industry. Okay, and I know that I have before.
Yeah.
And I think that the major distinction between me and other people out there is that I see people in the service industry as people. So I expect them to behave and to be the best they can be.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not the best they can be, I have to rein them in.
Yeah.
And let them know that they can be better. Let them know that they have to believe in themselves.
Right.
And sometimes I have to do that sternly. Sometimes I have to kind of forcefully give them a pep talk because they've lost all faith in themselves.
Right.
Sometimes I'll see a waitress who's forgotten a side of honey mustard that I had ordered 14 minutes ago. And I've said, she has forgotten how great she could be. I got to get her over here and really let her know that she could be a lot better than she's being right now.
Right.
And sometimes, people say, oh, you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. I've never believed that. I think you catch a lot of flies if you throw acid at them. And even if you don't catch them, they wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not looking to catch the flies. I want the flies to know that there's a problem. But I didn't do anything today. Here's my thing.
What happened?
Here's my thing. I'm going to be honest. And there's a lot of waiters out there and servers that might disagree with me. And listen. Again, I am not here. All I'm here to do is to love you.
Right.
That's what I'm here to do. I love you. The people that don't yell at you don't love you. The people that, because I always tip. I tip you, but sometimes we've got to have a talk because I don't know what's happening, man. Appetizer has a fucking meaning. Appetizer. Look it up, Ben. What does appetizer say? Get the definition up, Ben. Get the definition of appetizer up because there's confusion. A small dish of food taken before the main course of the meal. The operative word there is before. The appetizer comes out before the entree.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm starting to think it showed up.
Here's one reason
later.
why. Because if you go out to eat alone and you want You don't want 2 plates on the table at the same time to make you look like you're a fat pig. You want to eat 1 plate and then get rid of it and then have them bring the next plate so that nobody knows that you even had the first plate. It's gone now. There's no evidence. You don't just start throwing plates at the table like this is a mess hall and we're all eating quick before we go back out to war. You bring the appetizer first. I don't care what the kitchen's doing. Control the fucking kitchen. Don't fire up the entree until you see me eating the appetizer. Do not put I don't care if it's a diner. It's not my fault you work in a fucking diner. You orthopedic shoe wearing bitch. And this isn't even, this is a girl at Swingers with a full sleeve of tattoos who's real fucking hip, who I gave $8 to, and I didn't say anything to her.
This is a Swingers problem again?
I'm back at Swingers.
Oh my God.
Back at Swingers. I'm back
you keep
there
going
now.
back.
I'm back there. I'm back there, but I'm only sitting outside. I'm kind of only allowed to be outside. I can't eat in the restaurant.
Curbside for you.
Because of the problems that I've had that we've described on this show, which, again, are me expecting the most out of people I love. Those are the problems.
Yeah.
Those are the problems.
That's the issue. It's
the
a
problems
love-hate.
are not looking at a segment of humanity and going, oh, fuck them. They're roaches. It's looking at people and going, you're a human being. Deal with me like a person. Deal with me. What if I was Christ? What if I was Jesus Christ? What if Jesus Christ walked into this fucking restaurant and said, I want to sit at the big booth. No one's fucking here. I know that it's reserved for 6 people. They're not coming here. Your food sucks. No one's here. People get tricked into coming to this dumb restaurant, or people sit here all coked out, licking a grapefruit, pretending it's somebody's asshole. This isn't a culinary experience. It's dumb kids and old queens. I know what this fucking place is. Let me sit in the big booth, you cunt. What if I was Jesus having that moment? Would you shun me and turn me away? Would you fucking say, thank you, Christ, for a very accurate assessment of this restaurant? God, Christ, this is pretty good. You call us out right on the little on the nose, Christ. When I said that to them, when I said just coked out people licking a grapefruit like an asshole, somebody should go, God, that's pretty on the nose, Christ. And you sit in that booth. What I'm trying to say is that when I order a quesadilla and then a open-faced turkey sandwich, these are not to be delivered at the same time. They're radically different. They don't complement each other at all. I'm double fisting guacamole and gravy in front of people at 9:30 in the morning, sitting on the sidewalk because I'm not allowed in the restaurant. So what I'm saying is that when you write this order in, just communicate with the kitchen a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay? Just communicate with the kitchen. You know? I'm not going to do anything.
The quesadilla was on the appetizer menu.
Yes.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Big mistake.
I said, thank you. And I said, I said to her, everyone in LA, think they're fucking cool. They all think they're cool.
I love how you don't even like the food there. You just go for respect. You just want to get some respect.
Correct. The food is like bad. It's like you don't even understand why it's so bad. You're like, why is this quesadilla gross?
Yeah.
I can make it in my house.
Right. It's like the easiest
How
way.
is it so bad? So I'm there. I just go there because I want this to work. I want this to work. And I'm sitting outside and, it's all nobodies in there too. That's the other thing. You couldn't be, and thank God, because, I'm there and it's not like I belong in a fucking environment with winners, but God, is that not the case? These are just old, dilapidated West Hollywood rats,
Yeah.
And they're sitting there. People who might have been the shit in like 94. Just old, freckled, big-titted goons. these LA guys whose brains have melted. They're sitting there, these people with their shitty little dogs, dumb tourists.
Yeah.
Because it just says Hollywood Diner. They think it's,
Right.
And I just said to her, I go, can you bring the quesadilla first? And she came to the table and she had 2 plates in her hand. One of them was a quesadilla, and one of them was the open-faced turkey sandwich, which she didn't have mashed potatoes. So she brought a basket of fries. So now we have 3 plates on the table, 2 plates and a basket. And I'm there alone. I just got off a 4-hour flight, and I have 2 plates of food and a basket of French fries. And I'm sitting there, and everyone's looking at me like, oh, look, a pig has come to feast, okay? Because this bitch couldn't have been discreet. Throw the fries on the plate. You don't have to bring a basket of fries. So now I'm sitting there, and I said to her, I go, I wanted the quesadilla first. And then she goes, oh, first of all, what the fuck do you mean, oh? It's a fucking appetizer. Do you not understand the sequence of the way you're supposed to bring these things out here? Should I hit you with a chair? I'm not saying I should, but I'm asking. I'm asking that.
Right.
What should I do? Now, because I'm a gentleman, okay? I said, it's fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I said, it's fine.
You sacrifice for her mistake.
I sacrificed. I said, it's fine. She said, is it? I said, yes. Well, now it is. So then I just ate my Thanksgiving dinner of food, guacamole, gravy, French fries. Yeah.
It's good
alone on the sidewalk outside a restaurant that I don't know that I'm banned, but I'm not welcome. You know what I mean? Like I'm not
it's one of those, yeah.
I'm not welcome, but I don't know. Again, I don't know what my next move is with that place. Here's a few things I'm considering. Do I call the health department and maybe let them know some of the things that I've observed? That's an idea. I'm not saying I would do this. I don't know where do I do that?
You might have
to.
to.
Do I call up and order food to be picked up and then no one picks it up? And I do that once a day for the rest of my life until they change their policy. Like until they're like, we no longer have pickup.
Right.
You have to give us a credit card number. And then I just keep getting burner credit cards and burner phones. Do I have them cater a white pride event? Do I organize a neo-Nazi event and have them cater it unbeknownst to them? Do I plan another Charlottesville and have them do all of the catering for it? Is this the way to handle it? And then have them have to get out and disavow. And I mean Nazis. Full regalia, SS shields, Klan robes, eating their food, going, this is kind of good. These vegan banana pancakes are pretty good. Heil Hitler. Is that the move?
Right. Is that the route?
I don't know. Or do I just keep going back until they figure it out?
Did you have a talk with the waitress, like you said?
I didn't, because I don't believe that anything I said. I tipped her $8 on a $35 bill, which is a lot of money. And the reason I tipped her that money was because I felt bad for her. And I said, here's a woman who's working really, really hard and doing a horrible job. And she's probably living in LA, and she's under the impression that one day someone's going to give a shit about her band, or somebody's gonna, option her screenplay, or she's gonna get cast on a reality show. She's gonna be the fun-loving, tattooed girl that everybody dumps loads in, and she gets like 10 grand a night to appear at a club in Atlantic City and stand there in a VIP section while like, mongoloids from the Jersey Shore are like, hey, I know you. But none of that will probably happen. That's all best case.
Right. Yeah.
What will probably happen is she'll get older and older. The tattoos that once made so much sense on her arms will make less and less sense because she'll be shooting heroin and her veins will be bulging. She'll be shooting heroin because she just started snorting it, and eventually it was more cost effective to shoot. She'll be squatting in a friend's house just long enough until her friend gets arrested and the cops drag her out. She'll have long since lost her job at that diner. She'll be sleeping in an abandoned car and selling her pussy on the street. And I imagine as businessmen dump loads in her and then shoot her up, and she sits there waiting to die. She feels that cold black goo running through her veins. She just closes her eyes and she wonders when's the night she's going to meet God. At least she'll know. At least she'll know that years and years ago, a fat faggot saw this all happening. He chose not to tell her. Instead, he chose to give her $8, which he now probably fucking shoves in her ass and keeps for emergency money. But I didn't tell her any of this. I just said, thanks a lot. See you soon. TimDillonComedy.com. I am coming to Wise Guys in Salt Lake City.
Thank you.